What's up, everyone? Welcome into a very special edition of Boxing Scene today, ahead of the big fight with Lester Martinez versus Immanuwel Aleem here in San Bernardino, California, for the interim world title and the WBC title. I am joined today by, as always, by Paulie the Magic Man Malignaggi, but also we got some special guests. We got Robert Garcia and Stephen Breadman Edwards to give their thoughts ahead of the big showdown come tomorrow night. Yeah, guys, we had the press conference. We had a great turnout a few days ago. We had the media workout. Everybody's looking sharp and really fit. What are our thoughts as we're approaching fight night?
Coach, you want to go first? The workout was at your gym.
Yeah, Robert, you start us out. We were at your beautiful gym in Riverside. Really phenomenal gym. First time I was there. If you're ever in the area, guys, you should check it out. But Robert, what are you thinking so far leading up to fight night?
I think both fighters look good. Aleem is confident. He trained good. He looked really good, sharp, fast, healthy, and so did Lester. You know, Lester is a dedicated fighter. He has the whole country behind him, so he knows the responsibility that he has. He doesn't seem pressured to perform. I think he's confident. He's relaxed. He's got a great team behind him. So, man, can't wait, man. This is the fight that everybody should be looking forward to, because the future for either one, whoever wins, is going to be unbelievable. Look, more likely we're going to have Canelo fighting for the WBC title against
Billy.
Billy. There you go, Billy, and the winner could fight the winner of tomorrow night. So it's going to be unbelievable, man. This is a fight that everybody should be tuning into, because it's going to be full of action. But the most important thing is the future. The next fight after that, fighting in Billy or Canelo is unbelievable.
Yeah, Coach, yeah, Brett, you weren't with us, Brett, for the press conference or the workout. But I always feel like as we get closer to a fight, we've been talking about it for weeks, but your mindset kind of hones in once we get really close. What are your thoughts as we're approaching fight night?
I'm really happy for Aleem that he's getting a chance, because he's been a guy who has to take some tough, middle of the road kind of hardcore fights. I was there when he got his I think he had a draw against Matt Carabarov.
Yeah.
So I actually watched that fight, and Carabarov is really good. If you watch his fight with Charlo, there's a good chance that he won that fight.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that Aleem is getting his chance. And I think really highly of Lester Martinez. I think Lester Martinez got screwed a little bit against Mbili. Not so much on the draw, because it was a very close fight, but that fight should have been a 12-rounder. Nobody seen. I've never seen that before. A 10-round fight of that. It's like it was a title fight or eliminator or whatever it was, but it was a 10-round fight. Yeah. And as I'm watching that fight, I'm saying to myself, it might be even in terms of points, because Mbili is such a busy guy. It's really hard to outpoint him. But I was thinking to myself that Lester Martinez was going to clip him down the stretch, and and Billy's a little bit more fast twitch, so Martinez needs the later round. So I thought he got I'm not going to say screwed, but I thought he got the short end of the stick. That fight shouldn't have been a 10 round. And I thought Martinez was coming on and it was going to clip him late. So I'm really high on Martinez. I think if you're asking me to pick, I think Martinez is going to win the fight. I think it's going to be a violent fight. Aleem doesn't run. He kind of like has the James Toney style. He sits in the box and he sits in the shoulder roll and he looks to counter you. He's not going to run all around the ring from nobody. But I think Martinez is a little too big, little too young, little too natural at 168. And I noticed something about Aleem. Aleem sits in the shoulder roll, and Martinez has a really good sneaky overhand right. And I think he'll be able to come down and loop it over the side of his ear and get that shot through. I think that'll be the key punch of the fight.
Yeah, you know what? It's the calm before the storm at this point. It's both guys sort of look trim and ready. Both guys were smiling at the weigh-in and at the press conference. The hard work is behind you when you're at fight week. It's just now it's time to perform and execute the plan and execute all the things you've been working on, and you kind of get that energy from both guys. They kind of have that mental focus. on them. Brad, yeah, with the Mbili fight, I was talking about that yesterday with Lester being a 10-rounder. Dana White tried to sneak in his guy Callum Walsh into the co-main event and think that nobody was going to notice, and maybe nobody would have noticed had the result not hinged on the last 2 rounds becoming so important in the Lester Martinez fight. But it ends up being that the last 2 rounds wound up being needed in the Lester Martinez and Mbili fight, so therefore it became a talking point that the shoemaker Dana White decided to put his guy, who's basically still a prospect, in the co-main event because he wanted to give him more exposure. By the way, made him look even worse because Callum Walsh didn't even look good at all. Didn't impress anybody in that co-main event spot. But yeah, we wound up having to sort of leave our mouths open with Lester and Mbili because we didn't get the last 2 rounds that would have closed that show and would have really given a chance for most likely Lester to pull away and get the win, or even get a big stoppage late. That was WBC's fight of the year. 2 more rounds of that kind of action would have given us closure and maybe would have cemented a fight of the year even more in everybody's mind. Instead, like I said, this is what happens when you let a subpar guy take charge and make these kind of decisions. I don't even know where you go and get, no matter how much you like your prospect, you don't put him in the co-main event in that kind of situation over a title eliminator like that. And like I said, on top of that, he made his own guy look bad because Callum looked terrible in the co-main event. As far as
about somebody coming in and calling shots like that, but that kind of looks bad for the commission too. Why would they even allow that, man?
Of course, the commission allowing it too.
Because that fight should have been a 12-round fight, and those last 2 rounds would have made a big difference.
And coach, the reason it had to be demoted to a 10-round fight is because now it was no longer the co-main event. You can't have the co-main event being a 10-rounder and the fight before the co-main event being a 12-rounder. So by demoting it before the co-main event, now they had to make it a 10-rounder because Callum was not going to fight a 12-rounder. If Callum would have been a 12-rounder with Vargas, then you could have done the Mbili and Lester fight also a 12-rounder and still put it before. But you actually demoted the Lester versus Mbili fight as a co-main event.
You did.
And demoted it to a 10-rounder because obviously Callum is a 10-rounder. Now you have no choice but to make both of them a 10-rounder. It comes down to a lot of guys, honestly, because starts out with Dana White making that decision and the egg on his face, not just because you got the result where it matters. Because honestly, if you would that fight ends in a knockout for Lester or for Mbili, nobody's talking about the fact that it was 10 or 12 and Dana would have skated through. But the fact that you wound up needing the 2 rounds made it all the more important. So now he winds up with the egg on his face. He winds up with a double egg on his face because Callum looked like shit in the fight too. So on top of it, he puts his guy in the co-main event spot thinking like, I'm going to give him this big opportunity and screw over Lester and Mbili. And then instead you screw over everybody because even Callum ended up looking bad. It was too soon for him to be in that kind of situation and be in that kind of spot. And yeah, it comes down to the commission. It comes down to WBC for still making an eliminator, despite the fact that it was a 10-rounder. It comes down to a whole shit trickles down, shit rolls downhill fast, bro. So once it started going, it picked up steam. But with Aleem and Lester, they physically look good, but Brad, you make a good point. Lester being physically a little bit bigger, but you also made another good point about Lester. Aleem is also a very inconsistent guy. Which version of Aleem are we going to get? We got the Aleem that drew with Korobov and knocked out Kitrov, but then or you get the Aleem that loses to Ronald Ellis and Hugo Centeno. You know what I mean? Like which Aleem?
You know what, Paulie? I couldn't believe he lost to Hugo Centeno like that. Because Hugo Centeno
neither could he. Neither could he. That was a real shot.
Puncher. If you would have asked me, I would have said Aleem's the better fighter. Hugo Centeno was not a big puncher. He's not known for knocking guys out, and he knocks Aleem out cold. I still don't know what happened.
What about that he draws with Korobov, who is a monster, but then loses to Ellis? You know what I mean? Like, again, you don't know, will the real Immanuwel Aleem please stand up? That's what we're looking for on Saturday. And we hope that we get the best version of Aleem, the best version of Lester. If you get the best version of Aleem, this is a real shootout. I don't think it lasts long. I think one of you guys mentioned that already. I've been thinking the same. I think it's a short shootout where both guys are going to fire. If the best Aleem shows up, it's a real dynamite shootout. If the subpar Aleem shows up, well, then Lester's going to blow right through him. I mean, so it's interesting because we've seen both versions of Aleem.
Well, even if he does show up, Lester still has the opportunity to blow right through him because Lester's just that kind of guy.
But
I watched both of these guys yesterday a lot. I was during my workout. I rewatched the Mbili Lester fight. Man, was that fight good. I mean, they went to war throughout, and I forgot how kind of slow Lester started out. He really needed that second half of the fight, and he came on great. He made a little bit of distance, used that mid-range jab, and was able to really crack Mbili with uppercuts off both hands all night long. And I'll tell you, I didn't realize this when I watched it live. Mbili took a lot of damage in that fight. He was hurt at the end.
Chris, he was hurting him in a subtle way, but he needed the last part of the fight because Mbili's a little bit more quick twitch, and the quick twitch guys has the advantage early, and the guy with the endurance muscle comes on late, and he needed the. I even hit up Bomac and was like, "Why was that fight a 10-rounder?" My goodness, God! He was just.
I explained it, Brad. I explained
Bomac said it in I believe it was the press conference, or maybe it was one of the interviews we had with him. He goes, you know, we would have stopped him with those 2 extra rounds. He said we would have stopped him 1 more round, and I was like, you know, that's the coach being a coach. But then I watched it again. And Billy was taking a lot of really heavy shots. He wasn't reacting to them the same way he was early on.
Billy didn't want to see Lester again. Billy didn't want to see Lester again. So I mean,
that's why you got to go back and watch that fight.
All these problems caused why? Because this idiot had to put Callum Walsh in his co-main event, and like I said, then Callum didn't even look good to begin with.
Let's not focus on that portion of it. Let's talk keys of victory for both these guys. Let's start out with Aleem, because you know we all know Aleem very well, but also we've alluded to the fact that he can be hot and cold. And listen, he sometimes is the James Toney guy where he stays in the pocket. But I watched a fight with him with Vidal Jr., Alma Carter, and he moved. He moved really well in the beginning of that fight. He was jabbing excellently.
His identity's so confusing, right?
It's very confusing. He's a hard guy to study and analyze because he can do so many different things. He's a very varied approach depending on who's in front of him. So, Brett, let me start with you. What do you think are the keys to victory for Immanuwel Aleem to get the victory?
You know what? I'm going to touch on something real fast. We talk about Aleem and how he's hard to figure out. And Nazem Richardson, when I first started training fighters, he told me something that always stuck with me. And he said, sometimes when a guy can do too many things, you lose your identity. And when you go to put your hand in that bag and you're looking for your weapon of choice, sometimes you get confused because you're looking for a shotgun, a Uzi, or a grenade launcher. He says sometimes the one-dimensional guy, the guy who knows exactly what he wants to do when he wants to do it, sometimes it's easier to be that guy. And I was a young trainer at the time, and I really didn't understand it. But as time went on, I would get a guy, he was a good all-around guy, and we would have to decide what style he has to fight on that night. And that's why I think that Lester has an advantage over Aleem, because Aleem can fight in the pocket, he can move, he can box, he's dealing with a bigger guy. He's going to have some decision anxiety of not only what to do, but when to do it. Where Lester is a puncher, he's the bigger guy. We know he's going to try to come downhill, land that overhand right. And I just feel like that, Lester, with him having a height advantage, he gets to punch down on Aleem's shoulder roll. It's a little bit different when you had a height advantage. And I think he's going to be able to come down and hit Aleem with a lot of overhand rights on the side of his head. I think he's a little strong. I think Aleem is going to have to defend that punch, and he's going to have to punch in between Lester. And he's going to have to be very durable. He's going to have to take some big shots to win this fight. It's not an impossible task, but I just think that Lester has a little bit too much for him right now at this stage of their careers.
Leave it to Nazem Richardson to have a gem like that. That's such a great point, Brad. Thanks for bringing that up. Robert, what's your take? What do you think Aleem needs to do to be victorious?
No, great point. What we just heard right now, that's unbelievable, and I believe everything's correct. I think Aleem with being able to do different styles in different ways could benefit him against certain opponents. But somebody like Lester, who is the aggressor, the puncher, the fighter that has a confidence, that has everybody behind him and a great team and everything. I think Lester's style and we'll figure out anything that Aleem has to bring in. Aleem is still gonna be in there for the fight. If we get the Aleem that that competes and gives it his best and comes in great shape, then we're gonna have a solid fight. As long as it lasts, it's gonna be a great fight. But I think eventually Lester, breaks him down. Let's not forget body shots. Body shots is gonna be something that Lester, I'm pretty sure Lester's gonna be working on, because it'll slow him down. It'll break him down slowly. I think the fight goes a few rounds, but I think it goes past half of the fight, but eventually Lester breaks him down and knocks him out.
I think Vegas is looking at plus minus on 8.5. So
8.5, okay.
it's actually there's
Yeah.
some money there. So
Right.
Vegas agrees with you, Coach. That it's going to go rounds.
I think
Champ,
so.
what are you thinking?
You know, you made a good point about Aleem having the ability to box a little bit. I wonder if you know, that's the part of the bag, as Breadman was discussing, that Nazim was talking about. If that's the part of the bag he's going to be looking to reach into, and if he's going to be able to find it, you know, with the fact that he's got the tools to also stay in the pocket and fight. You know, I think people, you know, we've been talking a lot about the fight is going to be a shootout, and both guys are going to let their bombs go. But if Aleem has this ability to sort of move around the ring, is he going to try to make Lester pick up his feet? And you know, Lester's a bit of a planted guy when he throws those big punches. Maybe make him try to pick up his feet and box off the jab at first before trying to detonate some big shots. Maybe try to take some of the steam out of Lester by frustrating him. I'm curious. I do think, regardless, one of my keys for Aleem is to not abandon the jab. Regardless, I think he's gonna have to, you know, be smart about using his jab and being and using it in the various methods that a jab can be used. I know he has the ability to throw bombs with Lester if he wants to. It's a risk, of course, but you know, Aleem also is dangerous with his you know, the grenades he throws in the pocket and his big shots. But I do think that he does have the athleticism to also box very well and force Lester to sort of come get him. And you know, that would be what makes the fight go rounds, I guess, you know, and if Lester can eventually get to him and get him out of there. But you know, in the process, if you offset Lester with your jab, you can also set him up for some of your own big punches, and that can make things interesting.
Yeah, I did something yesterday when I was rewatching the fight. I could hear Bomac, and he was saying there was three key things he kept repeating all night long. Number one was step around, because there's a lot of exchanges with Mbili, and Lester has that ability. He can keep a guy turning and let his combinations go because he's got such great balance. The other one was up the middle, and those are the uppercuts, and we saw that in the second half of the fight. Lester couldn't miss an uppercut on Mbili all night because Mbili makes a mistake. He's over his skis. He gets very much over his front foot because he's so aggressive. Lester was hitting him with left and right uppercuts all night long, and the last one was speed. And that you could tell he was just looking for him to let his hands go, throw in combination, win the moment, get some ground back. Because once you got space, you could tell the difference in their skill set. But in terms of what you guys think that Lester needs to do or what he can do, Brett, I know you said you're looking at that overhand right. It looks like you're making an early prediction on calling the shot. But what are you guys thinking for Lester Martinez in order to be victorious and come out of this relatively unscathed, if possible?
I think Lester has to. The Mbili fight was a tough fight. Let's not make it seem like that it was one way. It was a draw for a reason, and he took some punishment also. So I think that Lester has to come out and establish that he's the boss. He has to come out and establish that he is the 68-pounder. He's the puncher. He's the monster. I don't think he can allow Aleem to feel like he belongs. I don't think he can allow Aleem to get confidence, because if he gets confidence, he's not going to be fighting Aleem anymore. He's going to be fighting his the twin version of him that's the better fighter. That's what happens in the fight, where a guy starts getting confidence and he starts building and building and building, and next thing you know, you're fighting a monster. I think he has to put Aleem in his place immediately, because Aleem can fight, and he comes from a fighting area down the Washington, D.C. area. It's a lot of good fighters down there. You get a lot of good sparring, and lots of good sparring in the gym. Those guys don't have to fly guys around, because you could call coaches from 6 or 7 gyms and say, hey, man, I need a 68 or 75 pound. It's a lot of good sparring down there. I get guys from down there to drive up to Philly all the time to spar. So he has to put Aleem in his place early, because if he doesn't, Aleem starts getting confidence. Aleem has a big heart. The next thing you know, you're going to have a competitive fight, and then anything can happen at that point. So if I'm Team Lester, I tell Lester to get a good start and put him in his place very early. Because Lester doesn't start that fast. Lester kind of takes a little time to get his engine warmed up.
You saw that in the Billy fight.
Close. Yep. Even against Joshawn James, he needed a couple of rounds to get his.
He lost that first round. Joshawn came right at him.
A little bit of time to get his engine warmed up. So he got it. And I'm not saying that that's a big deal, because he hasn't lost the fight. But sometimes little things like that can come back on you. And I believe that he has to be warmed up in the dressing room and really put Aleem in his place early.
How about you, Robert? If you're in the corner of team Lester Martinez, what are you telling your guy? What do you want to see?
100% can't give any rounds away, can't start off slow. He cannot, try to get a few rounds just to study his opponent. He can't do that, because that makes Aleem grow in confidence. That's gonna make Aleem grow in just everything. He's going to try to use his jab, and if he lands a few jabs, he's going to continue doing it. Lester can't allow that to happen. Lester needs to warm up very well, and since the first bout, start with that pressure. Start with no respect, no signs of giving his opponent any respect, making him believe that he's got a chance. That's what Lester needs to do. Can't give his opponent the belief that he has a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Champ, you know both these guys really well. I'm sure you've been doing your homework just like I have. What are you seeing that would really aid Lester in getting the victory?
Been cutting off the ring, making the ring small, forcing Aleem to, fight hard early on and making it physical. Lester's a bigger guy. If you force Aleem to, come out of whatever shell he may be in, I don't think he's going to be much of a shell, but he, just in case he's trying to use the ring and box, cut him off well, try to start a little faster, because we just talked about that he is a little bit of a slow starter. You can always jab with a jabber, use your jab to also close that gap and cut off the ring, and then force it to be the kind of fight that becomes a little bit uncomfortable, and that discomfort can ultimately create more mistakes on the part of Aleem.
Great stuff, guys. Just last thing before we go, real quick, what does a win here do for either guy, and in terms of their future? If you want to start us out there, Brad, what are you thinking?
Well, it changes Aleem's life around. I mean, you talk about a hard luck guy. I think he has 2 or 3 draws, 2 or 3 losses. I mean, it changes his whole life around. He gets a huge, maybe high 6-figure or a low 7-figure fight if he wins this fight. So, I mean, it really just stamps his career. For Lester Martinez, it makes him at least, what would you say, maybe top 2 or 3 guy in the division. It gives him a hold on being the best fighter in the division, because there's no clear-cut best fighter in the division right now. Canelo just lost. He just got a draw with Immanuwel. There's a couple other guys. So Lester Martinez will have a stake in that, and he will become the interim WBC champion. Then he could force a rematch with Immanuwel or get the fight with Canelo. So he's 2 fights away from being a superstar. We could win this one and whatever the next one is. So this is big ramifications for both guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
Robert,
huge.
what do you think?
It's huge for both. Just like Berman saying, we need. They both know the importance of a win. Both their lives will change. Lester is already on his way to becoming the superstar, but this win, they both know that they could get a Canelo fight. They both know they could get a Canelo fight, and I think the WBC, Canelo's team, they all kind of set it up to where and Billy was elevated to the champion, because they know that's probably the easiest one for Canelo to become champion when it comes to Billy and Lester. I think that's why they did it. They know that with Lester, he's gonna have a little more trouble to become world champion. So that's the plan. That's what they did. But now with Lester and Aleem, whoever wins knows that they could possibly get that Canelo fight once Canelo, beats Billy. So, man, their lives are gonna change, man. This is a very important fight for both of them. I think the division stacked. If it's not Canelo, there's so many big names out there, man. There's we're gonna have May 2nd. We're gonna have the champion, the one WBA champion, Resendiz. Fighting against Munguia. The winner is also big name, huge fights, huge payday. So both guys, whoever wins, their life changes, and they know their next fight is going to be, I would say, at least 1 million. There can't be any less than that. So, man, just can't wait for either one. But obviously Lester is the favorite one, and that's who we're cheering for here locally. So we'll see. But I think their lives are going to change.
Big things on the horizon for the winner. There's For Aleem, it's finally getting over the hump. He's been a guy who's been a hard luck guy. Some of it being his own fault, because like I said, sometimes he just hasn't performed in fights that he should have performed, but also sometimes being a hard luck guy and in getting the right performances, but not getting rewarded for those right performances. So this is an opportunity for him to sort of get that result, maybe the biggest result of his career. He's had some good ones, but this might be the biggest result of his career, and really turn it into a very big positive and a very big offer after this fight. For Lester, it's just a chance to continue the momentum. There is a lot of momentum with Lester right now. Big fan base. He's streaking hot right now. He was the one who closed the Mbili fight stronger, so he's also looked at as a dangerous and viable guy. In a 168-pound division with a lot of big names and a lot of dangerous fights and a lot of big fights, I think he positions himself right at the center of it all. I still don't think Canelo or Mbili will want to see him, but we'll see if that can be sort of pushed by the WBC. I am of the opinion that if Canelo wins, WBC will let Canelo do whatever he wants. If Mbili wins, the WBC will enforce Mbili and Lester to fight again. So different rules will apply to different guys, unfortunately.
But you know how bad that would look? You know how bad that's going to look?
The WBC doesn't mind looking bad, Coach. I mean, we already know that. But we'll see. That's basically what I'm predicting. I'd love to be wrong and everything work out and everything, be for the best. But either way, a lot of positive things for the winner of this fight. This is a very, very important fight and a very big moment for both guys.
Well, you heard it here. It's huge implications for both guys. Whoever is to win, their futures are bright. But that's what we like here on ProBox TV, because we get guys to fight when their back is against the wall and everything's on the line. And that's why we put on such good fights. So if you want to see a great fight, make sure you check it out. Lester Martinez versus Immanuwel Aleem for the 168-pound interim WBC world title with huge implications for the future. You want to miss it. ProBox TV live on YouTube. Don't want to miss it. And if you're in the area, I know it's hard to get a ticket. It did sell out about a week ago, but I do believe there's some extra walk-up tickets that are available. So make sure you check it out. And here's a little promo for get you guys ready for Lester Martinez versus Immanuwel Aleem.
Saturday, March 21st, ProBox TV invades the NOS Event Center as Lester Martinez and Immanuwel Aleem battle for the WBC World Super Middleweight title. Palmdale's Joshua Kevin Anton battles the Uzbeki Punisher. Future Stars action will see LA's undefeated Sam Contreras going for 6 straight wins against Texas veteran Cesar Cantu.
It's Saturday night, and it's time for ProBox TV Championship fights. Tonight, the WBC Interim World Super Middleweight title is on the line. When Immanuwel Aleem from Richmond, Virginia, battles Guatemala's undefeated Lester Martinez, trying to make boxing history by becoming his country's first ever world champion.
Nice right hand!
Don't miss a second of the action as these two warriors battle for a piece of boxing history.
Both guys being extremely aggressive, gentlemen.
And don't miss Joshua Kevin Anton as he tries to remain undefeated in the super welterweight division. ProBox TV's Championship Boxing starts now.
The following is a presentation of ProBox TV.
The wait is over. The ProBox TV Contender Series starts now.
That neither man is willing to give an inch. Stanley is down again! Right on the button.
When you get on ProBox, you're going to have to fight, the 50-50 fight.
Absolute 50-50 fights. That's the promise. That's the delivery. Oh! Shot, and that's it!
The ProBox TV stable is one of the best in boxing right now.
Sink or swim. This is what the fans have been asking for. Stunning performance. At ProBox TV, runners and holders need not apply.
This is what the fans have been asking for. Real boxing.
Two hungry lions, no A-side, no B-side, just great fights.
Count him out. Oh, goodness. That's the ProBox TV motto. Good fighters in great fights.
The ProBox ring is once again in beautiful San Bernardino, California. Now, I will say quickly, Anthony Cuba, unfortunately, will not fight tonight, but we will see him soon. Stacked card, top to bottom, our big three featured fights. A 10-rounder in the featherweight division, undefeated. Albert Chop Chop Gonzalez, coming off a continuous string of dominant wins, looking to put himself as a future title contender. His opponent, 39-year-old Brandon the Hitter Chambers, known for his durability. Our co-main event features unbeaten Kevin Etten, who made a significant step up in his most recent fight back in September, right here on ProBox TV. He faces Kubertio Abdulkakarov. The finisher is a four-time Uzbekistan national champion. And our main event of the evening is for the WBC Interim Super Middleweight World Championship. Lester Martinez is the ambassador for Guatemalan boxing on the global stage. He can become the first champion for his proud nation. He fights the chosen one, Immanuwel Aleem, motivated by a long-term goal of becoming a world champion. A victory tonight, quite simply, would be life-changing. Hi again, everybody. I'm Mike Goldberg, once again reunited with my powerful partners, the former two-time world champion, the Magic Man, Paulie Malignaggi, former world champion, Chris Algieri. Chris, you and I, years ago, with Paulie, called Lester Martinez's fights on ProBox TV. Would it be fair to say that tonight is the perfect night for him to make history?
Absolutely. I mean, the table is set for him to keep progressing and ascending the way that he has been. A year ago, almost to the day, we were in this room, and he scored a brilliant and dominant and savage KO of undefeated Joshawn James. After that, he went on to fight Christian Mbili on the undercard of Crawford and Canelo, put on a Fight of the Year type performance against one of the top fighters in this division, 168. Today, he is here to show that he belongs at the top, to get in those big fights for those world titles, to fight at Canelo Alvarez, to fight a rematch with Christian Mbili. Like I said, the table is set. He's got to perform tonight.
All right, the chosen one has not had quite the same path, quite the same journey to this evening's title fight, has he, Magic Man?
No, you know, his path has been a little bit more staggered. You know, the thing about Immanuwel Aleem is he's a guy who could be on the same path as Lester Martinez, could have been, should I say. You know, at times he's looked phenomenal in great performances against Yevgen Kidrov or even Matt Korobov, where he got the draw, and then Korobov ended up moving on to a title fight with Jamal Charlo and gave Jamal hell. And you look back at those performances by Aleem and you're like, wow, this guy could be the goods. But then all of a sudden you also have other performances like the Hugo Centeno fight and the Ellis fight, the
Ronald Ellis.
Ronald Ellis. I was saying Rashawn for some reason. I don't know why. Ronald Ellis. But regardless, you know, you look at those fights and you're scratching your head like, is that the same guy? So the inconsistency of Aleem, and also, unfortunately, he's not really been rewarded when he's gotten the big result.
Yes.
The times where he got the big result, a lot of times in this business, you get the big result, you move on to something great, you move on to something better. You know, he gets the big result, he's just sitting there waiting, sitting on his hands, then he gets a last-minute call, and before you know it, he's dipped down again, and he's got to start all over again. So he feels like he's on a good roll right now, he's on a good streak, he's got the right team around him, and he feels like this is the moment that he can get the best out of himself. The thing is the best out of himself enough? At times, even when he's at his best, he's a little bit wide with his punches, loves to throw the big punch, makes him fun to watch, but it also opens him up to getting hit with the big shot like we saw in the Centeno fight.
And Chris, Lester Martinez will come right at him utilizing his height advantage and his reach advantage.
Yeah, Lester Martinez is a hyper-aggressive guy, but he also has really good technique. He's got a big amateur background, big power. That's a real difference here. Is Lester Martinez, the biggest puncher that I think Immanuwel Aleem has ever fought, because we're fighting at 168.
Right,
a lot of Aleem's fights are at 160. Now he's moving up in weight to 68, and he's fighting a big puncher at the weight. So you got to look out for the power of Lester Martinez. Plus, again, he's got really good technique, and he's very aggressive. So Immanuwel Aleem's going to have his hands full tonight.
I think the difference in the Mbili fight ended up being, you know, it was a draw. You saw Lester finish stronger because his technique was a little bit tighter and a little bit better. It could be the difference tonight. Aleem has to tighten up his punches a little bit. He's savage himself, is Aleem. He throws big punches, not shy about it. But he's got to tighten up a little bit because Lester's better technique may be the difference, as it was with the Centeno fight, where he got caught with a hook inside of his own hook.
Yes, and Magic Man, you made a point about Aleem and his journey. Tonight is that opportunity he has waited for. Tonight is the biggest fight of his professional career. But we get things started with a 4-round matchup in the flyweight division, and we feature a 3-time amateur world champion, 21-year-old Jocelyn Camarillo. Jocelyn Camarillo comes in at 5'1", both women at 107.4 pounds, 5-inch each advantage for Camarillo. Here is Lupe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you all to the National Orange Show Pavilion here in San Bernardino, California, for an evening of World Championship Boxing. It is another edition of ProBox TV, being presented by Raptor Energy, for real hard workers. Raptor, energía para dar más. Ban Rural tiene la red más grande para cobrar tu remesa, más de 12,000 puntos en toda Guatemala. El amigo que te ayuda a crecer, Ban Rural. As well as the odds for tonight's bouts are being brought to you by Bet Online. Wild Casino, America's most trusted online casino. Wild Casino, let's get wild. Along with White Sands Treatment Center, ranked by Newsweek as one of America's best addiction treatment centers for 6 consecutive years, as well as Boxing Scene, your most trusted source for boxing news. We kick off the action with this bout. Set for 4 rounds in the mini flyweight division. Arrancamos con este duelo, pactado a 4 vueltas, división peso mini mosca. Tonight's bouts are being sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission. Commission chair, we have Peter Villegas. Our executive officer is Andy Foster. Our judges scoring ringside, we had David Soliven, along with Chris Lieben and Eddie Hernandez Sr. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner, presentando en la esquina azul, vestida de negra con color rosado. She steps in wearing black with pink trim. She weighed in at an official 107.5 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 107 libras y media. Esta noche sube al cuadrilátero de ProBox TV en su cuarto combate a nivel profesional, con una victoria y 2 derrotas tonight. She enters the ProBox TV ring for the 4th time as a pro, with 1 victory against 2 losses. From Dickinson, North Dakota, Isis Afakasi Sio. Su oponente en la esquina roja, vestida de amarillo con negro. Her opponent in the red corner, wearing gold with black trim. She weighed in at an identical 107.5 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso idéntico de 107 libras y media. Esta noche, esta campeona nacional amateur busca continuar su éxito a nivel profesional con un récord invicto de 5 victorias. 3 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout tonight. This former national amateur champion looks to continue her success in the pro ranks with an undefeated record of 5-0. 3 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Representing Coachella, California, Jocelyn Camarillo. With final instructions of referee Ivan Guillermo.
Isis, Jocelyn. Isis, Jocelyn, you both received your instructions in the locker room. Right here is low, below my hand here is low, below my hand here is low, all right? We're set for 4 rounds. Let's have a good, clean fight. Good luck.
Fight is scheduled for 4 rounds. 19-year-old Isis Co, 21-year-old Jocelyn Camarillo, unbeaten at 5-0. Here we go. Camarillo and Co. Fight scheduled for 4 rounds, 2-minute rounds, of course. And coming out quickly is the former national champion in amateurs, 3-time amateur national champion in the yellow and black, pink and black for her opponent. Man, she loves going to the body, doesn't she, Chris?
Yeah, both these ladies said they like to come forward, throw heavy shots with both hands. Not a lot of jabbing tonight from these two. Be expected from what they were saying in the fighter meetings yesterday.
Yeah, you know, you see Camarillo likes to close the gap with the jab, but, you know, as Cio told us yesterday, just hooks. She loves to throw the hooks, and she's looking to get close to whipping those left hooks.
Yeah, you can see right away, Camarillo is cleaner. She has big amateur background.
She said, watch out for my killer left hook, did Isis Cio. Midway point of round number 1. Nice uppercut sneaks in for Camarillo.
Yeah, Camarillo placing her punches real nicely right now.
Oh!
Down she goes.
She's out.
She's out. Yeah.
It is all over, just like that.
Wow.
Jocelyn Camarillo with her first career finish.
Isis is still out.
Yeah, and she had her hands down. She just randomly put her hands down on the ropes. If we get a look at the replay, very dangerous. She was up high and just randomly just put her defenses down and didn't react. And so Camarillo was able to just put together a free combination to her head with all power shots. And Cio is out cold right now.
Yeah, and right before that knockout happened, I was saying you could tell Camarillo was really focusing on the body work, and you could see that Isis, you can see the side of her rib cage is getting all red. You can see her while she's laying there. She was stopped to the body in the first round of her last fight. Tonight was not the case. She got stopped to the head.
Wow.
For Camarillo, guys, she is a pressure fighter, and she said coming into this one, and the words are now true, she was not going to let this girl breathe. Aggressive forward movement, and Paulie, a beautiful first-round finish.
Beautiful first-round finish. You know, Cio was willing, and she was trying to engage as well. Obviously, as champ, as you mentioned, it's Camarillo's tighter punches, better form that worked out, and Camarillo really put those punches together. But at the end, it was Cio just randomly. Look, watch, she just puts her hands down.
Yeah, she's
she just hit it with a combination. I don't know what she's doing there. Here, let's see right there. That first hook that hits, she just freezes. You've got to smother. You've got to at least step in, take away the space from Camarillo there. What you're doing here, you either got to cover up, which she's not, or you got to make yourself a small target and smother. She is being carried out of the ring, stretchered out. This is very, very...
This is concerning.
Concerning, because usually you don't see this in a first round, but she's kind of twitching with her foot a little bit, if you see.
Scary knockout here.
Scary knockout. And usually you don't see this kind of danger in a first-round knockout because it's not been enough sustained
And especially
danger.
with females as well.
Yeah, especially with females. It makes you wonder if she was okay before the fight, right? Because a lot of times, like, when things like this happen, it's, you know, somebody has a pre-existing condition before. She's out still.
She's still out. Scary knockout here to open the show.
And frankly, she just didn't get hit enough for it to have all been caused in this fight. Hopefully she's okay, man. Oh man, that's crazy.
Great respect being shown by her opponent, not surprisingly so.
What a ProBox debut for Jocelyn Camarillo.
Now 6-0 with 1 career knockout.
Yeah, and recently been signed by MVP Promotions, so that's a big signing. That's a big fish for them to sign, and as well a big moment for her as well in her career. And she looks good in this ProBox debut tonight.
Put on a show here in her home state to make it official. Let's get it up to Lupe.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the ProBox TV ring, this bout comes to a sudden and dramatic end with an official time of 1 minute, 18 seconds of the opening round. Damas y caballeros, dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, este combate concluye de forma dramática con un tiempo oficial de 1 minuto, 18 segundos del primer episodio. La vencedora por knockout, your winner by way of KO and still undefeated as a professional, Jocelyn Camarillo.
Trained with the national team in Colorado Springs during her amateur days, and she definitely is a rising star at just 21 years old. Very quick finish here in our first fight of the night on ProBox TV from San Bernardino, California. Coming up next, super welterweight matchup. A 6-rounder between Kevin Ventura and Aaron Watson. Kevin Ventura 11-1 with 8 finishes, fighting out of Omaha, Nebraska. Looking for another explosive knockout here tonight on ProBox.
The NOS Event Center as Lester Martinez and Immanuwel Aleem battle for the WBC World Super Middleweight title. Palmdale's Joshua Kevin Anton battles the Uzbeki Punisher. Future Stars action will see LA's undefeated Sam Contreras going for 6 straight wins against Texas veteran Cesar Cantu.
Other now? You guys are good? Okay. You're hearing each other, okay? You guys are good with your voices too?
Okay. Up next, as promised, after an impressive debut by Jocelyn Camarillo, Kevin Ventura, and Aaron Watson. Kevin Ventura, 29 years old, explosive knockout power, 8 knockouts in his 11 wins. Went the distance. Guys in his lone setback. Aaron Watson trying to ruin the show for him tonight.
Yeah, and Ventura's coming off his first loss to Deshaun Prather almost 2 years ago at this point. Well,
Yeah.
almost 3 years ago. So a long-awaited return here, trying to get back in the win column.
He took some breaks in his career. At one point, he had not fought for about 4 years, Paulie, after he got things going. And in 2018, it was a long break until 2022, then a long break until his next one. And as Chris just pointed out, pretty long break since we are seeing him tonight.
Sometimes, things happen. Sometimes you have issues with your career, business issues, sometimes managerial issues. Sometimes you can't get a fight. Sometimes you wind up in jail. Sometimes,
sometimes life's.
I've heard, sometimes life's, and I've seen them all. So I guess we'd have to ask him what the reason was for these layoffs. But he's back in there tonight.
One positive thing I can say is that in this layoff, this 3-year layoff, he's only gone up 3 pounds. Where the first layoff, he went up 20. Wow. So he went up 3 weight classes.
He trained for this one.
Yeah, he stayed in shape.
You see Aaron Watson there. He's developed through his structured boxing programs, really focusing on the fundamentals of the conditioning and his ring awareness. Still trying to build that experience against higher level fights. And the man coming into the ring right now is a higher level fighter. Our tail of the tape for this super welterweight matchup. 29-year-old Ventura against 28-year-old Aaron Watson. 4-inch reach advantage for Kevin Ventura once again as we work our way to a big title fight later tonight. We get it into the one and only Lupe.
We continue with the action here inside the National Orange Show Pavilion. This is ProBox TV, the action being presented to you by Raptor Energy for real hard workers. Raptor, energía para dar más. Ban Rural tiene la red más grande para cobrar tu remesa. Más de 12,000 puntos en toda Guatemala. Ban Rural, el amigo que te ayuda a crecer. Bet Online. The odds for tonight's bets are being brought to you by Bet Online. Wild Casino, America's most trusted online casino. Wild Casino, let's get wild. White Sands Treatment Center, ranked by Newsweek magazine as one of America's top addiction treatment centers for 6 consecutive years. Our mission is to KO the drug and alcohol epidemic. And Boxing Scene, your most trusted source for boxing news. This contest set for 6 rounds or less in the super welterweight division. Este duelo pactado un límite de 6 vueltas, división peso super welter. Los jueces son, the judges are Damian Walton, Fernando Villarreal, and David Soliven. Presenting first, the fighter in the blue corner. He enters wearing the camo trunks, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de color camuflaje. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 154 libras. He tipped the scales at an official 154 pounds. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring with a record of 2 victories. Against 1 loss, 2 bouts even. One of those victories coming by way of knockout. Esta noche, sube el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con un récord de 2 victorias. Una derrota, 2 empates, una victoria por la vía del knockout. Ripping Riverside, California, Aaron Watson. Su oponente en la esquina roja, vestido de plateado con blanco. His opponent in the red corner, wearing silver with white. He weighed in officially at 153 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 153 libras. En 12 combates a nivel profesional, mantiene un récord de 11 victorias, con solo una derrota. 8 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout in 12 bouts as a pro. He has an outstanding record of 11 victories, 1 lone defeat, 8 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of the renowned B&B Boxing, Omaha, Nebraska, Kevin, the Badass Ventura. With final instructions, referee Gerard White.
Come on, Kevin. Okay, Aaron, Kevin, we went over the rules in the dressing room with both of you guys. We're going to work to right here. We'll work to right here. Obey my commands at all times. God bless you.
Bomac, Brian McIntyre in the corner of Kevin Ventura. His opponent, Aaron Watson, training down the road in Riverside, California. Fight scheduled for 6 rounds. Here we go. Camouflage trunks for Watson, white and silver trunks for Ventura.
Watch out for that right hand from Watson. He landed a good one over the top. There's another one.
Nicely over the top.
Yeah, and slipping and sliding as well. Rolled under a nice hook there as Ventura tried to come back with the left hand.
Shoulder roll off the jab. He's got a little bit of style to him.
And you got to, again, with ProBox, you're always going to look past the numbers. This guy's 2-1-2, but obviously knows his way around the ring a little bit.
Unlike those periods of inactivity for Ventura, Watson had 4 fights. Check that. Forget 4 fights in 2025 after turning professional in 2022.
He's letting that right hand go. He's setting it up with the jab. The right hand he's throwing down to the body and to the head. Has landed 3 or 4 already here.
Sure, yeah. It looks like a very educated left hand to start the fight, right?
Yeah,
a couple of good
he's setting it up.
Well.
Yeah, but the right hand is really, I mean, he's throwing it to the body and to the head. He's landed 2 or 3 upstairs.
And not getting greedy, just throwing it and taking what's there, you know? Not trying to overshoot it. There's a good jab by Ventura. He's got to get on that to sort of offset Watson a little bit.
Yeah, Ventura looks like a guy who's been out of the ring for 3 years.
And Chris, I was just going to talk to you about that. It may take a little bit for him to get things going, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, he's got a great team behind him, the B&B boxing team, and Bomac and them, all those guys over there in Omaha. You see Omaha in the front of his trunks.
But nothing like being in real time
like
in the ring,
fight, right?
You know, with small gloves, and the timing is just a little quicker. He's gotten into rhythm a little bit now. He started to use that left hand a little bit as the round progresses. Let's see if Watson can continue the early success he's had once Ventura warms into the fight.
Also, Champ, I feel like once you haven't got hit for a long time, you got to get that first one out of the way.
Yeah. Well, he did very quickly. He got a couple out of the way.
Exactly.
First fight in 2 years and 8 months for Ventura.
Now Watson gets a couple out of the way. He takes a few too.
Yep.
Oh, good body shot by Ventura. That was a real sneaky shot on the inside.
Ventura is starting to warm into this, guys.
Yep, he woke him up.
Oh, there it is again. We call that a rooftop in Brooklyn. Jab to the stomach, right hand to the head. A nice shot.
Setting it up again there.
Yeah.
Is it a rooftop in Long Island too, Chris?
Well, I trained in Brooklyn, so it was a rooftop there too.
There you go.
Same terminology.
Oh, there it is again.
1-0 you, Algeria, just like always.
And Ventura likes these rooftop shots.
Yeah.
You know, jab, low jab, right hand up high. If the deception works well, it lowers your guard with the low jab, and then you're open for the right hand up top.
Yeah, but Ventura's settling in nicely here in round one. Had a shaky first minute of this round, but you see he's starting to put his shots together nicely, changing levels, finding his rhythm.
Final seconds of round number one.
These guys are not having trouble finding each other here.
Nah, they actually enjoy it.
Don't leave it in the back of your head. Yeah, don't worry about it too much. Fight your fight, man. Fight your fight.
Good start to the fight for Aaron Watson. Very powerful finish to that first round for Kevin Ventura, the corner of Watson.
It was a nice ebbs and flows in that first round. Both men had success, but definitely the momentum was in the corner of Ventura as the round came to a close. Look, he was finding his rhythm, landing his power shots pretty much at will.
Always known for his aggressiveness, representing that classic Mexican fighting mentality. Silver and white for Ventura. Camouflage trunks for Watson, round number two. Mike Goldberg, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Great to be here later tonight, our main event for the WBC Interim Super Middleweight World Championship.
Give it to Watson, man. He came to fight tonight.
Yeah, and he starts the round fast again, but this round Ventura met him with some repercussions, shall we say, in waking up himself. In the first round, Watson came out fast, and Ventura sort of needed to wake up. But this round, Watson also came out fast. But Ventura has met him with some resistance, and then they're fighting.
Watson brandishing of some good head movement there, slipping and sliding, getting those shoulders moving in good rhythm. Back on Ventura with those big shots, especially that right hand power shot.
I tell you, Watson better than his record. Yeah, I tell you, Ventura
for sure.
Maybe with the layoff thought he was getting a soft touch, but Watson can't fight again. These ProBox TV matchups, no gimmies here.
There's no such thing as a soft touch.
Even when there's a soft touch, the ProBox TV soft touch is not your average soft touch.
And we were talking about that yesterday, partners, about you can't look at these records and maybe a lack of fights or a setback or two, because these fighters are brought in to bring it, and Watson is a perfect example early.
Nice body shot by Ventura.
You know, Gold, you know what it is. It's the matchmakers at ProBox TV. They do their homework. They watch these guys. They look past the numbers and say, you can fight. You can fight. And they have a good eye for that. So we're not bringing in guys based on their records. You're bringing them in based whether they can fight or not. Aaron Watson can fight.
Yes.
Oh, big right hand. That hurt him.
Yeah, it hurt him a little bit.
Ventura to the body.
Excellent follow-up by Ventura, picking his punches well.
Tell you, Watson has a good sense of position, though. He doesn't bust position too much, so he can return fire, but he has to be careful not getting himself caught clean in that position, because he does stay in punching range a lot, so he's got to continue to try to be slippery in there. And he's getting less slippery as this round progresses.
And Champ, he didn't panic when he got hit. He got clipped with that shot. It looked like it rung his bell a little bit, but like you said, he stayed in the pocket, didn't break position, came back with his own power shots, and is still trading with good success, too.
Yeah, and keeping a low center of gravity here on the inside, which is what you want to do.
Watch out for that uppercut from Ventura.
And he's starting to put punches together, guys.
Yeah, you're seeing Watson. He's bending over that front foot a little bit more and more. And see Ventura sees
looking
it.
for the uppercut.
Yep, he's looking for it.
Ventura is known for that sharp mid-range punching, hooks, overhands, and tonight he's had some good uppercuts that have landed on his opponent. Aaron Watson, final seconds of round two.
I like the left hook to the body this round by Ventura. He started to really use it nicely.
Champ, I was just going to say, well, Bomac screaming his head off to throw that left hook to the body. It's there.
Yeah, and he's been using it well this round.
Stay like that, guys.
Earlier this this week at the official press conference, Martinez and Aleem, both very respectful that day, you guys, but both very determined to come away with that green belt, that famous WBC green belt, in our main event later tonight.
And both very confident,
yes.
Goldie, very confident from both sides. Here we see some of that action back in round 2. Watson started out the round strong again, like you said, champ. But Ventura really came back with some nice pressure, some good shots. Looked like he wrung Watson for a moment there with a right hand, but was also digging down to the body, especially with the left hook, quite well toward the end of the round.
Yeah, it seemed like in the first round, Ventura got his bearings in the second half of the round. This time in the second round, when Watson's tried to start fast, he was met with resistance right away on the part of Ventura. So Ventura has warmed into the fight. And maybe in the beginning of the first round, it might have been due to the layoff that he was not getting into the fight at first.
Round number 3, white trunks with a little silver for Kevin Ventura. Aaron Watson in the camouflage. Again in this round, he comes out early on and applies pressure. It was most notable in round number 1.
Again, Watson starting the rounds very strong, coming forward, very aggressive, letting both hands go. You see him being very physical, too, actually pushing Ventura back into the ropes.
And staying in that pocket, Paulie, taking away the reach advantage of Kevin Ventura.
Yeah, Ventura nice, though, with that pivot off the ropes to turn the positioning of the ring around to his advantage. But again, yeah, like you guys say, Watson continuing to try to give that uncomfortable look in the face of Ventura.
And Ventura's got a nice shoulder rhythm. He keeps the upper body moving.
Yeah, Ventura landing out the better punches. He's a little sharper, a little clash of heads there. They got to be careful as they fight at close range. But Watson, undaunted, though, continues to try to make it uncomfortable for Ventura, making him earn his money tonight. Nice body shot again by Ventura. That's what Bomac wanted to see. Ventura continuing that after the success he had with it in the last round.
As Chris mentioned at the top, it's been a layoff again for Kevin Ventura, coming off the first career setback of his career.
Yeah, exactly, Goldie. And there's a lot of questions when you are coming off a loss, especially when it's been 3 years.
Yes.
And Watson is not an easy touch, not a kind of guy you necessarily want to come back to if you're not ready to get into the fray.
Prather 15-1 going into that fight. We are in the third, scheduled for 6.
Oh, nice hook there from Ventura on the inside. Good timing shot as Watson tried to close the gap.
Getting a little chippy here. Both guys pushing each other off.
Yeah, like some clashes of heads again happening there as well as Watson is starting to fall in a little bit with his head. You see Ventura looking for the uppercut at times because, like you guys said, he's falling over his knees, but it is causing some clashes of heads now as Watson falls in.
Good body shot again landed, changing levels nicely. Kevin Ventura.
Yeah, Ventura, he's having more success in mid-range like that with a right hand over the top there. Watson knows that. That's why he's trying to close the distance, smother the technique of Ventura. But it's getting a little ugly on the inside, like you said, champ. Headbutts, elbows.
And, Paulie, that's what I mentioned last round. The smothering, you guys, as you see, takes away that reach advantage. Now
you gotta work
he's able to utilize it.
Yeah, now you got to work at a different distance. But now Ventura's trying to step away a little bit. I think the clash of heads may be reminding him to say, okay, let me keep a little bit of distance and use my reach. But Watson continues to try to come forward. Either way, Ventura is getting the better of the action, but Watson very game.
Nice body shot right at the end of the round here by Ventura. Goes back down to the body again.
But I definitely need you to keep your head moving on both sides while you're working, because he's looking for stuff, and I just want you to work on that. You know what I mean? Work around that. But keep on grinding. Keep on grinding. And look, I don't want no blank spot standing up straight and let them come to you. All right? All right?
Ventura, Watson. Super welterweight matchup continues. Round number 4. White and silver for Ventura, camouflage for Watson. Worthy of note, this is the 4th round, yes. but this is the first fight scheduled for 6 rounds for Aaron Watson. So let's keep a very close eye on the gas tank of the man in the camouflage trunks.
He has been pushing the fight well, though. You know,
Yes.
I don't know. I don't have it in my head, but he's certainly been, forcing Ventura to earn his money tonight, right, champ?
Yeah, and he's fighting at a high clip too. He's coming out strong each and every round. He's doing it again once again here. They're trying to push the action.
But basing it off position too, he's not burning a lot of energy. He's not wasting energy. He's coming forward and using the energy that's needed, which is puts him in a position to use a lot of energy. But he's not wasting it. Not making big moves, keeping everything tight.
And very close, guys, and the total punches landed. And Ventura, even though Watson came out so strong, Ventura actually had the biggest margin in total punches landed in that very first round.
Yeah, that makes sense because he finished the round strong and was landing at a high clip, well, very precise with his shots, whereas Watson was landing shots in the early part of the round, but Ventura, once he got his sea legs under him, or his boxing legs, wasn't getting hit quite as much.
Midway point of round number 4. Watson's here to fight. We've talked about it already.
Yeah, no question. And only his 6th fight. He's showing a good awareness of not breaking position, not wasting energy, picking his punches well.
Yeah, and he's continuing to push the fight. So it's forcing Ventura to also have a high clip, guys, because Ventura has to constantly meet him with punches if they're going to fight at this range.
Which, coming back, after 3 years off, right into a 6th round with a guy who's going to be in your face all night.
Yeah. You'd like to see Ventura go back to that left hook to the body. He's sort of gone away from it this round. He could probably help himself by doing it, by getting back to the body.
And a guy who had probably 4 fights last year in Aaron Watson.
Yeah, he's keeping it. There's a hook to the body by Ventura. There, he brought it back.
Oh,
good body shot there
right
by
back,
Watson, right?
Nice little shuttle punch right down the middle to the solar plexus. That could take the wind out of you real quick. Yeah, Watson's a tough cookie, man. He understands where he needs to be. He looks like he's in good condition tonight, taking the punches well, not making it easy for Ventura. Oh,
shot.
Big right hand over the top.
It's partially rolled with what Watson did, but not that body shot.
There it is again.
Watson in bout number 6 professionally tonight has not been stopped. Had a couple of draws. His only setback was by unanimous decision in a 4-rounder.
To an undefeated fighter, Goldie.
Absolutely.
Oh, that body shot.
Get close to the round by Ventura, guys.
Both men have really sensed that into the round, which we talk about all the time.
Yeah.
You want to leave that impression on the judges. I think
close it strong.
Both men are leaving impressions though at the end of rounds.
Yeah. But Ventura at the end of the round really found a home for some of those bigger punches and more eye-catching shots. There's a nice left hook from the last round champion. There's a little rooftop right hand, partially rolled by Watson.
But he was not rolling those body shots.
Nah.
He got hit with several.
Unfortunately, the body shots are tough to roll with.
Which is why Bomac is calling for the left hook, because you're seeing the upper body rhythm of Watson all night. He's moving his head quite well on the inside. He's got good awareness, but that body doesn't move the same way as the head.
Kevin not really reliant on one-punch knockout power. Breaks down his opponents by utilizing an accumulation of power punches. Round number 5, first round 5 in the career of Aaron Watson. Power punches landed. Watson plus 13. And you see the trend in the 2nd round, 3rd round, and then last round starting to go the way, as you guys have talked about, of Kevin Ventura.
Yeah, that's the transition into that inside work where you're getting a lot more contact between these two. They're not the shots. They're called power punches. That just means they're non-jabs. They don't look like super hard punches on the inside, but they're counted as power punches.
Now I know, Paulie, you would say that the jab can definitively be a power punch.
Oh, you can do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I'm also seeing Ventura landing more punches, but that's just my eyes.
Yeah.
Definitely the cleaner shots, no question. Boom, like that. Big left hook upstairs.
Good work inside by Ventura.
And Watson comes right back, though. He's very game.
Fighting out of Riverside, not far away from where we are in San Bernardino tonight.
Watson, one of those guys, you look at his record, he's 2-1-2. It's like, man, that's a tough 2-1-2.
Yeah.
Oh, good overhand shot there. So the spray of sweat off the hair of Watson.
The rooftop.
Rooftop over the top.
Over the top. Good body shot by Watson.
Nice little step around there by Ventura. Didn't capitalize on it, but got himself out of danger.
Yeah, he's done that a few times tonight, stepping around and changing the positioning on Watson when Watson's pressuring, and then all of a sudden he loses all the work that he did just by a spin around by Ventura. Now Watson has Ventura again in a bad position on the ropes. Let's see if Ventura uses that spin and step around again.
And Watson heard the corner say the rooftop.
And Watson doing a good job of putting the pressure and keeping it on, really dictating where this fight is fought right now in this round.
He is definitely known for his durability.
Yeah, shrunk say Teflon.
There you go.
There you go.
Yep.
Oh,
you could hear that one. Maybe the biggest landing to the body, or maybe that one so far in the fight by Kevin Ventura.
That was clean, real clean.
Yeah, that made Watson hold on a little bit.
Yeah, I thought Watson was hurt at the end of last round with a couple of those left hooks to the liver. He looked uncomfortable in the corner. Those sit with you, those body shots. Oh, heard that one. Good work here from Ventura. You know, it seems like champ, like at the beginning of every round, Watson, pressure. Not super clean work, but Ventura at the end of the round, landing bombs.
Yeah, but it doesn't get through the gloves, really. What Watson doesn't really get through the gloves that much. He'll catch Ventura at times on the tail end, but you're not supposed to be counting the stats when the shots are on the gloves. Oof.
No, I just meant that it's pressure.
Great finish to this round for Kevin Ventura.
Body shot starting to take a toll, guys.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Getting set for the 6th and final round. The corner of Aaron Watson. The corner of Kevin Ventura. 3 minutes remain. Strong finish to round 5 for Kevin Ventura, looking to move to 12-1 in his professional career.
It's a good comeback fight for Ventura. He's been out of the ring for quite some time. He's got a tough guy in front of him who's making him earn it.
Really landing with power, Paulie, here early in 6.
Yeah, and this is the final round, so there's not a save it for him. Might as well try to finish strong for both parties, right?
Yeah, I think Ventura, he's gotten better as the rounds have gone on. You've seen his clean work. You know, but again, he's got a guy in front of him who's making him work.
Yeah, knock the rust off a little bit. Good work here tonight for Ventura. Good opponent to bring him back from the layoff as well.
Yeah, ProBox is a tough platform to rebuild. You're going to be in tough fights regardless. Good body shot once again.
You got to start giving credit to Watson for the body shot that he has taken. In the beginning, we were saying that Ventura should be going to the body. Maybe it's going to slow down Watson, but Watson's taking them, and he's still hanging around. Still game here at center ring.
I think it is slowing him down, has slowed him down. This fight could be closer if not for those body shots, because it does look like Watson is in superb condition.
And always stepping to Ventura. Whenever Ventura creates space, Watson is once again stepping right to him.
He's game. Yep. What can you say?
Still in it, latter part of the 6th and final round in Aaron Watson's first 6-rounder.
Not in it on my scorecard, but he's still in the fray. He's still in the fight.
Exactly. Still up, still battling.
I would like to see a more authoritative jab from Ventura as he does get distance. He kind of paused it out there.
Yeah, a little pushed out, right? It's a little bit pushed out.
Watson landed a good uppercut to the inside there moments ago. Really just fighting off attrition right now, because I do believe those body shots have a big effect.
Spin around by Ventura again. to change the position of the ring on Watson, but you see Watson right away looking to close the gap, even if when Ventura does regain position. The thing is, Watson does a good job of getting position, but he doesn't do a good job about punching Ventura. You see the swelling on the face of Watson now, underneath the right eye a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure those uppercuts up the middle weren't helping with the swelling of those eyes.
After an 8-fight finish streak for Kevin Ventura, he's about to go the distance for the 4th straight time.
He's fatigue setting in a little bit for both men here. I think that's the longest we've seen them not throw punches, being just head-to-head on the inside.
Final seconds.
Ooh, nice combo there.
Chop him down, chop him up. It's now in the hands of the judges.
Nice little scrap.
Good work, 6 rounds of work for Ventura. Knocking off the rust.
Big smile on his face. Looks like he's happy to be back.
Had a guy in front of him will force him to do some work and work on some things. And again, the right kind of opponent to knock off the rust, get a win, but also it's not a hand me down win. It's a win where you got to think your way through it and physically grind. And it's the kind of
fight you want. It's the kind of fight you want in your career.
Fight you want after a bit of a layoff. Put you right back into the rhythm of things.
I remember one of my comebacks, I came off a 2.5-year layoff, and I had this tough Mexican guy who never been stopped. Had to go 10 rounds for my comeback fight, but I was like, I'm ready for big fights now.
Yeah. You get your timing back in these kind of fights, especially when you got a guy who's game and pushing you and making you, use the punches you have in your arsenal, think your way through things. It's the kind of work you want.
Judges rendering their decision. Final numbers, 304 jabs thrown by Ventura. Pretty even on the total punches. Power punches actually going the way of Watson. But in the end, as both of you guys alluded to, Ventura in the latter rounds really started to take over.
Yeah, he sure did. And Watson remained game, but just was there to be hit more. Ventura remained with that conditioning and kept using the punches, and Watson just, getting game, but took the shots.
Chris, like you said, when I said still in it or still in there, you said, well, not maybe still in it on the cards, but impressive performance.
Right, yeah, he pushed. He was still in the fight, but not necessarily in it on the official scorecard.
Not necessarily winning it.
Yeah, right. Or winning even rounds.
Judges rendering their decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're going all 6 rounds inside the ProBox TV ring. All 3 judges are in complete agreement with identical scores of 60-54. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 6 vueltas, los 3 jueces están de acuerdo con tarjetas idénticas de 60-54 a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. In favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision, Kevin, the Badass Ventura.
Unanimous decision victory for Kevin Ventura. Sweeps the scorecards, and he is back, and I would imagine not looking to take another long break away from the ring.
Well, let's hope not.
Yes,
because he's had several long layoffs, but he definitely seemed like he busted off the rust early in that fight. Looked good down the stretch. Got some nice work in against a very game opponent in Aaron Watson. And you can tell by the smile on his face that Ventura is looking forward to resuming his career once again.
I got all your books.
pause on the action as we prepare for our live broadcast coming up at the top of the hour. But we do invite you to join us along. Go to YouTube, ProBox TV, to follow along with the action. You can catch all the auxiliary programming there as well. Once again, we will be taking a brief pause in the action. Please enjoy the facilities. Enjoy all the concessions, and make sure you log on to ProBox TV on our YouTube channel to follow along with the action.
Unfortunately, as our night continues, we lost a 6-round super lightweight matchup featuring Lolo, Charles Harris Jr., his opponent unable to fight. When it came to it, we just found out, guys, right before we were set to go live tonight, and there is Lolo next to Paulie. And first of all, it was great to meet you at the fighter meetings. Your upbeat attitude, Lolo, is absolutely tremendous. I was so pumped because it would have been my first time to call your fight tonight. The most disappointed of all of us has to be you, though.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed. You know, at the end of the day, it's boxing, though. It happens, you know. It's not in my control. You know, I can't just sit around and be sad all day. You know, we got to keep pushing and on to the next.
You know, obviously you're always in shape. You know, Bomac and the crew keep you in good shape and get you sharp. Obviously, this is more disappointing because you wanted to fight in San Bernardino, right? This is where you're from, your hometown. So likely you sold a lot of tickets and whatnot. But seriously, you didn't fight tonight, so you could get back in there soon enough, right?
Yes, we're looking at 6 weeks. 6 weeks from now, to take a little reset and then get right back to it.
Yeah, Lolo, first of all, I was very excited to call your fight again. We've called your fights on our air before, and you've looked very, very impressive.
Thank you.
I know you were really looking forward to getting back in the ring tonight.
Yeah.
Obviously, it wasn't in the cards, but you know, Bomac was saying he wants to keep you busy this year. He wants to get you back in over and over again. It's a real shame this didn't come through.
Yeah.
So is there any talk already about coming back in the next 6 weeks? You said that. I mean, as soon as possible, really, because you're already in shape.
Yes, it's as soon as possible. But we're looking at the next 6 weeks, though. You know, it's been a good, very good, nice, long, good camp. But we'll be back, and we'll be back stronger than ever.
So Lolo not fighting tonight, and so you get a little break, unwanted, but we've got the lighting going on, the strobe lights. Are you already in the club mood at least for a couple hours? Because you got this place electric.
Yeah, I don't think it's just me. I think it's my teammate, Lester Martinez, that's going to put on a great performance tonight and God willing, bring the victory back home. But yeah, man, it's electrifying. I love it. I love seeing everyone out here just coming to support and just man, this is what boxing is about.
And we talked about that in the fighter meetings, just the vibe that was in camp because Lester has the opportunity to make history tonight.
Yes. I've been alongside with him this camp, and man, I'm gonna tell you, man, he's really ready. He's in shape.
Impressive.
He's been looking very good in camp, and man, I can't wait to be here and just cheering him on.
You know, speaking of impressive, Lolo, you know, every time you fight, you know, we're very impressed with your style and your maturation as a man and as a pro.
Thank you.
Where do you see yourself having improved, you know, from fight to fight in the past year or so? You know, what do you think you've come along? Where do you think, in what aspect of your game have you come along the most, do you think, in the past year?
The most, I would say, just getting more comfortable in the ring. You know, as a professional, as a young professional, just getting more comfortable and just continuing to listen to my coaches and just to do right. You know, so I would say that.
You know, aside from, you know, we're talking about your skills and everything that we've seen you do, and when you have a keen eye, you can really see the things that you do in there. You got some really nice movements.
Thank you.
But also, what's so impressive to me is also your mindset, the way that you are. You know, even just now, like, yes, you're very upset that this fight fell through. I remember those days. I remember when fights would fall through early in your career. It's hard to stay up. You seem like you have a really good attitude, and I think that's why, you know, we see, you know, from the B&B camp, everyone is, you know, so positive around you. You know, how do you keep yourself in that mindset to be positive, even though, you know, listen, boxing's a hard road?
You know, like I said, it's boxing. It happens. You know, I can't sit around and be sad. You know, I gotta stay positive and keep it moving. You know, there's no point in negative. Always stay positive. I just feel like it's God's timing. You know, if maybe this fight didn't happen for a certain reason, you know, that we don't know. So it's all in God's timing.
All three of us will be right here when you do. get your next fight, and we cannot wait. Charles, thank you very much.
I can't wait either. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, cheer on your teammate tonight.
Yes, sir.
All right, little history can be made. Unfortunately, no Lolo tonight, but I'm telling you, and you guys have called his fights before. You know him. I just met him. What a nice young man. Very enthusiastic, very energetic. And he fights that way, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got a very nice style. He's sharp. He's smart. You know, he brings it, which is why we could tell in the fighter meetings how excited the team is for him, to see him fight, to see him busy this year. You know, unfortunately, tonight's not the night, but you heard from the young man himself. He's got the right mindset to make it in this sport.
Yeah, and Champ, you know, we always notice the improvements Lolo makes. We see him coming along more and more. And so it really is one of the reasons why it's always a pleasure to see him again and see where he's coming along and see his continued maturing process, and why there is a high expectation of him as a prospect and professional boxer.
Well, let's look back at Ventura and Watson. Kevin Ventura looking to go all the way. First time 6 rounds for Aaron Watson. Good start for Watson, but then Ventura probably just took over more and more and more as the fight continued.
Yeah, Watson was game in front of Ventura the whole time, but Ventura just had a bit more wrinkles, right, champion, and was able to find the openings and use the correct punches and get the scoring shots. But Watson forced him to use the entire toolkit, I'd say.
And champion, this is one of those fights where you can look on Box Track. The guy 60-54 3 times. He won every round. Hey, he had to earn every single one of those rounds. A good learning experience. A nice way to break up the rust for Ventura.
Absolutely.
Coming up next, we continue the great matchups, and our main event of the evening is for the WBC Super Middleweight Interim World Championship. Lester Martinez looking to make history, representing proudly his home nation of Guatemala. The chosen one is looking to take that man, Lester Martinez, out tonight and change his life drastically. They are all out for Lester tonight, Chris Algieri.
Yeah, I mean, it's packed in here. It's starting to swell and swell in here. Everybody's packing the house. It's early in the card. You know, Lester's a couple hours away, but the very enthusiastic Guatemalan fans are already here.
They were at the press conference.
Yeah.
They will be, and more so tonight.
And then passionate boxing fans, they're showing up for the entire card. And you know what? For ProBox TV, it is good to show up for the entire card because there's good entertaining fights all night.
We saw a tremendous knockout early from Jocelyn Camarillo, and then 6 rounds of super welterweight fighting between Ventura and Watson. We'll check back in, top of the hour, and continue our night right here live on ProBox TV. The anticipation is building. The presser continue to set the tone. What happened on the undercard of Crawford and Canella put a bigger, larger, brighter spotlight on Lester Martinez, and he's looking to take advantage of it all later tonight from San Bernardino.
Saturday, March 28th, ProBox TV's Contender series is bringing a storm of flying leather to Thunder Studios in Long Beach. Career fortunes will be on the line in the main event as Mexican super bantamweight warrior Brian Acosta collides with 2-time world title challenger Ronnie Rios in a crossroads battle. Then in the co-main event, Rene Tellez Giron will go 10 rounds or less with 20-2 Mayhem Maliak Montgomery.
It's Saturday night, and it's time for ProBox TV Championship fights. Tonight, the WBC Interim World Super Middleweight title is on the line. When Immanuwel Aleem from Richmond, Virginia, battles Guatemala's undefeated Lester Martinez, trying to make boxing history by becoming his country's first ever world champion.
Nice right hand!
Don't miss a second of the action as these two warriors battle for a piece of boxing history.
Both guys being extremely aggressive, gentlemen.
And don't miss Joshua Kevin Anton as he tries to remain undefeated in the super welterweight division. ProBox TV's Championship Boxing starts now.
The following is a presentation of ProBox TV.
The wait is over. The ProBox TV Contender Series starts now.
Yeah, neither man is willing to give an inch. Middleweight is down again. Right on the button.
When you get on ProBox, you're going to have to fight, the 50-50 fight.
Absolute 50-50 fights. That's the promise. That's the delivery.
The ProBox TV stable is one of the best in boxing right now.
Sink or swim. This is what the fans have been asking for. A stunning performance. At ProBox TV, runners and holders need not apply.
This is what the fans have been asking for. Real boxing.
Two hungry lions, no A-side, no B-side, just great fights.
Count him out. Oh, goodness. That's the ProBox TV motto. Good fighters in great fights.
The ProBox TV ring once again in San Bernardino, California. Quick note, unfortunately, Anthony Cuba will not fight tonight, but we will see him soon. Our big three featured fights on the card this evening. 10-rounder in the featherweight division. Chop, chop. Albert Gonzalez, 16-0 with 9 knockouts, continuing to look to put together a string of dominant wins as he faces 39-year-old Brandon the Hitter Chambers. Our co-main event of the evening is scheduled for 10 in the super welterweight division. Undefeated Kevin Anton, 12 wins, 11 finishes, made a significant step up in his most recent fight here on ProBox TV. He will take on Kugatio Abdukakarov, the finisher from Uzbekistan. And in our main event of the evening, a 12-round fight for the WBC Interim Super Middleweight World Championship. Lester Martinez is the ambassador for Guatemalan boxing on the global stage. Tonight, will he become the first world champion from his proud nation? Facing him, the chosen one, Immanuwel Aleem. With a win tonight, one thing is for certain, it will be life-changing for Immanuwel Aleem. Hi again, everybody. I'm Mike Goldberg, joined by my powerful partners, the former two-time world champion, the Magic Man, Paulie Malignaggi, world champion, Chris Algieri. Great to be back together, put the band back together tonight for what is a magnificent main event. And Chris, as we look at the path of Lester Martinez, he's been on ProBox TV before. Is tonight truly the perfect night for him to make history?
Well, it could be. A year ago, almost to the day, he was in here and scored a dominant and, I mean, vicious KO of Joshawn James, who was undefeated at the time. Since then, after that fight, he had a fight with Christian Mbili, fight of the year performance, which really let the world know who Lester Martinez is. He's got to go out here tonight and put another performance on like that, because he's got a very tough guy in front of him. He's a guy, though, that can make him look good and really push him into that upper level, getting a championship tonight and looking to fight for the whole title his next time out, and possibly a showdown with either Christian Mbili, a rematch, or Canelo Alvarez, which would be a huge dream come true opportunity for Lester Martinez.
And you talked about the fight on the undercard of Bud Crawford and Canelo Alvarez, Chris, and so the spotlight is the brightest it's ever been on Lester Martinez, who has gone on that smooth path, unlike the chosen one, his opponent, who's had some jags in the road, if you will, some potholes, right, Paulie?
Yeah, Goldie, that's a good way to describe it. You know, while the champ mentioned how the world is getting to know who Lester Martinez is, it seems like the world is still trying to figure out who Immanuwel Aleem is. Sometimes you see him and he looks like the goods with some really good wins, even wins you don't expect him to get. He comes out, he looks explosive, always has that game-changing, exciting power. And then sometimes he shows up and you leave you scratching your head and you're wondering, who's this guy? What happened to the guy I saw last time? You know, so, you know, he's had some momentum changes in his career, had some upsets, has had fights where he's been beaten where you expected more of him. And then also the political side of the business, you know, maybe management and then promotionally wasn't able to get the fights that he deserved coming off of the good wins that he had. Ended up getting some really nice wins, because he was mentioning about Kitrov, where he got the big win over Kitrov. It was a big upset, and then he just had to sit on his hands and really was not able to be rewarded with a bigger fight afterwards, and then ended up having to take a fight with on short notice instead. head and got beat. You know, so really the politics of the game have not treated him well. He himself has sometimes maybe not been ready for the big opportunities as he should have. Tonight, it's a chance to all come together. He's on a good momentum swing in his career, having run off some good wins on the trot, so to speak, as they say in the UK. And really tonight, an opportunity to get the biggest win of his career. But it could be the most dangerous opponent. He's got to tighten up those punches. At times can be a little wide, gets exciting. It's part of what makes him fun, but at the same time, it makes him susceptible to the big punch. And Lester Martinez not only has a big punch, he knows how to throw those shots really short.
You said bigger many times about the big fight, but bigger, longer is Lester Martinez. He's going to look, Paulie, to utilize that very early.
Yeah, I think so. I think Lester in the Mbili fight realized that if he can get a little bit of separation, he can get more leverage on his big punches. Lester is not a guy who's going to fight you at range all the time, though. He likes to be in the trenches. He likes to be able to throw those big shots, but at the same time, he will realize that to get the max leverage on his shot, there has to be a little bit of separation. He throws those shots short, right, Chamberlain? That's where Aleem has to be careful.
And also, if we're talking about bigger, this weight class is bigger. Lester Martinez is the biggest high-level opponent that Immanuwel Aleem has faced. Most of his big fights are at 160. You mentioned those fights to Kitrov, Coria, Ellis. Those are all at 160 pounds. This is 68. You know, this fight is going to be the biggest guys, but also Lester's a big puncher at 68. So like you said, Champ, he's got to make sure those punches stay nice and tight, because Lester, although he's a power puncher and he's hyper aggressive, he's also very technical. He's got a very good amateur pedigree, very good amateur background, which we saw in the Christian Mbili fight. That's what really separated him from Mbili, was his technique, not his power. So tonight, if Immanuwel Aleem wants to be successful, he's got to keep those punches tight, just like the champ said. And for Lester, he's got to do what he does and beat Lester.
It is our main event. It is for a world championship right here on ProBox TV. Tail of the tape for our next fight. 4 rounds in the bantamweight division. Luis Coria and Lito Dante. Everything pretty equal with these two men, except their ages. Let's get it up to Lupe.
Inside the National Orange Show Pavilion, San Bernardino, California. It is ProBox TV, the action being brought to you by Raptor Energy. For real hard workers, Raptor Energy para dar más. Ban Rural tiene la red más grande para cobrar tu remesa. Más de 12,000 puntos en toda Guatemala. Ban Rural, el amigo que te ayuda a crecer. The odds for tonight's bouts are being brought to you by Bet Online, as well as Wild Casino, America's most trusted online casino. Wild Casino, let's get wild, along with White Sands Treatment Center. Ranked by Newsweek magazine as one of America's top addiction treatment centers for 6 consecutive years. Our mission is to KO the drug and alcohol epidemic, along with Boxing Scene, your most trusted source for boxing news. This contest, set for 4 rounds or less in the super flyweight division. Este duelo, 4 vueltas, división peso super mosca. Los jueces, the judges, Zachary Young, along with Chris Lieben and Carla Caiz. Presenting first, the fighter in the red corner. He enters wearing blue with orange trim, presentando en la esquina azul. Vestido de azul con vivos color naranja, su peso oficial. 114 libras, his official weight, 114 pounds. Esta noche, este veterano aguerrido entra en su 42ª vez a nivel profesional, con 21 victorias, 16 derrotas, 4 empates, 12 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this battle-tested veteran enters the ring for the 42nd time as a pro with 21 victories against 16 losses, 4 bouts even, 12 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Sierra Bullones, the Philippines, Lito Naruto Dante. In the red corner, wearing black with silver en la esquina roja, vestida de negro con color plateado, su peso oficial 114 libras y 3 cuartos. His official weight 114 3/4 pounds. Tonight, this top prospect takes a huge leap in competition and looks to remain undefeated with 4 victories. All 4 victories coming by way of KO esta noche. Este prospecto codiciano toma un enorme salto a nivel de competencia y busca mantenerse invicto con 4 victorias. Todas sus 4 victorias por la vía del knockout. Representing the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy, Moreno Valley, California, Luis Coria Jr. Our referee with final instructions, Ivan Guillermo.
Luis Lito. Luis Lito, you both received your instructions in the locker room. This right here and down is low. You can work from here and down. It's low, okay? You guys got 4 rounds. Good luck.
4-round bantamweight matchup. 19-year-old Louis against the Philippines, Lito Dante, 36 years old. Tonight, his 42nd professional bout.
That's wild. Because Coria is fighting in his 5th professional fight.
Exactly.
The guy at that level of experience. Granted, he's got an upside-down record, 21-16, but still, experience is experience.
Here we go. Dante's on fire. He's got flames with those black trunks, black and silver for Camarillo.
And of those 16 losses of Dante, he's only been stopped 1 time.
Yeah.
So, you know, the guy goes the distance. He's obviously durable, knows his way around the ring. Let's see what the young Coria can do with someone with this level of experience and durability.
Quick uppercut early.
Ooh.
Dante's the one flaming, guys. Sorry about that. Coria in the black and silver, working and training out of the beautiful Robert Garcia Academy.
I don't know about you, Champ. Right away, I see a massive size difference. Coria just looks like a much bigger man. If you look at the record of Dante, a lot of his fights are at minimum weight.
Yeah.
This one here is at, I believe, flyweight.
Yeah, he's got the experience. A lot of times these guys know how to wait around. Maybe they get outworked in the round. This is going to be sort of a gain your experience fight for Coria. He's got only 4 fights. He's gone the distance every time, so maybe they're trying to get him some rounds against a durable veteran, a guy who, you know, maybe will be, even though he's smaller, will be tougher to stop because he won't waste energy and he won't put himself in position to get knocked out.
Well, if Coria keeps landing that uppercut like he has, you know, he might not get rounds like they expect.
You're going to always deal with the youth energy when you got a young prospect, but at the same time, the inexperience. You see, you get you clip little shots like that.
That's the 3rd one he landed.
Make you slow down a little bit.
Third right hand he landed.
Make you think a little bit.
Coria 4-0, finishes in all 4 of his professional fights. 1 in the first, 2 in the second, coming off a 3rd round finish back in January of this year.
I like what I see already from Coria. He's nice feints. He's got a good left hand. He varies it up. I like the uppercuts up the middle. He's got a shorter opponent, so it's a good weapon that he's utilizing right away.
And you can see the experience of Dante as well. He's not these kind of guys. They don't really fight to win if you got too much energy. What they do is they look to change the look, change the heights, change the levels. They'll throw the occasional little counter shot to keep you honest, and they know how to go rounds. You know, but usually they don't have enough to offset the youth energy of a guy like Coria. Although if you piss him off, he may throw a combination like he did right there.
And Dante at this point, at this stage, he's a little your turn, my turn. He will throw a couple pot shots in the middle with you, like that right hand that we've seen. And we see a little red mark on the forehead of the young Coria from those right hands. But for the most part, he's waiting for Coria to be done before he exchanges.
And he doesn't engage first. You see, like, he sort of waits. He's got a little bit of sparring partner mentality, a bit of journeyman mentality. Again, it seems like the kind of opponent that's there trying to get Coria some rounds tonight.
And Dante has really established himself as one of the Philippines' toughest road warriors.
Kaya? Ha? Okay. Okay. So, then, gamit ka jab. Kasi naka-straight lang sa'yo. Naka-diretso lang siya.
You guys made a great point.
One to one. Bigla-bigla lang.
For the young man building his career early, he's facing a durable Filipino. But he put together some nice punches, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, Dante, you see him with that little tricky right hand that he throws in the middle. Like I said, for the most part, it was your turn, my turn. But he would throw in that trick shot there, which had some success. He landed like 2 or 3 of them in that first round. But Coria, with that youthful energy and size, is winning the day here, going to round 2.
Round number 2, black and silver for Luis Coria, black and orange for Lito Dante from the Philippines.
I like the calmness from Coria. You know, he's walking him down, closing the distance, keeping himself in good position.
If you're working and training with Robert Garcia, then one of the best in the business sees something in you.
Ooh, nice work.
And Coria has taken short notice fights already in his career. This one he had a good camp for, and he's turning it on here early in round number 2.
There's a little shoulder roll there by Dante.
Dante's looking for that right hand. Coria dug a nice big body shot. There's the right hand over the top. Yeah, he's banking on that thing.
Yeah, a little loading his back foot to try to set it up.
Ooh, good right
A rooftop
hand.
shot there from Coria.
Punch right through the guard.
There's that uppercut again for you mentioned in round 1, champ.
Dante's one of those guys, man. You got to dig down to the body. You got to get in there into that liver side of the solar plexus.
Bread basket.
Yep, exactly.
That's what they call it, Goldie, the bread basket.
They do indeed. They do indeed.
Or Teddy used to always say, putting water in the basement.
Yeah. Yep.
Which I never understood. That sounds cool.
You sink them.
Yeah,
you know, when the ship gets water in the basement, it starts to sink.
Ships have a basement?
Well, the lower ones, like the Titanic. What was that?
I think it's a hull. I think it would be a hull.
Oh, that's what. Yeah, see the proper terminology.
Chris, wouldn't the basement be that little tricky Muay Thai trip? That would be more the basement back in your kickboxing days.
I mean, Dante's from the Philippines, and he's wearing kickboxer trunks, so I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, good movement here from Coria. See how he steps right back in, keeping that pressure on.
Again, Coria trying to get that energy.
Big overhand shot.
You see Dante's showing his toughness. There's the uppercut again from Coria.
But these kind of exchanges with heat, like that are heated like this, definitely in the favor of the young, youthful energy.
But again, Dante doesn't have to win the exchange. He just has to land a little bit in between to keep Coria honest, and keep Coria from getting too excited. Right now, Coria is very excited. You see what Dante wants to do? Just punch a little bit in between. Get those little pot shots in there to keep Coria, keep Coria from getting too excited.
Coria 4-0, 4 finishes, pouring it on here late in round number 2. Constant pressure and a nice variety of punches. Loving that uppercut.
Oh, pouring it on.
What a round for 19-year-old Louis.
I like what I see in this kid.
Yeah, youth energy, man. It's tough to match.
But also the willingness to exchange and to stay on.
Yeah.
He didn't get off the gas pedal at all.
Yeah, absolutely game. And it's a lot of the round was fought at this distance right here, guys. You know, that's the thing about the small guys. They get their numbers up. They don't keep those rookie numbers. They pump those up. And then and they stop the fight in between rounds. Another knockout.
Honestly, I saw Dante look at his corner. He was smiling, but he shook his head.
Yeah.
And guys, that is just the second time in 42 career fights for Dante that he has been stopped.
That's impressive.
That's impressive. Coria kept that foot on his neck, so to speak, and gave him all that energy. And I think Dante really just at that age, you've had a lot of fights. It's really difficult to keep up with that youth energy.
So much for getting rounds, huh, champ?
Yeah, so much for that. They're going to have to up the ante a little bit more next time.
Super impressive for a kid in his 5th pro fight, fighting a guy with 41 fights, who's only been stopped 1 time.
Yep.
He's a professional journeyman. He's a professional survivor. And Coria was able to force him to stay on his stool with that useful energy, and the fact that he didn't let off the gas pedal, I think, was really important. Like you said, champ, kept the foot on his neck, because he knew he was coming back into that again. The 3rd round was going to be more of the same.
Yeah, and that's probably what kept him coming out in the next round.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't need any more of that.
Yeah, now stopped, much to your point, Chris, twice. And Louis Coria moves to 5-0, 5 finishes at just 19 years old. Second fight of 2026. Let's make this one official. Here is Lupe.
Inside the ProBox TV ring, in between rounds, the blue corner informs referee Ivan Guillermo their fighter can no longer continue, obligating him to stop this contest prior to the start of round number 3. Damas y caballeros, entre asaltos, la esquina azul informa al referee Ivan Guillermo que su peleador no puede continuar, obligándolo a parar la contienda antes del inicio del tercer episodio, declarando el vencedor por knockout técnico, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated as a pro, Luis Coria Jr.
Still undefeated and impressive once again, making his powerful leader, Robert Garcia, very happy. It's fun to watch him when they begin the journey, and that truly is what we do here on ProBox TV. We get to watch him move through, become more seasoned as a veteran, and eventually have a world title shot like Lester Martinez has later tonight. Dante, a tough out, but man, what a pace Paulie for Coria.
Yeah, and Dante, a tough out, knew how to use that experience, but then Coria, what he did was he forced him to exchange, he forced that inside fight. You know, Dante tried to use those little veteran tactics to kill time champ, but he just wasn't able to pull it off. Plus, like you said, he's a little smaller too. He's fought at a smaller weight, so you know it's hard when a guy like Coria makes not just the numbers up there, but also makes it really physical.
Didn't take him 4 rounds, took him just 2 for another victory. We work our way towards the World Championship fight. Mike Goldberg, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi, and joined by Amador Mendez. And Paulie, that guy sitting next to you, you know him pretty well.
Yeah, Amador, what's up,
Paulie,
man?
how
Oh,
you
yeah.
doing?
Yeah, I think
Hey,
we all
Chris.
know him pretty well.
Pleasure to meet you.
We've had Amador on the network several times. Looks impressive every time. He's one of these good, mature, young prospects that's becoming a regular on ProBox.
Oh, thank you for the compliments, Paulie.
And your fights are really fun.
I try to be entertaining. I'm an entertainer at the end of the day.
Well, also, you know what it is. Amador also steps up a little bit more than some other prospects.
Yes,
You know,
yeah,
we've seen
yeah.
you in pretty tough, and you know, getting the job done against guys who show up to win and not just show up to lay down like a lot of prospects do in the early in their careers. So you have been the showing of the good, so to speak.
I'm happy I'm impressed. No, I just like competition.
Yeah. So when can we see you back in the ring, man? What's next for you? We were hoping to see you tonight, right? Because obviously you have Guatemalan roots.
Yeah.
Lester Martinez, sort of the trailblazer for the Guatemalan boxing community at the moment, and having a chance to become the first Guatemalan world champion. You would think in the future maybe you'll be on some cards with Lester, but what do we have coming up for you in the future, in the near future anyway?
I definitely want to be on this card. It was I just had that stoppage earlier, so it was in the possibilities. It didn't end up happening, but I was told possibly June 5th on another ProBox. Happy to be back.
Okay.
Excited.
June 5th, we have the ProBox
Dallas,
date,
Texas,
right?
I believe.
It's your state, so they want to keep you at home in front of your fans.
Yeah.
And Amador, we've talked so much about the history that can be made tonight by Lester Martinez,
Definitely.
but the influence he has on younger fighters from Guatemala. He's got to be a guy you have looked up to for many, many years, right?
Yeah, I found out about Lester when I was going to Guatemala to compete on their Olympic team. I found out about him through just rumors, and I seen his stuff. He was a great amateur. He was really representing them, and he was their hero. They really looked up to Lester even before he was such a big name. And he's opening doors for me. You know, they never had a pro that really made a name and made a statement in the game. And me growing up, I wanted to be the first, of course, but he beat me to it. I'm happy that they have someone else, especially at a bigger weight, to represent them. It's such a historic moment. I'm so happy for him.
Amador, so obviously you're not on the card tonight. It would have been great if you were, but you've been with us all week long.
Yes.
We had a lot of press this week. This has been a really big card, a really big layout. How has that felt for you? I think it's really good that you're getting this experience now before you have to go through it yourself. But how has it felt being alongside this greatness, this potential greatness?
It's been great. I mean, just to have the experience to be backstage with you guys and be in certain type of conversations, just to pick your brain and just to see and really study the game behind to understand it. It's been a blessing. I really have cherished my time out here.
And it's interesting, you have the ultimate confidence in Lester Martinez because you said you wanted to be the first, but he's going to beat you to it. But obviously,
I have no doubt in my mind.
Hey, blaze that trail, make it easier for you. So open some doors.
Yep.
And Lester's not the kind of guy who's going to pull the ladder up behind him and try and keep you out. He's gonna be really helpful, I think.
He's very nice, man. I mean, we have a little translation barrier going on. I speak somewhat all right Spanish. He doesn't speak too much English. So, but from the conversation we've had, he's been so warm and very welcoming. So
you guys have varying levels of Spanglish, but I think the point will get made.
I'm totally clueless, so you're a bit ahead of me.
But you know, it's also good because the Guatemalan community really gets behind him. You know, here tonight we have a sellout. And, you know, if you wind up on some of these undercards, I remember coming up the ladder, I fought on several Vinny Pazienza undercards and Arturo Gatti undercard. You know, me having Italian roots and those guys having Italian roots, it sort of made sense. So we would expect you to eventually, seeing the way Lester sells to the Guatemalan community, it's a great way for you to come up underneath his cards so that you also are introduced specifically to the Guatemalan community and they get behind you, because we've seen tonight this crowd is going to be a sellout.
Oh, yeah.
They get behind their guy. Obviously, he's going to be the first guy, or is the goal, and they want to be here to experience that with him and possibly with you in the future.
Definitely. They get hard behind their guy. I mean, this is the first, you know, this is uncharted territory. I'm excited to see this crowd, just their energy, because these are my people, you know. I've never gone to experience just the energy level of a Guatemalan crowd, so I'm very excited to experience it. We finally want someone, you know. We just want someone. If it's not me, I mean, I hope to fight with the Lester Martinez card. I've been told of possibly that in the works in the future. I'd love to fight in front of them so I can earn their hearts, you know.
And of course, he's going to not fight as often as you, and that's why you're looking to get on the schedule in June, and then maybe going forward in the future.
Definitely.
But I think regardless, you're being introduced to the fan base. I was surprised to learn there's 1.5 million Guatemalans in LA alone.
Really?
Which is why it's been so popular here.
That we know of, maybe more.
Exactly. That we know of, that registered, exactly.
A lot have traveled in tonight, too, right?
So now everyone's getting to see your face, like the press conference, like, you know, they might not have known about you yet because it's so early in your pro career, but they know about you now, and they're going to know about you even more as Lester looks to make some history.
Definitely. I mean, I've been in my comments on Instagram and TikTok. They've been finding me already. They're very loyal.
Learn that Spanish.
Digital native.
Definitely.
You and Lester should help each other. He needs to learn his English.
I told him, what about we do this? I translate the English and you translate the Spanish.
Nice.
Fair enough.
That'll be a good press conference.
Multi-talented. I can't wait to call your next fight. Thanks for being here tonight, and good luck to your nation, and good luck to Lester Martinez.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amador. We'll continue the action here on ProBox TV from San Bernardino, California. Welcome back. Over Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. It's great to be back with you guys on such a special night. Paulie, you and I started this journey from day one together. Chris, we were on this journey together. Your thoughts as our next set of fighters make their way to the ring. Your thoughts on the entire journey and where we have hit tonight, Magic Man, with a world championship fight.
You know, it's a big deal. For me, interim title fights will lead to the major title. I think, you know, if Lester is able to be successful tonight, I don't think it should take away from the moment that he'll get his big shot, because the winner of Mbili Canelo would have the full championship, and for me, that would be a more special victory for Canelo. I mean, for Lester Martinez, if he was able to beat Canelo or even an Mbili in a revenge rematch type of situation. Obviously, tonight is a huge importance, both for Lester and for Aleem. But I think it's a step in the right direction, and regardless, getting yourself in the interim position supposed to give you a mandatory shot at the winner of that fight.
I'll say it like this. I was a fan of ProBox before I joined the team, and it was only about a year.
I remember the first time you came in.
Yeah, it was only about a year old by the time, you know, I joined the team, and I liked what I saw right away. And it was building a buzz even back then. But the way that it's grown, I mean, it has been leapfrogging year to year. And we're seeing it with fighters like Lester Martinez who are ascending into that next level.
Canelo Alvarez may be on the horizon for Lester Martinez, but in front of him later tonight is what's important, Immanuwel Aleem. Ready for the 6-rounder in the lightweight division. Tail of the tape, Samuel Contreras, trained by his father, 21 years old, 11 years his elder, is Cesar Cantu. Height and significant reach advantage for Contreras once again. Here is Lupe.
We continue inside the National Orange Show Pavilion. This is ProBox TV being presented to you by Raptor Energy for real hard workers. Raptor, energía para dar más. Ban Rudal tiene la red más grande para cobrar tu remesa. Más de 12,000 puntos en toda Guatemala. Ban Rudal, el amigo que te ayuda a crecer. Bet Online. The odds for tonight's bouts are being brought to you by Bet Online. Wild Casino, America's most trusted online casino. Wild Casino, let's get wild. As well as White Sands Treatment Center. Ranked by Newsweek magazine as one of America's top addiction treatment centers for 6 consecutive years. Our mission is to KO the drug and alcohol epidemic. As well as Boxing Scene, your most trusted source for boxing news. This contest set for 6 rounds or less in the lightweight division. Este duelo a 6 vueltas, división peso ligero. Los jueces, the judges, Damian Walton, Fernando Villarreal, and Eddie Hernandez Sr. Presenting first, the fighter in the blue corner. He enters the ring wearing the black trunks with green trim, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de negro con letras color verde, su peso oficial. 132 libras y 3/4 is his official weight, 132 3/4 pounds tonight. He accepts the challenge, answers the call, and takes on another undefeated foe with a record of 3 victories against 5 losses, 2 bouts even. One of his victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche acepta el reto y se enfrenta a otro rival invicto con su propio récord de 3 victorias, 5 derrotas, 2 empates, una de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting out of the RGV, Westlaco, Texas, Cesar Cantu. In the red corner, wearing red en la esquina roja, vestido de rojo, su peso oficial, 134 libras is official weight, 134 pounds tonight. This 14-time national amateur champion looks to continue his success as a pro with an undefeated record of 5 victories. 2 of those victories coming by way of knockout esta noche. Este 14 veces campeón nacional a nivel amateur buscan continuar su éxito a nivel profesional con un récord invicto de 5 victorias. 2 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Being presented in association with Top Rank Incorporated and fighting out of Los Angeles, California, Samuel Sammy Contreras. Our referee, David Soliven.
Fighter chief second. Fighters, they give you instructions in the locker room. Expect a clean fight. Listen to my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. This is a little high here. I will let it go right here. This right here is good right here. Touch glove. God bless you both.
Scheduled for 6. Contreras and Cantu. Here we go. Red trunks for the 21-year-old Samuel Contreras. Black trunks for El Matrix, Cesar Cantu. And we were talking in the fighter meetings, Chris, about the Matrix type attack that Cantu is very proud to bring.
Yeah, he says he can fight on the inside and the outside. He's tall for the weight class. Both these guys are. They're very tall for lightweights. But Cantu said that he can go forward. He can box off his back foot. Said that he has a very wide range of abilities in there.
You know, Contreras is trying to back up Cantu right now, so Cantu's going to have to show something on the back foot. as Contreras trying to apply that pressure. In and out, a little push-pull there, right on that bounce, champ.
Yeah, Contreras has a great amateur background. I think he said 230 amateur fights.
Let's use that foot feint.
Yeah, you see
14-time national champion, guys.
Yeah, and it's showing. You see the way he's moving. You see his I always say the eyes. You can tell of a high-level amateur because the awareness of what's coming and going. You see that in and out, like you said, that push-pull champ. He does that very, very well.
And a good fighter knows how to feint in various ways, you know, with their feet, with their shoulders, with their arms, even with their eyes, you know, and you can see the subtle shifts that Contreras uses to try to confuse Cantu and try to eliminate his ability to anticipate what's coming.
Trained by his father and his teammate, Kevin Anton, fights still tonight in our co-main event of the evening.
Yeah, Anton, who's been looking very impressive on our air. Big step up in his last fight. Looked phenomenal. Got another step up tonight. Let's see if he can follow it up. But Contreras is looking really good here in the first round.
Got left to the body, Paulie.
Yeah, Cantu not doing a bad job defending, but yeah, he took a couple of left hooks to the body. The headshots, he's not getting hit awfully clean, but the problem is he's not returning enough fire to get Contreras' respect. So Contreras is losing more and more respect and getting more and more aggressive. And so Cantu's going to have to really land something or do something in order to, you know, offset this pressure that Contreras is bringing. Otherwise, it's going to be a short night for him.
Cantu has gone the distance with world champion Bruce Carrington. You know, it was very early in both their careers. He also went the distance with Fergal McCrory, another world title challenger. So has been in tough and has made it the distance.
And he is tough, but he's got to show that he's capable here.
He's getting picked apart.
Yeah, he's getting picked apart.
11th probe out for the Matrix, and he has not, Chris, to your point, ever been stopped.
Yeah, that
nice 1-2, sharp 1-2 by Contreras. Again, started off that foot feint, and now this 1-2 is raining on top of Cantu.
Man, the precision and you know, Contreras, when we talked to him in the fire meeting, he said, I'm a boxer.
Yeah.
You know, only 2 KOs in his 5 wins, but listen, when you're sharp, you're sharp. And he looks real sharp tonight.
Yeah, a good boxer knows how to create the openings for those clean punches.
And sharpness can score knockouts too, even if you're not a huge puncher.
At worst, it'll domesticate the opponent, and then that's what Cantu's been pretty much showing in the first round. Nothing really aggressive on the part of Cantu. He's had to be defensive all night.
Okay? Slide it 11 o'clock and work that side. Bring yourself in with the back foot a little bit more, all right? Huh? Yeah, go. Just as X, go.
We saw what Samuel Contreras is known for. Always on his toes, more of a boxer, and very impressive in the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, Gold, you see the range of their fighting. He's getting really good leverage. He's tall, he's long, he's landing on the end of the punch. Where tall guys who are built like that, they get that snap on the end of that shot. And you saw Cantu was bothered by a lot of those punches.
And also using that range allows you to have that reach, like you said, champ, to reach in and land those shots, but it also allows you to pull back and give that deceptive feinting, where sometimes you're going to reach in and drill, and sometimes you're going to step back and you know, draw your opponent fall forward.
Man, good shot, right hand, and Cantu is just wide open for those shots when he pulls back straight tall like that.
Yeah, he's got to go back. He's got to keep himself low.
I think Cantu is used to being the taller man, and he thinks he's safe and he's getting clipped.
Good point, stepping out, but stepping out squared. If you're going to step out like that, at least keep an angle.
Talked about the amateur pedigree of the man putting together another nice combination, the 21-year-old.
That hurt.
He was a member of the El Salvador team, the national team, fell just 1 fight short of going to the Olympics.
Yeah, and he let us know he had a couple options, right? He had Honduras, El Salvador, and Mexico. It's nice to have those options.
He's looking really good tonight. I like what I see. I mean, this style, long, good boxing, relentless, very, very focused, too.
He keeps those combinations really tight.
Yeah, this fight's ending soon,
Yeah, and Cantu wanted to fight. Cantu too tough for his own good, honestly, but you got to show the referee that you can defend yourself.
And
That's
it is all over.
The ref said in between rounds, like, you got to show me something, because he saw that he was overmatched. I think that was actually a good call by the referee. That was not going anywhere good for Cantu.
Goldie, my bad. I didn't want to get in the way of it's all over. You know what? That was for the main event. If it's all over, we're gonna give you that.
I appreciate it. I'm just looking forward to seeing it in May and Manchester.
But this one, This one really was just a matter of Cantu was tough, but he wasn't showing that he was adequate to be in the ring with a guy of the level of Contreras, and that's why the referee stopped the fight, probably more intelligently.
You know what? It's one thing to be long. It's another thing to fight long. And the shoulder turn, Chris, of the young 21-year-old who's now 6-0 with 3 knockouts, that was as impressive, right there, as impressive as anything I saw.
Yeah, he varied up his attack, but he did everything from the long position, using the jab, that in and out. Offense and defense was flowing really, really nicely. And Cantu just didn't have an answer for it. There's levels to this game, and Contreras is just on a different level.
Yeah, Cantu tough.
Yeah, super tough. He wanted to be there.
Yeah, he was arguing for the stoppage, that he didn't like the stoppage, but you got to show that you can be in there.
To make this one official, Contreras looking to set things up for his teammate, Kevin Anton. Here, once again, is Lupe.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the ProBox TV ring, an accumulation of punches obligates referee David Soliven to end this contest with an official time of 1 minute 9 seconds of round number 2. Damas y caballeros, una acumulación de golpes obliga al referee David Soliven a parar la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 1 minuto 9 segundos del segundo episodio, declarando el vencedor por knockout, declaring the winner by way of KO. Still undefeated as a professional, Sammy Contreras.
He just loves to box. Half of his career victories have been by knockout or TKO, a good show put on by the 21-year-old. Now, guys, the good news is that this man put on a show, that a 19-year-old put on a show, and we're working our way to the big 3 fights.
Oh yeah, and he did it in a really emphatic fashion. A statement win tonight for Contreras as he continues to look the part on his way up the boxing ladder.
I was very impressed with what I saw, Goldie. I really enjoyed that style. That long boxing, offense and defense together, very, very seamless. And we saw tonight, we saw some pop, we saw some power, we saw how we can actually generate and score knockouts. Because even he was self-admitted, I'm a boxer, I'm not a puncher. But, well, boxers get knockouts too.
So I mentioned the fact, guys, that we're up to the big 3, but unfortunately, getting up to the big 3 means that we lost Anthony Cuba on the card tonight.
How you about the era? Yeah, you know what makes me think, Champ, a couple weeks ago, one of the comments...
It was a week ago, yeah,
in the show, in the daily talk show we do, mentioned that fight falling out. And I was like, what are they talking about? The fight's on. And even in production, they were telling us that fight's on. Sometimes I think the comment section knows more than us. Then we got here, and Valtierra was getting his medicals done a few days back, and he was very frustrated about having to be waiting for medical to be completed and whatnot. And then, I don't know, with Cuba, Coach Garcia's with us.
Yeah,
and I don't know, Cuba trains in your gym.
Coach is here.
Coach, Cuba trains in your gym. Do you have more
he trains
details?
in my gym, and look, what happened is the last day before the weigh-in, cutting weight, his mom is a nurse, and he was trying to cut weight at home. So she got a little nervous, from the weight cut, which mostly every fighter goes through. But she got a little nervous, a little scared, and told him, no, I need to take you to the doctor. So by that being said, we also didn't want to take that responsibility coming from a nurse, a registered nurse, saying, I need to take my son to the doctor to make sure he's okay, and that's why we had to cancel the fight, because I wasn't going to take that risk, knowing that she's a nurse and she knew what she was seeing also. I can't blame her either.
Man, and thank you for that inside info, Coach, because we were a little bit surprised. Like I said, I felt bad for Valtierra the other day. Valtierra himself, a very good fighter. That would have been a nice matchup with Cuba and Valtierra. And Valtierra was fuming at the fact that he had to get picked up at the doctor's offices, and they were taking forever, and he had spent all day at the doctor's office trying to complete these medicals. So a frustrating situation for, I think, both fighters. Hopefully we get that matchup in the future, right, Coach?
I think it will happen. We have to make it happen. It was going to be a great fight. Honestly, I was actually looking forward to it. It was going to be a great fight, a great match, and the winner, was going to go to the next level. They both knew that, but things happen, and like I said, every fighter goes through a hard time making weight. You guys know, but I think in this case, Cuba has done it before. Maybe he waited a little bit too long to cut those last few pounds, but being that he's fighting local at home, cutting weight at home. The mom was there, registered nurse. She said, "No, it's too much. I need to take you to the doctor," and that's the reason.
Mom has the final word, right, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, a mom and she's a professional. She is a nurse.
Exactly.
So the combination is really tough to argue, like you said, Coach. And you got to listen to mom and a professional. But we saw Cuba at the media workout at your gym. Looked good.
Exactly.
And also, like the champ said, we've had comments about this fight. People are really looking forward to this fight. So running it back as soon as possible is probably the best bet. Tell Anthony Cuba to stay away from the table a little bit. So
You know what? It wouldn't be a bad idea if Gary wants to bring it back as soon as possible. Maybe even next week. I don't know. Maybe next week.
We're still here
in
next
Long
week.
Beach.
Next week we're in California.
We're in Long Beach. So it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Hey, and you know what? If he wants some fitness advice, as you know, Robert, he could read one of like Algieri's 400 bucks, right?
He's looked really good on our air, and he's scored a couple upsets.
Correct.
And you've been talking his praises for a while now.
And Valtierra is a good fighter too. It's solid, really good matchup. And we got knowledgeable fans. Like we said, they had been mentioning it in the comment section during our
I think they got lucky
show.
this time because you
think they called it? Like, I'm starting to feel like they know more than us sometimes.
I think possibly sometimes, like whatever, but you can't predict how this fell through.
And
this
guys,
is like the day of.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, and we visited with Charles Harris with Lolo. Unfortunately, he is not able to fight tonight. Either his fight falls through, Chris, and so two that we were really looking forward to, but very much, as Robert pointed out, fighter safety is paramount, plain and simple.
No, absolutely, and we saw how dangerous this sport can be in our opener when the very young Isis Seo got knocked out brutally in the first round and was
Hopefully
taken out.
she's okay.
Hopefully
she's okay.
We're waiting to hear about an update from that. But listen, you don't play boxing. You got to be careful. And even Lolo said, he said, maybe this fight fell through for me tonight for some reason of the man upstairs. Something maybe bad was going to happen. So you got to look at it that way. You got to stay positive. Boxing is a marathon, not a sprint.
And Robert, you brought up a great point as a longtime trainer, one of the best to ever do it. We always talk about the referees and the fighter safety and make sure of things, but it goes further than that, much to your point earlier. It goes all the way back to camp and the coaches and everything. You always have your fighters' health first.
100%. Look, in this case, fighting at home, like I said earlier, the fighters get a little more distracted by family, friends, and maybe food also, going home instead of the hotel. I'm not going to the hotel either. My team's staying home because we live so close by that we don't need to. So when the boys are on their own and they're at home and they're trying to cut weight by themselves, it could be dangerous. And this was the case with Anthony. If it was with us, we know how to do it. We've done it many times. Our conditioning coach, Charles Tremley, is an expert at that. And none of my fighters have ever failed when it comes to cutting weight. But this time, being at home, he's doing it by himself. And these are the results there.
Robert, I don't know if my mom ever saw me cutting weight. I don't think she would have let me fight
exactly.
either.
Look,
she was a nurse too.
No, she worked the hospital, but not a nurse.
I have fighters in my camp where the dads are involved in training camp.
Right.
But when it comes to the day of cutting weight, they'd rather stay away. They don't want to see it.
My brother was like that.
My
brother hated watching me cut weight.
Exactly.
I can hardly watch it, and it is grueling. It's one of the toughest things about being a professional fighter. And speaking of professional fighters, just arriving, the chosen one, Immanuwel Aleem, just a few moments ago, making his way inside the ProBox TV home for tonight for his title fight later tonight against Guatemala's Lester Martinez. The chosen one is here. Gonzalez Chambers next. We saw the arrival of the chosen one, Immanuwel Aleem. We have our big 3 fights remaining here tonight. Albert Gonzalez, Brandon Chambers set to do battle. 12-0, Kevin Anton against the man they call the Punisher, From Uzbekistan, he is Kudratio Abdukakarov. I finally got it down, Chris Algieri, thanks to your pronunciation help throughout the week. And then, of course, Lester Martinez and Immanuwel Aleem. Paulie, let's talk about 16-0 Albert Gonzalez fighting just down the road out of Riverside, California.
Yeah, you know, a solid prospect. He's got a pretty durable guy in front of him tonight, but a guy who's a little bit older at 39 years old. So, you know, an opportunity for Gonzalez to maybe make a statement with a stoppage if he's able to get it tonight. But Chambers, you know, obviously a little bit had some veteran in gamesmanship. I think he's in law enforcement, right? His job is in law enforcement. So, you know, they always come ready, prepared, and tough. We'll see tonight if he can make something happen.
And you know what, in talking to Brandon Chambers, as we all did, Chris, so nice to see Immanuwel is so proud to get back. He works on a college campus now in his police work, coming from the Baltimore Police Department. Any shoes, gloves, whatever he can do to bring the spirits of the youth up. And that right there is a winner in life.
Yeah, I mean, he's got great energy. He came into the fighter meeting, you could just feel it. He's one of those people that his positivity is contagious, but also he's kind of a funny story. He's like, yeah, I was gonna have one pro fight. Now look at him.
That's right. My dream was one pro fight, and here we are as we continue and look at our tail of the tape for our featured featherweight fight of the night. 23-year-old Gonzalez against 39-year-old Chambers. Gonzalez 2 inches taller, slight reach advantage for Brandon the Hitter Chambers. The official introductions once again from Lupe.
The Orange Show Pavilion. This is ProBox TV. Being presented to you by Raptor Energy for real hard workers. Raptor, energía para dar más. Ban Rudal tiene la red más grande para cobrar tu remesa. Más de 12,000 puntos en toda Guatemala. Ban Rudal, el amigo que te ayuda a crecer. Bet Online, the odds for tonight's bouts are being brought to you by Bet Online. Wild Casino, America's most trusted online casino. Wild Casino, let's get wild. White Sands Treatment Center, ranked by Newsweek magazine as one of America's top addiction treatment centers for 6 consecutive years in a row. Our mission is to KO the drug and alcohol epidemic. And Boxing Scene, your most trusted source for boxing news. This contest, 10 rounds in the featherweight division. Este duelo, 10 vueltas, división peso pluma. Los jueces, the judges, Zachary Young, Fernando Villarreal, and Carla Caiz. Presenting first, the fighter in the blue corner. He enters wearing brown with gold trim en la esquina azul, vestido de café con color dorado. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 126 libras y media. He tipped the scales at an official 126 pounds. Tonight, this anytime, anywhere warrior looks to lay down the law inside the ProBox TV ring. With a record of 12 victories against 4 losses, 1 bout even, 5 of those victories coming by way of KO esta noche. Este peleador renuente entra al cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con un récord de 12 victorias, 4 derrotas, 1 empate, 5 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting out of Baltimore, Maryland, Brandon the Hitter Chambers. Su oposición en la esquina roja, vestido de azul con plateado, his opposition in the red corner, wearing blue with silver trim, his official weight, 127 1/4 pounds, su peso oficial, 127 libras y un cuarto. Esta noche entra a la zona del peligro, el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, y pone en juego su récord invicto de 16 victorias, 9 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Tonight, he enters the danger zone, the place where no O is safe, the ProBox TV ring, and puts it all on the line, including his undefeated 16-0 record. 9 of those victories coming by way of KO. Being presented in association with Top Rank Incorporated and fighting out of the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy, Moreno Valley, California, Albert Chop Chop Gonzalez. Our referee, Ivan Guillermo.
Brandon, Albert, you both received your instructions in the locker room. Anything below my hand right here is low. Anything over here is low, all right? We got 10 rounds. Let's have a good, clean fight. Good luck.
Mike Goldberg, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi, Robert Garcia. As you heard from Lupe, Chop Chop, Albert Gonzalez. Robert, one of your fighters, set to go against 39-year-old Brandon Chambers. Here we go. Scheduled for 10 rounds in the featherweight division. Our featured matchup of the night, still to come, the co-main and then the main, in which we could see boxing history. Chop Chop on the trunks of Gonzalez. Chambers, the hitter. So can you chop a hitter down, Robert? I guess that's what we need to know.
Look, you guys put me in a pretty tough position right now with one of my best prospects in the gym. You know, being in the ring right now, and I'm up here working with you guys. But look, Chop Chop is a very dedicated kid. You know, he changed his life around. He since he was a kid, him and his older brother, rest in peace, Danny Gonzalez. Ooh, he landed some good punches there. Getting in trouble, in and out of trouble. His brother actually got murdered here in Moreno Valley, and this kid was going the wrong direction, but found God and changed his life around. Now he's got his girlfriend living with him and his 2 babies. So he's dedicated, he's focused with a mission, and he's on a mission right now too. Just, you know, trying to take care of business right now with
Chambers.
With Chambers.
Yeah, Chambers has to really get the respect of Chop Chop here. Chop Chop Gonzalez really coming forward with no fear. A little push down there. But
no, he's hurt. He's hurt.
Yeah, and it was a right hand.
It was a right hand. It was a right hand. Ref didn't see it. He's out.
Yeah, the ref didn't see it.
Yeah, he's really hurt.
He's getting tapped.
Yeah, because it was a really solid right hand.
Yeah,
that
it was.
landed.
Yeah.
It was a tricky shot. He didn't see it. He might be done.
It's over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he got up now. He ended up getting about 12 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got an 18 count on that one. He's still really
hurt. It is all over. Just like that.
Yeah, that was a good, sharp right hand by Chop Chop. And Coach Garcia, you mentioned he's one of your best prospects, and he just showed why. You know, literally never let Chambers get started, never let Chambers get into the fight. I was mentioning how Chambers has to do something to get the respect of Gonzalez if he's going to last long. Well, we saw the answer. He didn't last long.
5 or 6 years ago, I always said the same thing about Bam
Rodriguez.
And
Brandon Rios or
no, not Brandon Rios. No, Jesse. Yeah. Bam. And right now, I think Chop Chop, you know, is looking like he's going that direction. You know, obviously.
They spar?
Not anymore. No, Chop Chop's too big for Bam.
Here we're going to see that right hand. It was over the top. It was actually a double right hand. That one missed, but that one landed right on the chin.
But even the one that misses behind the ear,
caught the ear, yeah.
Those bust you up a little bit. Those behind the ear shots.
But that you can tell from his face right away.
Yeah,
that punch hurt him. Yeah. Yeah, and the ref didn't see it. Hard to see depending on where the ref was in terms of the orientation of the 2 fighters. But he made the right decision. He realized that he was hurt, picked up the count from the side, but he had seen enough because the man was hurt.
And it was 2 right hands.
Yeah.
So, you know, good shots there by Chop Chop Gonzalez.
And Robert, I called a bunch of Chop Chop's early career. He looked very good. He always looked very, very good. But recently, his recent form, and we spoke to him about that, and he said it was just like, you know, just getting more comfortable. And you see him very, very comfortable.
He's getting comfortable. He's learning a lot, you know, training around, you know, Bam, Virgil, Murataya, you know, training around all those guys, Duarte and all those guys. Sometimes even getting in the ring with them. That helps a lot. You know, I think he's ready to step up, you know, in competition now. I've already talked to Top Rank. I've talked to Brad Goodman. I said, his next fight, we need to step him up. I can't be doing this anymore. Because in reality, he's ready for anybody. I think he's ready for anybody in the top 10.
Well, Coach, Brad is here tonight, so he saw what just happened. And I think he's going to understand the same thing.
Robert, a win for one of your fighters puts a smile on your face, but the story that you just shared, that warms your heart. That if anybody's heart is not warmed by that, then they don't really have a heart.
Look, I'm telling you guys, this kid was going the wrong direction. He was actually looking to get in trouble so bad, but he changed his life, and I'm so happy that he's still part of our gym, and he's happy to be there. He's friends with everybody, always supports everybody in my team.
I love it. Let's get it to Lupe to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, upon close observation inside the ProBox TV ring, referee Ivan Guillermo called a halt to this contest with an official time of 1 minute, 47 seconds of the opening round. Damas y caballeros, el referee Iván Guillermo determina que el peleador no puede continuar, obligándolo a parar la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 1 minuto 47 segundos del primer episodio. Still undefeated as a pro, Albert Chop Chop Gonzalez.
Our featured featherweight matchup tonight, and Chop Chop did run right through the hitter and chop that bat down quickly, and he continues to mature and continues to have the biggest names and faces, trainers, promoters, and of course his own camp smile upon this ascending 23-year-old who is now 17-0. Tonight, his 10th career finish. Congratulations to Albert Gonzalez. And then there were two, the big ones. We've talked about our main event, Martinez and Aleem. We still have our 10-round super welterweight co-main event. And there he is, Lester Martinez, 19-0-1. Such a gracious, humble, pleasant young man until he steps through those ropes, and he is ready to make history tonight. And Robert, we talked about it earlier on the broadcast. He had a spotlight on him before. But when he had that fight that he had against Billy on the undercard of Bud and Canelo, now all of a sudden he's a superstar, and he can become a mega superstar if he wins tonight.
I think this kid is, you know, he's on his way to being the biggest superstar in Central America, maybe of all times. You know, we've had guys like Alex Arguello who was huge, and Chocolatito recently, but this guy's got the potential of matching or maybe even surpassing that, because he's got the looks, he's got the smile. People love him. You know, the first time he was here in San Bernardino, people showed up and we didn't expect it, and it showed up, and this time around, so they had to bring in more seats, and we needed a bigger arena, honestly. Next time he comes, we're gonna need a bigger arena. He's a superstar already, and I think he becomes champion tonight, and it's just no limits. I think he's going to be the biggest name out there.
Rob, you said next time we're going to need a big arena. I don't think we're going to have a choice. He's going to be on the big shows.
Yeah. Correct.
You know, after this fight, you know, he was very gracious, like you mentioned, Goldie, to come back and fight on ProBox TV. Because listen, his last fight was on a huge card already. He's already been to big arenas. He fought on the undercard of Canelo and Bud. I mean, and he came back for us, for the fans, really, because of the fan base that's out here, the Guatemalans that are in this area. I've again recently found out there's 1.5 million registered Guatemalans in LA alone, which is why this young man is a star.
And keep in mind, he performed against Mbili. He didn't get stuck like a deer in headlights. You know, your first time in front of that huge crowd in a big arena sometimes can be a bit overwhelming when you come up on the smaller shows, and then all of a sudden you step into the big arena. There can be a bit of a deer in headlights moment where you got to sort of get into the moment. He did start slow in that fight, but once he got his bearings going, he performed. He's made for the big show.
All three of you have talked about it. Paulie specifically. Yesterday on Boxing Scene, you were talking about the fact that if it were a 12-rounder instead of a 10-rounder, he's probably coming off a victory in that fight.
If you ask Bomac, he thinks he stops him with those extra rounds.
Well, in the very least, the momentum was with him, and Billy was starting to feel those punches. Lester does have big punching power. Billy has big resistance, but over the course of time, you know, cream rises to the top, and Lester was starting to pull away. And, well, you know what? That fight was supposed to be a 12-rounder to begin with, but we won't get into why.
Yeah, exactly. Robert, when you have a fighter perform under the spotlight that he did, how much of a difference does that make for your fighter mentally?
Look, there's sometimes the fighter might not be ready. You put him in the spotlight and he doesn't perform. He gets nervous, you know, a lot of distractions, and he just doesn't perform. It was totally the opposite. He performed, he stole the show, he had the best fight of the night, and like we were talking, if it would have been a 12-rounder, he would have won. He would have won, maybe by knockout. So he's ready for this. This is too small for him. This is too small for him.
If he doesn't get out here soon, they're going to tear this place down.
And think about this from another perspective. If he doesn't get the draw, if he gets the win over Mbili, Aleem doesn't get this opportunity tonight. So it's a big opportunity for Aleem to play spoiler. But if Mbili and Lester Martinez goes 12, likely Lester wins the fight and moves on to possibly the Canelo fight or possibly something bigger right away. That draw allows for a little bit of a reset, and Aleem gets a huge opportunity for himself to play spoiler.
Which is why, Chris, as I listened to all you great boxing people yesterday on Boxing Scene, Chris, you talked about it. Truly a life-changing opportunity for Immanuwel Aleem.
Yeah, absolutely. A win here would bring his entire career full circle. He's always fallen just short. He's gotten some really big wins, especially being on the road, being the B-side. He's used to that. He's used to being a road warrior. But the inconsistencies of his career have held him back. Performances has held back his career. He's never gotten to that next level. Even though he has the skill set. He's got the skills. He can jab, he can move, he can punch, he can catch and shoot. He can stay in the center with you. He can bang. He's got power. He's durable. He's got it all. But he hasn't been consistent enough to really advance in the career because of the politics involved in the sport. A win here erases all of that and pushes him forward to where him and his team believes they should be.
I tell you what, we're talking about he's outgrowing these arenas. Not another reason why he's got to outgrow this arena. It's freezing in here. Why am I freezing in this arena? We got to go to arenas where I'm not freezing so much.
You guys can't tell sarcasm over the mic. It's boiling in here. It is 1,000 degrees.
Yeah, I'm actually sweating like an Iranian prisoner right now.
I'm going to sweat through my dress shirt soon.
Our main event to take place in Guatemala City, California. As you can see the atmosphere right now. It's like when you walk down the street to Barclays Center, Paulie, and all of a sudden in the fight against Cotto, you were like, wait, I thought I was the man here.
Yeah, exactly, man.
I remember you telling me that
story. It's one of those overwhelming situations where your first time, it can be a bit overwhelming. Now, I'll tell you what. Aleem has a lot of experience. He's fought a lot of big-name fighters. Lester has been in the big arena already, so this will be nothing for him. This is a little bit of a step up in terms of arena size and enthusiasm if you hadn't already been on the Crawford-Canelo card. But being that Lester has come off of that, this is actually something of a homecoming for him.
So we are getting set for that great main event. But coming up next, it is our co-main event of the evening, 12-0. Kevin Anton against the Punisher, looking for his 23rd career win.
ProBox TV's Contender series is bringing a storm of flying leather to Thunder Studios in Long Beach. Career fortunes will be on the line in the main event as Mexican super bantamweight warrior Brian Acosta collides with two-time world title challenger Ronnie Rios in a crossroads battle. Then in the co-main event, Rene Tellez-Giron will go 10 rounds or less with 20-2 Mayhem Maliak Montgomery.
Back in San Bernardino, California, the great Robert Garcia, the Magic Man, the former two-time world champion, Paulie Malignaggi, former world champion, Chris Algieri, I'm Mike Goldberg. As I mentioned before, it's such an honor, guys, to have the band back together and to work with two of my favorite people in the world, and a man in Robert Garcia who I have the ultimate of respect for. And what an opportunity for us to be ringside for this very special night.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys can tell from what you can see on your screen, but people are absolutely going bananas in here. I mean, it's Champ, you're talking about how hot it is in here. It's a lot to do with this crowd, which is building up a lot of heat as they're anticipating the main event.
That and no air conditioning. That might have something to do with it too.
All right, let's check in with the man, the one and only 19-0-1, Lester Martinez.
March 21st, Saturday, San Bernardino, California. Max Calandrillo, ProBox TV. I'm here with the one, the only Lester Martinez. Only a few hours before the big night. Champ, you've done all the preparation. You've prepared for long enough. How are you feeling hours before this big opportunity?
Bueno, me siento muy contento de estar acá. Como dice un entrenador, Julio González, que se le tiene mucho aprecio. Para ser campeón primero hay que llegar al lugar. Ya estamos en el lugar, ahora solo falta ir a recibir nuestro título en la pelea, pero me siento muy emocionado y muy feliz.
This has been a very special camp for you. We've got all of Guatemala here, not just boxing fans, but people from Guatemala who truly have come out of their way to support you. Unlike in the past, this is the first time you've truly had that next level support. How does it feel that all of Guatemala is here supporting you in this big moment?
Demasiados chapines. Estoy en otro país, pero me siento como en casa por estar con mi equipo, ver en Facebook, en Instagram, en donde sea, la cantidad de chapines que se están presentando con la playera oficial del Team Martínez con fe. Me siento muy contento y bueno, es cuestión de que esperen y que celebren tanto como yo lo voy a celebrar.
Perfect, perfect. And to all the fans that are here tuning in, that are excited to see you fight, just as excited as you are to have them over here, what is your message to them? Not just the fans of the sport, but your people from Guatemala as well. What is your final message to them?
Guatemala, espérenlo porque vamos a ser campeones. Campeones del mundo, el primero, el que va a quedar para siempre, para la historia. Y después vendrán los demás. Arriba Guate y vamos a darle con fe.
Max Camarillo, ProBox TV.
Great job, Max. Thank you very much. Lester, thank you once again for your time. Set now to focus on our co-main event of the evening. Samuel Contreras Jr. already victorious, and now his teammate looking to move to 13-0. All but one of his victories has been a finish. Kevin Anton took a step up in his last fight, Chris, right here on ProBox TV, and he was ready, more than ready, to conquer that task.
Yeah, he fought a super tough Isaias Lucero, who's been on air as well. You know, 19-3, more experienced, had been on our air, had been in wars on our air, and was looking pretty good during that fight, but then Anton just stepped on the gas and found another gear and was able to stop Lucero in a very impressive fashion. I thought that was going to be an absolute shootout, and Anton just showed that he's on a different level, even in his 12th professional fight.
And what are we going to see from the man who highly decorated a bronze medalist at the Uzbekistan National Championship, four-time national champion back in his home country? Very, very impressive amateur career for Abdukakov.
Yeah, Abdukakov, one of these guys that, you know, coming from the Eastern European background, they're typically well regimented, typically come with good amateur careers, as does Abdukakov. He's got some good wins. Beat a faded Luis Collazo in his career. Always shows up ready, always shows up tough. He's a physical guy. This is a solid matchup. We have co-main event and main event, two really good physical matchups that, you know, I don't necessarily see either of these fights going the distance, but I see them both being good while they last.
Abdukakov is a man that has been in tough many times, and we look forward to his co-main event. Take a look backstage at Immanuwel Aleem. His father, Robert, was not only the man back in charge of his training camp, coaching him again, but you could tell he's his biggest fan, but also, Robert, his biggest believer. At the press conference the other day, Omar Aleem, his father, was as impressive as anybody who spoke.
No, I had a good talk with him yesterday at the weigh-ins also, and he's very confident. He tells me that his son is in the best shape of his life, and he's here to upset, you know, the boxing world. So they're ready, they're prepared, and from what I understand, they have a really good game plan. They had a great training camp. I didn't hear it from them. I've heard it from multiple people here in Southern California that he had a really good training camp. So we expect a great fight.
He knows what's on the line, and sometimes, well, you guys tell me, sometimes when you're being overlooked, when all the attention is on the other guy, does that really factor into your own confidence? Because you really bring it internal, Chris, and you may be the only one in those around you who believes that you can win, but you have the opportunity to showcase that exact thing with victory.
Well, I think it's always depends on the person that's involved.
Yep.
So with Aleem, he's been in this situation before. He actually builds confidence off of that. He has the experience of being the B-side, of the guy fighting on the road. And I think he relishes the fact that he could upset the apple cart. He could steal the show.
We talked about his father a moment ago. Let's hear from Omar Aleem.
Crawford, what Crawford did. So we're going to do the same thing. Why we can't do it? Why we can't create this upset like Crawford did?
¿Por qué mi hijo no puede hacer lo mismo como Crawford?
We can reverse it. Don't underestimate Immanuwel Aleem. He's not that pushover, and we're going to show you.
Immanuwel was great in our fighter interviews yesterday, but once I got his mother and father fired up, they were on your level, Magic Man. They were going.
yeah. You know, they believe in their son. Again, Immanuwel himself is on a good streak in his career. You know, he's building confidence, and you know, he's at a point where he feels like everything has come together nicely. He's got the right team around him, got the right momentum behind him, and this fight has come at a good point in his career and a good time for him. So we'll see what he can pull off, if he can pull this rabbit out of the hat, because Lester Martinez is the one expected to win tonight.
He has been on a winning streak, as we mentioned, as you look inside the locker room of not the challenger, because this title is once again vacant. So we check in with Max once again. He is visiting with Ali.
Go. Max Camarillo, ProBox TV. I'm here with the one, the only Immanuwel Aleem, champ. All the talk is over. All the buildup is over. You've been training for so long. I know the last thing you want to do is not fight. You want to fight as much as possible. Tell us where your mind is at now, only being a few hours away from this huge fight.
I just really go out there and perform and execute what I've been training on, so become the next super middleweight interim champion.
We can't wait to see the fight. You know, you've been building up for so long. You've been training so hard. I mean, overall, what has changed in the last 5 years? You went through some roadblocks, but you've come back better from it, stronger from it, and ready to shock the world. What has changed these last few years that has made you prepared for this huge opportunity?
Focus and team. Having a good team behind you and just focusing on the goal that I want to achieve.
You know, this arena has a lot of people that are rooting for Lester from Guatemala. However, you have a ton of devout fans. You have your family that's been there for you from the start. What message do you want to send to the people that are there actually cheering for you, not just in the arena, not just in attendance, but at home, at your gym, etc.? What message do you have for them?
I appreciate you and just want to say that enjoy this great skill of boxing tonight.
We can't wait to see it. Thank you so much for your time. Max Camarillo, ProBox TV. We'll see you in the main event.
All right, main event still to come. Main event 1 week ago was as good a fight as we have had on ProBox TV. And Paulie, Naji Lopez, a man who has truly evolved right in front of the ProBox TV audience's eyes. But what a fight.
Yeah, well, becoming more and more one of the more recognizable prospects in the sport, a blue chip prospect, but not just that, not just a capable prospect, but also one of the more exciting fighters in the sport. You know, Naji, sometimes a little bit too exciting for his own good, but he makes some fights and last week he sure put on a memorable one. Him and Manuel Gallegos put on one that is sure to be a contender for Fight of the Year, and as of now, I think it is the Fight of the Year.
Oh, no question, champ. And listen, if there's a fight that's better than this one this year, it's a great year for boxing, because this is a phenomenal fight. I don't care what year it is. This is a Fight of the Year type fight. You had both guys getting knocked down. You had both guys bleeding. You had drama. I mean, you were on the edge of your seat the entire time you watched. I've watched it 3 times since last week. I showed everybody I know. You got to see this fight. I mean, it's an incredible fight. There's so much drama. You see there the team of Naji Lopez just, I mean, over the moon about their performance, and he's still riding high. He's here now, actually. He's here in San Bernardino. He came out to soak up the media, and it's deservedly so. But that man right there, Manuel Gallegos, you got to give him a round of applause as well. He walked out of that ring
never an easy out.
with his chin high, as a warrior should, because he gave it all. He just fell short to a very, very good fighter in Naji Lopez.
Those are the type of fights that take you to the next level in a lot of different ways, especially the intangibles, Robert, that Naji had to work through.
Look, Naji is a hard worker, and he proved it in his last fight. Gave us, like Chris is saying, Fight of the Year, and we don't know if we're going to get anything better than that the rest of the year, because that was so good. But it's also one of those fights where how many more of those can he have? how much more of that can he handle?
Great point, Coach.
Because we also have to go through training camps. You know, training camps, sparring matches, all that. You know, I'm pretty sure they're not easy either for him, because I have a bunch of fighters that always go through wars in the gym. So how much more of that can he handle? You know, he's in a great division, great fights in the future. Hopefully he gets those fights quick, because if they still hold back on a few more and he gets a few more of those wars, how much more can his body take?
Yeah, it's a good point. You don't want to use him up too much.
Exactly.
It's almost probably time to step him up.
I think it's time.
Yep.
It's time.
And really, when you look at
light after that, get something light and then go up.
And you really can say that he is the face of ProBox TV, because everything has been done on our great platform. And the relationship, the bond, Chris, that he has with Mark Ferre in believing in his coach and his coach's trainer, believing in him, that is so important, and you can see it every fight.
Yeah, earlier tonight I spoke about the progression of ProBox TV, and you could model Naji's progression right alongside ProBox TV. He has grown with the network, with the platform. He is the leading member of the prospects that have grown through the ProBox TV system, because he's gotten the furthest. He's got the most fights. He's right there. He was in discussion of fighting Artur Beterbiev. You know, so that kind of name recognition shows that the platform has roots. It has legs. It can get you to where you need to be. And Naji Lopez, with a performance like he had last week, I told him right after the fight, the world knows who Naji Lopez is. Now it's up to you what you're going to do with it.
You were talking, Bully, about the blood. And, you know, you guys were all bloodied up, as was Naji, and I had to go back to Slapshot. Bleed all over him. Let him know you're there, right?
Yeah, and he
Killer
did.
Carlson.
Yeah, exactly. Great reference, Goldie. And really, it's one of the reasons why that fight becomes so memorable. You know, this is a blood sport. And, you know, besides the drag-out, knockdowns, knocking down each other type of fight, you know, that blood also sticks out and resonates, and causes a dry cleaning bill as well.
Yes, indeed. My dry cleaner still thinks I'm kind of weird, but that's a different subject for another time as we get set for our co-main event of the evening. You are watching ProBox TV.
Saturday, March 28th, ProBox TV's Contender Series is bringing a storm of flying leather to Thunder Studios in Long Beach. Career fortunes will be on the line in the main event as Mexican super bantamweight warrior Brian Acosta collides with two-time world title challenger Ronnie Rios in a crossroads battle. Then in the co-main event, Rene Tellez Giron will go 10 rounds or less with 20-2 Mayhem Maliak Montgomery.
A lot of big names here tonight. A lot of stars, a lot of rising stars, a lot of Guatemalans. As Chris, who's highly educated, as we all know, let us know. 1.5 million Guatemalans here in the Los Angeles area, here in Southern California, many of them in attendance tonight. Let's continue with the insight as we go backstage. We'll check in a moment as we look to talk to more of the fighters. We had a couple of fights fall on the card tonight that we talked about. So we're giving our co-main and our main event fighters the timetable in which they anticipated to make that walk to the ring. And that is what is the most important thing. This was earlier tonight. And man, what a performance against what Kevin Ventura didn't know at the time, Chris, would be such a tough out.
Yeah, this was a good comeback fight for Ventura. It was a nice little scrap. Ventura won every round, but he had to work because his man, Watson, was very, very game. And he brought it throughout. You know, he put the pressure on, he let his hands go, but Ventura showed his class. He showed why, you know, he's with Team B&B. And went out there and got the win and broke that long layoff.
And Coria and Dante was another high explosive pace fight. I mean, you know, Dante obviously one of these veteran guys that knows how to go rounds and trying to, you know, give you a chance to go some rounds. But Coria shows why he's
one of my young
the
prospects. He's a talented kid, spars Bam a lot. He's learning a lot in the gym with Bam, sparring Bam, and he's in the right path right now. 5-0, 5 knockouts, but we got to take our time. He's young, and let him work little by little.
And speaking of taking time, Contreras didn't need much time.
Didn't need much time, yeah.
He didn't take any time. Like I said in the fighter meeting, he said he was a boxer, not a puncher, but he showed good snap, and he got the stoppage of Cantu, who's normally a very durable guy. He's gone the distance with good fighters. So Contreras showing that the work in the gym is paying off, and that high-level amateur pedigree was really on display.
And then another one of your prospects, Coach.
Yeah, look, Chop, like I said, he's always been a very talented kid, a very disciplined, family man, changed his life around, and I think he's on his way to becoming world champion. We've already pushing for something big. I'm pretty sure after this we are gonna go to that to work on that, because he's ready. The kid is ready. He's one of the young guys that I've always said this guy's special, like I did about Raymond Murataya, Bam Rodriguez. This kid's my next world champion.
Jeez, Robert, like featherweight needs another stud. You got Chop coming in. There's so many good fighters in that weight class, so many good champions. I think Chop fits right in.
Katsuma Katsugi's here, Goldie.
Yep, in fact, Max is going to chat with him.
Max Calandrillo, ProBox TV. I'm here with the one, the only Katsuma Akatsugi, 14-0 from Japan. This guy's taking everyone out, champ. How are you feeling today? And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. And then I'm excited to fighting on April 11 in Japan. This is my first time in Japan fight, so homecoming fight. So I'm very excited.
We can't wait. From what I know, you're a California native, correct?
No, I'm actually from Japan.
And you live there now currently?
Yes. Then awesome. I all fight in the U.S. So this is my first time in Japan.
Perfect. People from California are happy to have you, 14-0, beating everyone. Tell us a little bit about your fight coming up and a little bit about your career as a fighter.
My career was kind of tough. I took short notice fights, a lot of short notice fights. So after I signed with ProBox, I was very grateful because I never had like this opportunity before. So now I'm fighting Japan. So what could I say?
We love to hear that. You have a fight April 11th coming up. You're 14-0. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what should fans expect from you in your 15th fight? What type of performance should they expect?
I mean, in Japan, fighting in Japan is very special, but ring is ring, it's same, but I'm bring fireworks for sure, like as usual.
Fireworks for sure. And what is your final message to all the fans watching overall? Final message about your career, your future. What can they expect from you in the year of 2026?
This year is gonna be a big year for me, and then I'm ready to shine. I'm ready to shine.
We cannot wait. Thank you so much for being in attendance for ProBox TV. We love seeing you. This is Max Calandrillo, ProBox TV of Katsuma Akatsugi. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Awesome.
There he is once again, Lester Martinez. Robert, I started to make the point earlier that we lost a couple of fights, but we're staying on these four men's timetable, because it truly is almost from when you wake up on fight day, Robert. It is a timetable. You're going to warm up a certain time. You're going to do it again and warm up a little bit more. Like, it's important not to all of a sudden tell them that they're fighting an hour earlier, isn't it?
No, it's very important to keep the same time, because they're focused. They made weight. They know exactly what time they're going to eat, after what time they're having breakfast. A lot of fighters like to go for a little jog or a little walk or something. So they have to maintain what they're doing. So the time is great for them to keep the same time. You know, he looks relaxed. Lester looks relaxed. He's excited to be back. But look, one thing I want to bring up is end of August, over 1.5 Guatemaltecos here in LA area. End of August, they have their festivities, their festivals. I think it would be an amazing thing to have something big for Lester. End of August, that, you know, I'm telling you, it's a huge event they have, so it wouldn't be a bad idea.
There are a lot of believers, a lot of Guatemalans. He could be the king of that festival, Robert, and he definitely has the confidence of the main man, Bomac.
Fight with Billy showed me that he had the will to win. He always talked about it in camp, about, Coach, I'm going to win. Coach, I'm going to be a champion. When he fought in Billy took the pressure, Billy took the punches, Billy took the will. But towards the end, I I favor to Lester because Lester took his will. Even though we got a draw, Lester still won the boxing community, and he showed that he has that.
Lester really shows a lot of joy and freedom in the gym, is what Bomac told us. He's always dancing, prancing around. He just has a great self-belief. He does not have arrogance. He does have confidence, but that is a big difference. And a man like that, who has worked so hard immigrating years ago from Guatemala, Paulie, a man like that is a hard man not to root for as a fan.
Yeah, you know, you get caught up in the storylines. A lot of times with boxing, you know, I feel like you would have more popularity with the sport if people would understand some of the storylines, because a lot of the storylines are what makes fighters so gripping and what makes fighters become fan favorites. Obviously, the style and the performances in the ring, it has to be the centerpiece, but a lot of guys have these storylines and you know, these fan bases. It's based off of the backstory and so on and so forth. And a lot of times, I feel like if people or the casuals would maybe look more into these storylines, I feel like they would also be attracted to some of these fighters. And Lester's one of those guys. I feel like he has a lot of crossover potential in that way.
And Chris, you want the fans to be engaged. You want them, hey, even, let's go back to MMA. Tito Ortiz wore the black hat, but you know what? Win or lose, you want to see him get knocked out, you want to see him win? People watched, and so getting people to care one way or another, getting the fans engaged, makes these fights more important for the entire sport.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ingredients that goes into the recipe of a superstar or a star in general. You know, one is the way they fight. They got to be entertaining.
Sure.
And listen, everybody loves knockouts, but there's plenty of fighters that weren't big knockout punchers that are very, very popular. But also, the personality matters. What you are outside of the ring. And I think Lester's a bit of a throwback to that gentleman champion. You know, Coach, before you mentioned Alexis Arguello, you know, he's a gentleman champion when I think of that kind of fighter who's affable and likable. Lester has that. Yes, he goes in the ring, he's all business, he's mean, he's aggressive, but as soon as the fight's over, you know, he's the kind of guy who knocks you out and he's helping you up, just like an Alexis Arguello type fighter. You know, he's a gentleman, he's a warrior, he has a champion heart. Now he's just got to get that strap around his waist.
And that's what makes him what he is right now, with not only not just people from Guatemala, the whole Latinos are actually backing him up. You know, Mexicans here in Southern California are talking about him, are asking for tickets for his fight because of just the way he acts, the way he is, the way he treats people inside and outside of the ring. You know, he's just one of those guys he's the only big star, big name from Guatemala, and the whole country is going to be behind him. So, and like I said, not only the people from Guatemala, but Mexicans or Salvadorians are all supporting him.
He's a hard guy not to like.
He is, exactly. Can't
He's
help
also pretty damn good looking too, so that never hurts. We know a lot of fighters in our day that have gotten a lot of popularity. Oscar De La Hoya comes to mind. You know, good looking guys have crossover appeal.
Paulie,
he's talented.
He is talented.
All right. So
he's
talented.
You know what? And I think the point that we're making here is there's so many athletes in combat sports and in other sports that are polarizing. And you get that down the line and they push you this way and then they hug you this way and you're not sure if you like them or not. I think we need to celebrate, much as Robert talked about, a gentleman and that old school behavior and conduct of a Lester Martinez.
Yeah, you know, it's a role model-esque type of feel that Lester has. You know, he knows he's representing his entire culture. He's the first from Guatemala that is at this level. So he knows there's a little bit of weight on his shoulder as far as the responsibility to represent his culture in a positive way, in a mature way, and in the way that you can be exemplary for the guys behind you to want to also follow.
So we have talked about him. He is still to fight in our main event of the evening. He is 19-0-1. He is Lester Martinez.
Yo lo digo así, un empate con sabor a victoria después de empatar con el campeón mundial. Cuando nadie te conocía, solo tu gente estaba contigo y tu fe. Pero sí, me quedé con la espinita del título mundial del CMB.
Who's in the know really like this undefeated kid. 19-0 as he arrives at the biggest fight of his life.
The world called it Fight of the Year. He called it unfinished business. because a draw doesn't hang around your waist.
Ser nominado y quedar como la pelea del año por el CMB, incluso por otras páginas, ser el ganador de eso, no hombre, es porque sí le gustó a la gente, al mundo. Entonces se siente bastante genial.
That night didn't define him, it revealed him. There was no celebration, just reset and back to work.
Después de esa pelea descansé, me tomé el descanso necesario, disfruté con mi familia, con mis amigos, disfruté los beneficios que me trajo el hacer esta pelea, el que vieran esta pelea y por dónde pasaron la pelea. Y luego de eso me enfoqué una vez más.
De San Benito Petén, Guatemala.
Every walk to the ring means more now. He carries Guatemala, he carries expectation, he carries purpose.
Me emociona porque sé que es el momento donde me he preparado tantos años para esto, que Dios me da la oportunidad para poder caminar hacia un ring, para subirme a un ring a pelear y representar a mi país.
Leaving home wasn't easy. Family, friends, everything familiar. But growth requires sacrifice.
Yo creo que lo que más duele ahora es dejar mi país, dejar esa comodidad, esa zona de confort, porque están tus amigos, tu familia, tu novia, pero sabes que si no lo haces no vas a mejorar, te vas a acomodar y por más que queramos salir adelante a veces no lo logramos. A mí se me dio una gran oportunidad de estar en un gran equipo y por supuesto que la voy a aprovechar al máximo.
The mission is simple now. No promises, just results. And he plans to deliver.
Así como yo, hay más chapines que se la están partiendo por representar a su país. Yo voy a ser uno de ellos y yo soy uno de ellos. Así que les digo, no quiero prometerles, quiero cumplirles. Así que esperen grandes cosas de Lester Martinez.
Let's put the focus now on Immanuwel Aleem. When you're locked in, you're dangerous. You're not concerned with outside opinions or past inconsistencies. You're focused solely on execution and winning. There's nothing that can deny him of his dream coming true tonight with a victory against Lester Martinez.
Yeah, with Aleem, he's one of those guys, man, when he's locked in, he's very, very dangerous. We've talked about his inconsistencies throughout his career, but he has it in him. He's been this guy before on the road, the B-side, the guy who's expected to lose, the underdog, and he's come out on top. He prides himself on being the underdog on top. And listen, just like Coach Robert Garcia had heard about him on the West Coast in the gyms over here, I heard about it on the East Coast from people in the gyms. Said he had a great camp. He looks really, really sharp. I have people telling me that they're going for the upset tonight for Immanuwel Aleem. That's how serious he has looked in the gym. And from what we've seen him all week, during fight week, with him and his team, they all look serious. They all look locked in. They all look confident.
At the press conference, Paulie, it was kind of the last time I got Immanuwel to come up to the podium because I'm like, hey, too many questions to the other guy. Immanuwel, get up here and make a statement. The statement he made was the strongest that I've heard pre-fight, and that was talking about being a youngster, having to overcome racism, having to go through what can be this cruel business of boxing, leaving home, if you will, and his father as his trainer, trying other things out, coming back home. That is a hardened human being and fighter who is not an easy out.
Yeah, a growth process, and explaining his growth process and seeing that's where he should have been the whole time, was back home with the family, where he's had his most recent run of form, and it may be the best run of form of his career going into this fight, and this is why he's coming into this fight so confidently, despite feeling very overlooked, despite even his father feeling that they've been overlooked. But hey, man, you got to be in it to win it, and he is in it, you know, with a chance to win it if he performs tonight, you know. And, you know, in the comment section, I know, guys, we got a Lester Martinez highlight. Goldie, kick it in there.
Yep, well, and that's the thing, is that when you look at the Lester Martinez performance and his performances right here on ProBox TV, you know the key tonight, and that is for him to use his length, use his reach, and do exactly that, Robert Garcia. just outwork Aleem early. And I've heard you guys even commenting on it. Don't let Aleem for 1 second start to think that he has an opportunity to win this fight.
That's the main thing that he needs to do. Control the fight with his distance, with his long jab, and fighting at the mid-range. And don't let Aleem take control or even have a chance to believe that he could win. And it's not going to be easy because Aleem is ready to come and do it. He knows what he's looking for. He knows he's in his best moment. He knows he's coming into nothing but people from Central America that are going to be booing him and cheering for Lester. He knows that. He's prepared for that. But Lester has to do the opposite. Has to control, has to make sure he's in control, and don't let Aleem believe that he has a shot.
Father, trainer, mentor, and Robert, you've gone through this. Sometimes you can't lock the door. You've got to let your guys go and do their thing, and eventually they will come home as we are moving much closer to our co-main event and our main event of the evening. And it is coming up next. It is Kevin Anton against Abdulkakarov in a 10-round super welterweight co-main event. That is coming up next, right here on ProBox TV.
ProBox TV's Contender series is bringing a storm of flying leather to Thunder Studios in Long Beach. Career fortunes will be on the line in the main event as Mexican super bantamweight warrior Brian Acosta collides with two-time world title challenger Ronnie Rios in a crossroads battle. Then in the co-main event, Rene Tellez Giron will go 10 rounds or less with 20-2 Mayhem Maliak Montgomery.
Big smile on his face. It is not unexpected. Aleem, I guarantee you that camp, that locker room is focused and ready as well, as we are now set for our co-main event of the evening. This fight is scheduled for 10 rounds in the super welterweight division. Kevin Anton, 27 years old, 5 years younger than his opponent. Look at the difference in the height. 5 inches taller, 2-inch reach advantage. The time has come. The co-main event is set as we are ready for the Punisher. And the man who said, you know what? My mom named me Joshua Kevin, but I just go with Kevin. Either way, JK, Kevin Anton, we look forward to your fight coming up right now against the Punisher. Fighters ready to make their walk to the ProBox ring here in San Bernardino, California. Highly decorated back home in Uzbekistan. Kudratilo Abdulkakarov, 22-5, 14 victories by knockout or TKO. So that's a lot of experience. 179 rounds for the Punisher. That's a lot more rounds than the 40 turned in by Kevin Anton. And the men and women who fight from that region of our great world are never, Chris, any to be overlooked.
No, and Uzbek has put out a ton of very, very talented athletes over the years. I've had the opportunity to call a bunch of the Punisher's fights before in the past on some top-ranked undercards. Listen, he's been in with some serious competition over the years, so the experience level is definitely in his corner tonight.
His opponent, Kevin Anton, We talked earlier about his big step-up victory in September of last year in Kissimmee inside the ProBox TV ring. That was, you know, many talked about a fight of the year type battle that we thought we would have, and we did get with a 7th round finish for Kevin Anton. Very pleasant. His trainer, Samuel Contreras Sr., Sam's son, as we highlighted, fought earlier. Anton did tell us that these two men sparred, Paulie, back in 2019, but in boxing sparring worlds, that was an eternity ago.
Yeah, and also 6-7 years ago, a lot can change in that time frame as well.
Getting set for our co-main event of the evening. Abu Kakarov, Anton. He is well rested, he is well hydrated, he is the one, the only. We get it once again to Lupe.
We continue with the action inside the National Orange Show Pavilion. This is ProBox TV. Being presented to you by Raptor Energy for real hard workers. Raptor, energía para dar más. Ban Rudal tiene la red más grande para cobrar tu remesa. Más de 12,000 puntos en toda Guatemala. Ban Rudal, el amigo que te ayuda a crecer. Bet Online, the odds for tonight's bouts are being brought to you by Bet Online. Wild Casino, America's most trusted online casino, Wild Casino. Let's get wild. White Sands Treatment Center, ranked by Newsweek magazine as one of America's best addiction treatment centers for 6 consecutive years. Our mission is to KO the drug and alcohol epidemic. And Boxing Scene, the most trusted source for boxing news. This contest, set for 10 rounds on the line, the vacant WBC Continental America Super Welterweight title de este duelo, pactado a 10 vueltas en juego. El título vacante Continental Américas peso Super Welter del CMB. World Boxing Council President Mauricio Sulaiman. Our supervisor is Alberto Guerra. Our judges at ringside, we have Damian Walton, along with Chris Leben and Eddie Hernandez Sr. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing blue with gold trim, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de azul con vivos dorados. Su peso oficial, 153 libras y un cuarto, is official weight, 153 1/4 pounds. Tonight, this perennial contender enters the ProBox TV ring with a record of 22 victories against 5 losses, 14 of those victories coming by way of KO esta noche. Este retador perenne entra al cuadrilátero con un récord de 22 victorias, 5 derrotas, 14 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Representing his homeland of Andijan, Uzbekistan, the Punisher, Kudratilo Abdulhakarov. His opposition in the red corner, wearing blue with white, su oponente en la esquina roja, vestido de azul con blanco, su peso oficial, 153 libras, su official weight, 153 pounds. Esta noche lo arriesga todo, incluyendo su récord invicto de 12 victorias, 11 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Tonight, he puts it all on the line, including his undefeated record of 12 victories, 11 of those victories coming by way of KO. De sangre guatemalteca, and fighting out of Palmdale, California, Kevin Anton. With final instructions, referee David Soliven.
Okay, fighters, I give you instructions in the locker room. I expect a good team fight. Listen to my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. This is a little high here. I'm going to let it go right here, okay? Right here's good. Right here's good. Okay? Touch gloves. God bless you both.
Third appearance here on ProBox TV for Kevin Anton. Abu Kakarov said he had some great sparring preparation in Philadelphia as they battle for the vacant WBC Continental America Super Welterweight title. Here we go. The southpaw, Kevin Anton. against the Punisher, Anton blue and white, Abdulkakarov in the blue and gold. You can see the significant height advantage for the unbeaten Anton.
Yeah, Anton has a lot of characteristics that can make him a very difficult task to deal with. 1, he's tall. 2, he's a southpaw. And 3, he can punch.
Yeah. And Paulie, you see on the front of his shorts, it says barbershop. He is a barber.
Yeah. Well, you might as well pump up your barbershop in the meantime, right? Because he's a fighter and a barber. You know, he's good at both. So, two career arcs here for Kevin Anton.
Barbershop and boxing, that's like peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah.
A lot of boxing talked about in the old school barbershops.
All he needs is the barber talk show, right?
There you go.
Oh, that's like a little left hand as Kudratillo. Abdulkakarov pulls back there a little bit, takes some sting off of it.
Yeah, Anton hid that nicely with his jab. You know, he's a southpaw who uses the jab to hide those power shots, which is why he's got such a high knockout percentage.
Look, he's fighting very, very cautious with the jab, follow everything off of the jab. Very smart, controlling, figuring out his opponent, and, you know, doing a great job. You know, landing that jab with a straight left. That's a great experienced fighter. With only 12 fights, he's very matured.
Yeah, trying to control that distance, not letting Abdulkakarov penetrate to a certain entrance point, and keeping him at that mid-range distance where Abdulkakarov has to keep reaching in order to land those shots, and he's still reaching.
Yeah, I was just going to say, champ, excellent range control and manipulation by Anton. You see how he comes in, comes out. He makes Kudratillo reach, and he's looking for that uppercut off that backhand, which he landed 2 of them moments ago.
And you guys bring a great point about the patience being displayed early of Kevin Anton. He's averaged 3.3 rounds per fight. But the old adage is you go hunting the knockout, there's a good chance you're going to get knocked out. So when you see this, Robert, from a fighter, and you see the discipline and waiting for the moment to come, that is maturation, isn't it?
Look, he knows how to control that mid-range. You know, if the Punisher steps in, he takes a half step back. The Punisher steps back, he takes half a step forward. He knows where to control. He knows where that jab lands, and he's just waiting for the right moment. He's a very mature fighter. Like I said, you know, that kid is showing us a lot, you know, in this first round.
Yeah, and he's using that lead hand as a really good guide, measuring stick, to maintain that distance.
All while doing it with a very experienced fighter.
Here's the thing. There's things where you can wait, but you have to come back with a little bit of something, okay? At least for 2-3 seconds. You can't let this motherfucker start getting comfortable, all right? Get the fucking jab, get a little closer, all right? Stay now, but give me some excitement during the fucking round, okay? And stick with the jab, all right? He's very slow, take advantage of it. Body shot, okay? Uppercut to the body, all right?
Co-main event.
And it's over.
And it is all over.
It's over.
Just like that. Right in front of us, Abdulkakarov holding his head.
He's getting booed. Obviously, it's a little bit of a quick job, but there's also a guy that's been in a lot of tough fights, right, champ? There's also a guy, it's not like him. So a guy like this who's kind of, you know, proven himself in the past to do this, and it's not like him, you're kind of feeling like you want to believe him. Something serious. It's outside of his character.
Exactly, it's out of his character. You know, we didn't see a punch that could have.
Yeah.
I think something's wrong with him. He looks like he's got a really bad headache or something.
Yeah, we watched that in real time. He walked back to his corner. He put both hands on his temples and closed his eyes very hard and was rubbing his temples and his head. And then he was complaining to his corner as soon as he sat down.
Yeah, something's up. Obviously, he's going to get booed, but, you know, and if this was a guy that had this reputation to do this, you say, okay, you know, you start to get a little suspicious. But Abdulkakarov is actually the opposite. He's been in some really tough fights. He's always shown himself to be a rough character himself.
Here's what we saw right in front of us.
I thought he was praying at first.
I know. I saw his eyes squint, and I could tell that something was up. He looked very uncomfortable.
Yep.
Doctor right on top of it. when I saw the squinting of the eyes, much to your point, Chris, I wondered if something might have caught him a thumb, but it is odd. But much to your point, Paulie and Chris and Robert, here's a guy who is not known to ever do this in his career, so give him his props. Something was seriously off that made it a short night for Kevin Anton, who didn't want it to be a short night like this. He wanted to put himself in a position which this doesn't derail him, but he wanted another highlight reel finish.
That's why Abdikakarov was picked as the opponent, you know, to get Anton those rounds. He's usually a durable guy, puts up a tough fight, not an easy opponent to beat, let alone stop. Again, you know, his own resume speaks for itself, and that's why I'm not quick to make a judgment on this stoppage here. It's not like him to stop like this.
All right, let's get it to Lupe.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the ProBox TV ring, the blue corner informs referee David Solivan that they are unable to continue, obligating him to stop this contest prior to the start of round number 2. Damas y caballeros, la esquina azul informa al referee David Solivan que su peleador no puede continuar, obligándolo a parar la contienda antes del inicio del segundo asalto, declarando el ganador por knockout técnico, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout. And now WBC Continental America Super Welterweight Champion, de sangre guatemalteca, Kevin Anton.
Kevin Anton, future is bright. He'll be right back at it. Much like Lolo, who unfortunately had his fight fall through. This one, obviously a different story, with his opponent unable to continue after the first 3 minutes. Anthony Cuba, tough weight cut, but all of these men will look to shine very soon once again inside the ProBox TV ring. Take a live look into the locker room of Guatemala's own ambassador, the flag bearer. One of his members of his team, his entourage, said he is the man coming over on the ship. He's the man coming over, Christopher Columbus, for his country. And you know what? We talked about how nice a guy he is. I mean, he's got the glasses rocking, Chris, like you do. I mean, he would be the wrong guy. You might have a thought of messing with somebody on the street. No, thank you. That would be the wrong guy.
Get a little Clark Kent, Superman action going. Yeah. You know, you got to have two different personalities. I used to always say, you know, the guy who's sitting right next to you and the guy who you would see in the ring across from you wouldn't even recognize each other in the street, because you got to have two different personalities when you're a fighter. Some guys are fighters all the time. A guy like myself, a guy like Lester, yeah, we're nice guys on the outside, but when it's time to be in the ring, it's all business.
All business as it was 1 week ago for Naji Lopez. Naji, it has been a long time, my friend. It is great to see you again.
Good to see you too, man.
Man, I missed you, buddy, but what a fight 1 week ago.
Wasn't it, man? Wasn't it?
You know, I've been a fan since day one because of your upbeat personality. But to step away from the ProBox platform and then to watch where you've come early on, from when I called fights of yours about 2 years ago to now, you should be very proud of yourself, bud.
Super proud of myself and my team.
Naji, what's it been like since fight night? Now, obviously, a little bit of recovery, getting kind of like over training camp, getting back into normal life, but also you got a new life now. You're a different guy. People know you now. It's a different thing now. What's that been like?
Man, my phone ain't stopped ringing. My phone ain't stopped ringing, man, but I love it, man. I'm enjoying it, man. Just the fruits of my labor.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Speaking of fruits of your labor, where does this take you now, Naji? You know, what is your eye set on going forward for the next fight, for the remainder of the year? You're in a lot of conversations with a lot of the big names in the division. Is it realistic to say you could get one of these names in this division in your next fight?
Yeah, it's definitely realistic, but I understand that it probably won't happen. But just whoever in front of me, man, I'm just trained to deal with.
Are you looking to keep busy as fast as you can, get back in there, or are you willing to wait for a big fight to see if it opens up?
I definitely want to stay busy, keep getting that experience in the ring, and of course, soon as the opportunity come, I'll be ready.
Has there been any news?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Has there been any news to break anything, or is it just still it's too soon?
Yeah, it's super early.
Stitched up fine. The wound looked horrible on TV, needless to say. But
everything good, man.
Good,
everything good. I'm ready to get back in the gym.
I figured that. We do know that about you. When something like this happens, you've been boxing your whole life, Najee, so technically it's not the first time. What mindset did that put you into, or did it change your mindset at all?
During the fight?
Yeah.
Nah, it didn't change my mindset at all. I knew my preparation. I knew, what type of fight this could have been. We trained super hard, man. So however it goes in the ring, we'll be ready for anything.
Did you expect this kind of fight, Najee?
I did not expect this kind of fight. I expected a tough guy. I expected Gallegos to be as game as he was, but obviously it was, things in the fight that happened, the headbutt, stuff like that happened that kind of, changed the dynamics
changed
of
the
the
evolution.
fight. Yeah, exactly. So,
but it's all stuff you put into, if you will, the boxing computer between your ears, and you've now experienced something a little bit different.
Absolutely.
And you want to have all those experiences, Najee, as you get to what Chris and Paulie were talking about, those big names.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So Najee, I'm sure you have watched it back, or no?
Of course, 100 times.
100 times. Okay. What? You said you want to get back to the gym. I'm sure you saw some things you want to work on. What pops out?
A lot of things. I'd rather not say. Just keep that with me and my team, but it's always room for growth. I love my performance, but it's always room for growth.
I think fans will say the same thing. They'll love your performance. The fans always appreciate an exciting fighter. But I think when a fighter gets too good, it becomes less exciting because he becomes so dominant, right? So there's probably some mental decisions you want to maybe because I think physically, from that perspective, you have all the tools. It's just some of the decision making may make you less excited, but I don't know if you want that. Maybe you want to keep that exciting mentality where the fans to turn you into must-see TV, because right now it's sort of quickly becoming your reputation, Najee.
Man, I can do whatever I want in the ring, man. I can make it boring. I can make it an exciting fight. But, them just different tools for whoever you got in front of you. You know what I'm saying? Every job might calls for a different tool.
Yeah, and you got a toolbox ready.
Absolutely.
We were talking earlier, Najee, that you really mirror the evolution of ProBox TV, because you're one of the OGs. You're not that old,
yes,
but
sir.
You're an OG here on ProBox TV. To look at your path and look at the path and now the worldwide notoriety of ProBox TV, kind of cool to carry that torch, isn't it?
Man, ProBox doing his thing. ProBox definitely doing his thing, but, I'm just here to, further. I want to bring championships back.
Yeah, Najee, and we were talking about this earlier. You're that first guy to kind of bridge the gap, who came from literally you're a very opening here. You've grown with this platform the whole time, but are now getting talked amongst those big names. So you have been growing with this. You are bringing ProBox TV to the next level. Because guys like Lester, who obviously are getting right there, getting close to world title fights in an interim title fight tonight, they came a little bit later. You came with the inception of this business,
from the start. From the start, man. I heard what Gary wanted to do with ProBox before it was even, before it came to fruition. So, man, I'm super excited, man. I'm excited to watch Lester fight tonight.
So, how much of ProBox TV and where it's going, how much of that do you feel inside of you? Like, as you watch this, you must feel like this is part of you as well.
Yeah, of course. Especially fights like Friday night, man. After that, man, it just feels like the next level. ProBox feels like the next level. if I feel like I'm on the next level, ProBox definitely has to be on the next level. So,
well, as I mentioned, you're the perfect example. You're the torchbearer, you're the OG, and you have
the original gangster, not the old gangster.
Correct.
So
yeah,
you don't have to be old for
young.
it.
Original. Original. But you knew that though.
Yeah.
I'm never going to get on your bad side, Dante. I know better. You are.
Now you good with me.
Human,
now you good with me, man.
We've always been good, and it's great to see you continue and keep that attitude. And I like what you said, Najee. You said you can't control what's coming. You just line them up, knock them down, and eventually it's unavoidable. You're going to get the big one.
You can always guarantee you'll be prepared.
Always is. Najee Lopez, thank you. Keep healing up. And we're all going to enjoy watching Lester.
Thanks for having me, man.
Thank you, Najee. Thank you. Going to be a big time as we work ahead to our main event of the evening, which is finally just moments away as we take a live look into the locker room of Immanuwel Aleem from Richmond, Virginia. 22-3-3, 14 victories by knockout. We are inching closer to our main event of the evening right here, live and exclusively on ProBox TV.
ProBox TV's Contender series is bringing a storm of flying leather to Thunder Studios in Long Beach. Career fortunes will be on the line in the main event as Mexican super bantamweight warrior Brian Acosta collides with two-time world title challenger Ronnie Rios in a crossroads battle. Then in the co-main event, Rene Tellez Giron will go 10 rounds or less with 20-2 Mayhem Maliak Montgomery.
Welcome back to San Bernardino, California. You know, it's been a long wait. I feel like I've been kind of filling a little bit on boxing scene. I don't, like, you were quarterbacking it perfectly, so, you know, I don't want to say anything, Chris, because you got it all handled. But this has been fun, just reminiscing, looking forward, and now seeing this man, the chosen one. He believes, and more importantly than anything, if you believe in yourself, if you have believers that surround you, then anything can happen.
Yeah, and his team they're all on the same page, and we've seen them all fight week. They've always been together. They've been a unit. I've seen him in the gym. I've seen him at the presser. I've seen him in the fighter workout. Everyone is working together as a unit, and they all have a singular focus: to come in here, upset Lester Martinez, get the win, and move on with their career.
Robert, if you were the trainer of Immanuwel Aleem and all the attention, like we've seen tonight, is basically going to the opponent, what would your talk be? What would the last couple of things that you say to him be as he prepares for the biggest opportunity of his life?
Look, it's a difficult situation, especially when you have at least 3,000 people here that's going to be booing you. You gotta motivate him to think positive, focus on his team only. You know, when we're in the ring, and you guys know because you guys have been in the ring, if you're focused, you hear your corner only. You don't listen to anything else because you're focused. So that's what they need to have, that mentality where listen to your corner. Don't go by what the crowd's gonna say, because they could actually put you in a position where you have to prove something or get mad and want to do something that emotional that you're not supposed to and make a big mistake. So that's very, very crucial right now for him to be focused.
And Paulie, you've been in these situations. You've seen it in your boxing career. You've seen it as a commentator. And one thing that should be noted, this isn't an A-B fight. This is an A-A fight. And right now, Paul, nobody holds this belt. So it's 50-50, just like we have at ProBox TV.
Up for grabs, and what's on the line, not necessarily the belt. The interim title, okay, it's okay, but what it can bring you, the opportunities that are there in this weight class, there are many of them. There are many good fighters. There is the cash cow of the sport, at least in North America, also on the line here in this weight class, with Canelo sort of returning. So you want to put yourself in the best position possible if you fight in the 168-pound division. So it's not really about the belt tonight, because for me, an interim title is not the base world title, and I think the smart fans at home know that. But it's the opportunity gained by winning this fight tonight. This is a majorly stacked weight class, and you put yourself smack in the middle of the hottest talk in one of the hottest divisions in the sport.
You know who doesn't know that? The 1.5 million that was here in LA, and the 3,000 plus here in attendance.
So what you're
they
saying
know he's going to be a world champion.
So what you're saying is if he leaves tonight with the belt, the Guatemaltecos tonight they're going to think that he won a world title.
Oh, 100%.
I love it.
No, look. From what I understand is we're going to be here a little bit longer because I think Lester barely started wrapping his hands.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was scheduled to walk into the ring maybe like at 8 p.m.
Yep.
It's a little past 7, so we're gonna be here for a while.
The fans are loving waiting all night.
But they do.
I've been reading the comments.
They love it. You know, the fans here are drinking beer. They're enjoying it.
The fans here are having a blast. The ones in the comments are getting sick and tired of the waiting. You know, I'll be honest, guys. I'm running out of talking points myself, guys. But we had we did have the 2 fights fall out. That kind of hurt us too.
They did. And we have a lot of knockouts.
And the way the Kevin Anton fight ended quickly.
And it's modern TV. What are we gonna do? You know, I mean, it's the way it works, guys. You know, we don't make the decisions. We don't have the power to replace those fights. Also, when I was at Showtime, listen, if the fights ended early, hi, sayonara, good night, it's over, we're off the air. Here we gotta fill the time the TV networks will work with.
I used to do this too, Phil. When I was the main event, I would wait till the very last minute to get to the arena because I hated waiting around for it. And I used to get calls all the time like, but you need to be here, and I would always say, I'm the main event. It doesn't start till I get there.
Champ, you're missing a key point. There's a minimum time the main event has to be at the arena. So just in case that there's early knockouts, that was back then. We're talking about our day. I don't know how it works anymore. Obviously, it doesn't work like this anymore because they're going to be waiting an hour for this guy to come out. But in our day, there was a minimum time where we had to be at the arena. Just in case there was early knockouts, the show would still flow. Now, there is no minimum. Maybe the minimum time is later. Lester's been there for a couple hours, so Lester could have easily been wrapped up. And I mean, clearly the time he's been told he's going to walk is much later.
Robert,
not keeping in time.
Of course, the time he was supposed to. We have a rundown. Robert said it perfectly before. You time your meals, your weigh-ins. We're talking main events. These are pros, man.
Yeah.
Everything is lined up by the minute, and I understand. I'm sure B&B and their team has everything lined up. And listen, you're the main event. Yep. Like I'm not ready to walk in. I'm not walking. This is my career. So we're here and we're filling.
That's why in this modern day and age, like with Bud and Canelo, you can Google, you can go on websites, and they'll say the walk is expected to happen at 9:46 and 25 seconds. I mean, that is the era which you guys pointed out. That's the era we're in now, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, when you're the main event, obviously you get a little more leeway. Lester is in a big opportunity, and you don't want to rush greatness. We don't want to push somebody out there, and they're not going to perform to the absolute best. And that's both men. Both men were told a certain time. So,
and if we wait any longer, people are going to start dying of frostbite in this place. So, we got.
If you can't tell, we're all glistening right now. It's crazy hot in here, and this place is packed, and no one in here has stopped moving. Everyone's on their feet the entire night. These Guatemalans are having an absolute party back here.
And they have been pretty much all week because they were in attendance very strongly at the press conference.
You know what the positive thing is? I had a cheat meal before we started. By the end of the night, it's not even going to matter. You know what? Because I'm going to sweat it right off during the broadcast. It's great.
Wait, in this icy place, you're sweating?
Nah, what are you going to do? Yeah.
These men have worked their entire life to get to this moment. And Aleem, Bomac, Garcia, whoever it is, there's no way that you men in charge, Robert, would let it be any different than it is tonight. They've worked so hard, so long, sacrificed so much to get here. You're not going to have somebody stick your head into the locker room and say, hey, you're going now. You're going to chew that guy out, aren't you?
That's exactly correct. Look, because most of the time, most recently, you get to the locker room, and right away they tell you, start rapping. When you still got like 3 hours before you're scheduled to walk out. Commissioners want you to be wrapped up because what if there's knockouts? Even though there's, you got to wait for your time. And I always try to manage to wrap my fighters' hands at least 1 hour before, because sometimes they want you to be wrapped up 3 hours before, and that's not right. It's just not right. The guys need to relax. Sometimes they need to drink something or eat an apple, eat a banana before, a couple hours before, just to be prepared, because they want you in the locker room 2 to 3 hours, sometimes even 4 hours before you're scheduled to fight. So some fighters need to take some food in there. So, you know, they can't rush them. You know, that's why I'm pretty sure Bomac told the commissioners, no, you know, we're scheduled to be ready at a certain time, and that's when we're going to be ready.
We have that in TV once in a while, and Paulie, you and I always get that. Let's say the first fight is 4 p.m., the main card starts at 6. You walk in at about 2:15. Robert, they're telling you, get ready, hey, get ready, we're going to rehearse the open. The open's in like 3 weeks. Like, why are we rushing? Now let me set up my, Chris knows, I got to set up my electronics, get my OCD out of the way, and they're saying, put your earpiece in, let's rehearse the open that we're going to do in about a month and a half.
Yeah, I mean, that's again, TV scheduling.
And you know, Robert, the look that Paulie gives, you know, so I kind of end up rehearsing by myself, you know.
I don't know. I remember when I was main eventing in bigger fights, you know, the early time was 10 p.m. or something. So, you know, you'd have to get to the arena by 8, so you could be in the ring by 10 if need be. If the undercard went longer, you ended up in the ring at 11 instead of 10. But, you know, by 10, you were expected to be ready if you needed to be. Then you'd wrap your hands accordingly to how fast the undercard was moving or not moving, so you could be ready at an adequate time to be wrapped up and gloved up, either by 10 if it's moving fast, or later if it's moving slowly, you know? In the back, they didn't get the memos, I guess, of how fast the undercard was moving, and then so we're going to be waiting.
This is very rare for ProBox. You normally have the opposite problem, where the fights go long because you make such competitive matchups. But a lot of the competitive matchups that we had on this card, 2 of them fell through. And then our co-main event, oddly enough, ended in a very strange way, which was supposed to be competitive, but ended in a round.
Unexpected. This happens. There's no script in live sports. And that is why we are impatiently somewhat, but patiently waiting for a magical moment, either for Aleem or Martinez. And we know that mother and father have a ton of confidence in what their son can do tonight. And we talked to Proud Mama yesterday, and she just talked to us moments ago.
Y'all already know what he can do. All that talking you're doing, it don't work. He's focused. He's entertaining. He know what he has to do. He's not afraid of anything. Like I said, he's been fighting men since he was 11 years old. In my gym, I've seen him fighting grown men. This is nothing for him. Somebody his age, somebody his same weight. Come on now. You'll see. He's getting ready to bring it. You're going to see Immanuwel know how to bring it. When I say let's bring it, he loves this stage. He loves this part. And he's not going to stop until he's ready to stop. Not when somebody's going to stop him. Immanuwel's ready.
I love her shirt.
He's wrapped now. He's wrapped now. Look at that.
Today.
He's wrapped.
His hands are wrapped, so that's good. Ready to go.
But he's not gloved.
He's not gloved yet.
Or sweating. But that shirt from Aleem's mother, she was a character in the fighter meetings yesterday. Man, she took charge. Very, very sweet lady, very interesting. But man, does she love her son? And she was going to bat for him in the fighter meeting, even though there was no need to. We were all on the same side.
Believers, right?
Exactly, exactly. We were speaking very highly of her son, but apparently not highly enough because she really loves her boy.
Well, and she is any proud mother, any proud father. She's seen the journey and she's seen the hardships that her son has had to go through. And at the end of the day, Paulie, you love your kids.
Yeah,
You'll always be a father, always be a mother. You love your kids, and you want to see it go for them.
For parents, it's a very nerve-wracking thing, you know, especially if you have a direct involvement in your son's career and your kid's career. You know, the parents of Aleem are basically in the boxing business. You know, his mom was from Glen Cove, Long Island, and grew up in the same time frame as Howard Davis when he was coming up, winning Olympic gold and whatnot. So this is a family that, you know, is born and bred multi-generationally in boxing. So there's more emotion, there's more, you know, a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. Obviously, they want to be respected. At the same time, they know the kind of kid they raise. He's a good guy. He's a mature guy. He's got a backbone to him. You know, he's not one of these spoiled kids. He's had to do it the hard way. And they are ready to have a crowning moment. So they're letting everybody know that, hey, listen, we didn't just show up to crown Lester Martinez. We showed up because this is a big opportunity for us. And this is the kind of energy I've sort of felt from the father and mother of Immanuwel Aleem. While Immanuwel has sort of felt, you know, that calmness, he understands, you know, he understands he's the one who has to fight, so he has to save his energy and save his emotion for the fight night.
Well, Mom and Dad have plenty of energy and plenty to say as we get set for really a monumental moment, another of many here on ProBox TV. Our CEO, Gary Jonas, man, he is pumped for tonight.
Fighting. I mean, he's a pleasure to work with. I think he can go and be a superstar. I think the fans are going to love him. I think the Mexicans are going to love him because he fights pure, that Mexican style. Lester has all the character, all the elements, the attractive characteristics for him to be a superstar. And I think very soon, once the fans really get to know him, it won't be just the Guatemalan fans. It'll be all boxing fans are going to be Lester Martinez fans.
There he is. You know, way back when, we had this time where Gary had a vision. And there were times where if Gary weren't so true and felt that his vision was one that could come to fruition, it might not need this fight tonight on this particular platform. So our leader is very proud, but everyone who has been part of this journey should be very proud about what's happening tonight as well.
Yeah, and you can tell by talking to the team, they're all very proud. And I mentioned that to you yesterday in the fighter meeting. I said, he's got a great team. Because not only was it, he has 4 coaches. And, you know, he's got his coaches in Guatemala. He's got the B&B team with him, and they have multiple coaches. And everyone spoke so highly about working with this young man and how much of a pleasure it is to work with. We heard our own Gary Jonas say he's a pleasure to work with. Then we talked to his manager yesterday who put himself into the conversation and told us, you know, what he saw in Lester early on in his amateur career and said, we got to get him to the United States because if we don't, we're going to miss our opportunity. He was smart enough that he knew what he had, but he had to get him in front of the right eyes. And the right eyes were here in the States. And he said, if we didn't get him out of there, if we didn't get him out of Guatemala, we couldn't get him to the United States, we were going to miss an opportunity. Well, they didn't miss the opportunity. So now it's up to Lester to take the bull by the horns and finish the mission.
You know, it's all about the journey. There's Jocelyn Camarillo. Had a great knockout, first of her career, to get things started tonight. A couple of fights fell through, but when you're watching ProBox TV, you get insight from the most knowledgeable boxing voices in the game today. And so it is extra insight. It is what we call on TV a bit of a fill. But you want to talk about having the time and the opportunity to set things up. That is what we've had the opportunity to do tonight. Robert, let's go deep into Immanuwel Aleem right now and what he is all about, his journey, and put the attention on him for a moment where he gets that big spotlight. Can you do that for us, Robert?
Look, especially when nobody here in this place believes that he could do it. This is when he wants it the most. He wants to do it in front of the opposite people that are not going to be cheering for him. He wants to prove everybody wrong. He knows the crowd. He knows everybody watching. He knows all of us are picking Lester to win, but he wants to prove all of us wrong. And I think this are dangerous fighters when nobody believes in them, and they have they have the tools, they have the condition, they have the team, the dad, the mom are involved. I think that's more motivation for him, especially that the mom has been with him all his career and part of his career and part of all his fights. I think this is a big motivation for him, and he's going to be a dangerous guy to beat.
What are the most dangerous tools in the arsenal of Aleem, in your opinion?
Look, I think with Aleem right now, not just his boxing ability, his boxing skills, but I think the main thing is if Lester doesn't perform because of all the crowd, the attention. He just came from stealing the show in probably the biggest card of last year. and he stole the show. So he got a lot of attention. So his life changed. All that this is his first fight back. We haven't seen how he responds after that. So this could be a big difference. It could affect him.
And so, Paulie, is it the old cliche, he's got to weather the early storm?
Yeah, I think Aleem, one of the best, you know, he talked about the best qualities of Lester. One of the best qualities of Aleem is not really a fear factor. You know, he's going to show up with no respect. The pressure is not really on him. This is a big moment for him. I think to a degree, anybody in this kind of fight is going to feel some pressure to perform. But in terms of the fear factor, I don't think Aleem really cares about Lester's reputation. He's not that kind of fighter. So
he doesn't care about the crowd either.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the crowd. He's been in tough situations with tough opponents in front of tough crowds. And, you know, sometimes he's done it, sometimes he's not. So he's at the point in his life where, you know, he's going to go out there and do what he does. I think Lester has to be careful for the slow start. You know, he did have a slow start against Mbili.
He had a slow start against Joshan James as well.
Slow start against Joshan. You know, one thing about Aleem is he's a little bit dynamic. You know, he's not just a come-forward guy with power. He can be explosive, but he has some dynamic athleticism and boxing to him. So, you know, he can be caught. Sometimes he gets wide with his shots. Yeah, there's a reason why he's the underdog here tonight. But at the same time, that dynamic ability and that athleticism and big punching power can be a risk factor early on for Lester if Lester starts slow like he has in the last couple of fights.
And Chris, we talked about it right at the top of the show, which was a while ago at this point. But, you know, I asked you, is this the time for Lester? And you said, we'll find out. I think that you can. In fact, I'm confident that you can say this is the perfect time for Immanuwel Aleem, considering the journey, considering the potholes, and considering where his mind is and where his support system is right now as he gets into this fight.
Well, Goldie, that was kind of where I was going when you were saying, you know, is this the perfect time for Lester? I was like, well, yeah, if he comes and performs. Yeah. And to Coach Robert Garcia's point, yeah, I mean, Lester's supposed to win this fight. He is the favorite, but if he doesn't show up, he can very much lose this fight. And in which case, it would be Aleem's time. So, yeah, I think the table is set for both these guys to really, like I said earlier, take the bull by the horns and take that next step in their career. You know, they're obviously in very different places of their career, and a win puts them in a different trajectory. A win for Lester Martinez, we're talking about him getting the winner of Christian Mbili and Canelo Alvarez, one of the biggest stars in the sport. You know, and a win from Aleem, it's life-changing because maybe he gets a Canelo Alvarez fight. It's possible, you know, or he gets another big payday fight where he's going to be looking at 6-7 figures. So yeah, and that's life-changing money for a guy like Immanuwel Aleem. So both these guys have life-changing opportunities in front of them. In terms of what they do with that, that's entirely up to them. The only thing left to do is fight.
And we are getting close. Paulie, Mike Babcock, longtime NHL coach, used to always have this phrase, start on time. Yeah. Start on time. And all of you alluded to the slow starts of Lester Martinez. And yeah, 2 more rounds, he probably would have finished it. Avoid the slow start. Yeah. He might have finished it in 10. So going back to Coach Babcock, for Lester, you better start on time. Yeah,
because it gets riskier and riskier against certain kind of opponents. And Aleem is one of those guys who, you know, can fly off the handle. You know, he throws big punches, and he will throw big punches early.
He needs to come in, Robert, and with the mindset of this is round 4 when it's the start of the fight.
100%, because, look, if he allows Aleem to get 1 or 2, maybe 3 rounds ahead, then he could be in trouble because Aleem is going to believe in himself. Aleem is going to believe that he could do it, that he's got the tools to do it, and that could be very, very against Lester, especially with the crowd asking for more and wanting more. He's going to be forced and pressured to do that where he could make mistakes, and Aleem could take advantage of those.
Main event, we're getting closer. Last stretch, last talks, last moments. Paulie, Chris had brought up the coaches who have surrounded Lester throughout his life and him remembering where he came from. Being with the coach in Guatemala who taught him so much and started with that journey. And I asked him in the fighter meetings, all 3 of us, it's like, how do you juggle that though? Because sometimes you have 4 different voices and they all come and it all becomes a big mess. But he was like, no, I hear them differently. They all have different things to work on, and I need to embrace all 4 of them.
Yeah, you know, you hear them differently. There's a new motivation every time he hears instructions from another one, but yet all 4 of them they work together as a unit. Listen, those kind of situations, they're all great until you don't have the success. When you have the success, people start to question that kind of thing. Right now, everything's going great, and it's a solid team membership.
Thought he had it. Back in Las Vegas. He has the chance here tonight. Still to come. Our title fight. Right here on ProBox TV.
Saturday, March 28th, ProBox TV's Contender series is bringing a storm of flying leather to Thunder Studios in Long Beach. Career fortunes will be on the line in the main event as Mexican super bantamweight warrior Brian Acosta collides with 2-time world title challenger Ronnie Rios in a crossroads battle. Then in the co-main event, Rene Tellez Gideon will go 10 rounds or less with 20-2 Mayhem Maliak Montgomery.
We've had a chance to visit with some of the guys who we've seen on their path, some of the big stars of the future, and that man right next to you is one of those men, one of those names, Paulie.
Mr. Ramon Cardenas in the building.
Nice to see you guys again.
Good vibe tonight, huh?
Yeah, really good. It's packed out here. Yeah. You know, I knew I came to watch him when he fought Joe James, and it was also very packed, so I kind of expected the same, crowd.
It's different tonight, though. It was packed last time. This is wild. I mean, I don't know if you guys can tell at home, but I mean, this place is filled to the brim, and everyone is extremely electric and excited.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Ramon, what's going on with you, man? What can we expect next from you? You had an impressive performance on ProBox last time out.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're working on some things where I think we're 95% done.
But you can't tell us.
Fight. I can't say
yet.
That's the last 5%.
That's the last 5%. That's what becomes a tease.
It's 95%.
But is this something big? Is something for sure, it's going to be exciting in the sport of boxing?
It'll open up way more doors for me. Closing out the year, God willing. Closing out the year.
Okay.
And so I'm pretty excited for that.
We got a time frame of when it could be?
For sure, May.
Okay.
My fight's going to be in May. Again, it's 95%, so I can't really.
Yeah. You can't give us can't blow the door open yet, but we'll wait for it. All right.
Yeah, I'm excited.
We're sure we'll be excited for it. Obviously, last night you were getting ready to fight Naoya anyway, right? So it was a big deal. And how has life changed since that fight?
I mean, it's changed a lot. I have more eyes on me for sure, more responsibility, more than anything. Like you back to the story I always say with you. When I met you in 2009, I believe at ringside. You had a lot of responsibility because your name is there, and so the expectation. So for me, it's the same thing. I feel that responsibility and that expectation to do it as well as I can every fight.
Yeah, before people know you, there's not a lot of expectation. Then the pressure builds because now they know you. They like the way you fight. Well, the expectation to maintain that stability. Go ahead, Jim.
But we even said that before. You said that before your last fight. There's a lot of expectation, but you were like, I'm on a different level than these guys, and I'm going to show them. So you stepped up to it. And I think that's going to be really helpful for you moving forward. And all night tonight, we've been talking about the fighters that have progressed with ProBox and then transcended. And you're one of those guys, man. You're one of those guys. When we first came on, Paul and I were like, this guy's next level. How does ProBox TV and the way that it's changed and grown, how does it come from someone like you who's been in it and so close to it?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like a proud thing because, it's kind of one of those situations where, ProBox, you're building with ProBox as well. It's not so much like a lot of people tend to be like, oh, I'm gonna use ProBox to go over here, but it's like the situation. It's like, hey, build with the promoter. Promoters care. When a promoter cares for you, then then they're going to have your back, and I feel like that's the situation that we got.
And to tell you the truth, Ramon, the results of the fighters on ProBox have helped the brand of ProBox grow as well. You know, results of guys like you, guys like Lester Martinez, Najee Lopez, so on and so forth. You know, we've had Lamont Roach, you know,
Akatsugi, who we just had over.
Akatsugi, Angelo Leo. You know, they have raised the stock of ProBox, and the expectation of ProBox is higher level, and mixed in together with the great cards that we put on. A lot of times, you know, it's that also is getting the reputation of putting on really good fights, showcasing some maybe untapped talent, you know, that comes through the ranks of ProBox. You were one of those guys, and you know, it's thanks to the help of guys like you as well. So it really, it's a one hand washing the other kind of a thing, and I think the fans at home have appreciated it.
Yeah, most definitely. And like I said, man, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in, and I'm eternally grateful for everybody on ProBox and the people who are no longer here as well. But, you know, most definitely, I'm just grateful to be here.
When can we know that other 5%? When do you think is going to come out?
I'd say sometime next week.
So I'll talk about this week.
Okay.
So maybe by the time we come back for next week's fight, which is what Acosta against Ronnie Rios.
Studios, Ronnie Rios and Brian Acosta.
Even though we're on the same night as.
Are you coming to that too?
Yeah, I'm actually like 7 minutes from there. I'm staying in Long Beach.
There you go. There you go. So we'll see. So hopefully you can have it to announce it then.
Who's gonna watch? Maybe you'll announce it on TV next week then.
Yeah.
Maybe. All right. Well, hope
if not, we'll interview either way. But
everybody else is gonna be watching Ventura Thurman. So don't worry. You won't. The secret won't get out too much.
Yeah. And Ramon, you didn't put any pressure on yourself. Obviously, your love for Immanuwel. He's the guy. You said, I'm going to take his nickname. I mean, you didn't put a target on your back at all doing that, did you?
No, I mean, you know, it was cool because in San Antonio, he had actually told me, you know, he was grateful for fighters like me to actually
carry on the
legacy.
Yeah.
You know. So that's one of those things where I got a blessing from him, and I'm eternally grateful for that as well.
Also, at least you're living up to it because you're knocking guys out with like serious dynamite. So that walk-off KO in your last fight was a nasty,
I thought
shot.
We were going to be in knockout of the year contention with that one.
It was. I mean, it should have been definitely in contention.
You know what the problem is? By that point in the year, everybody already made up their mind.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, they don't want to go back and reset their. They don't want to scratch off any.
That's true.
That night we had a few.
That night was crazy. That
speaking of which, we're going to see that right here. Oh, I mean, just thing of beauty there. Good shot. That was the first knockdown. And at this point, you had to chase him down a little bit. He moved a lot more than he has in the past, more than I expected. I don't know how you felt about it, but it took you a little bit to track him down. But once you did, I mean, it was all over. That was a beautiful setup there. But the final shot,
I expected him to come out, you know, aggressive too, right here.
Yeah, this is no look, bang, oof. And just walk off. Did you know it was over right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those ones you feel it, right?
That's the bat flip when you hit the home run.
Yeah. That's what I tell people. Like whenever you hit a home run, like I've never played baseball, but I'm pretty sure the baseball guys, they know when they hit that home run, they just like, all right, that's all.
It's gone.
Little cocky trot to first base.
When they let the bat, they flick it. And
I have no doubt that you would have been a great soccer player like your father. But I'm pretty sure at the end of the day, you picked the right profession.
I think so, too. I think so, too, because soccer, I mean, it's a difficult sport to get in. Sometimes it's not what you know, it's who you know. Right. Soccer. And so for me, it was like, I get older, and I'm like, man, I'm a 5'6" Mexican guy. Like, soccer, those guys are 6 feet.
And the scouts look at the physicality, and sometimes they overlook talent.
I didn't want to offend you. I was like, nah, you're a little short for soccer, but
Maradona was short too, but you know, it's a different time where they look at physicality of guys. So I think you picked the right sport.
Yeah, I think so too, because I don't think I would have been I think I would have been a good soccer player, but like you said, like sometimes it's not so much.
It's world-class level that you want to get to, and in boxing has allowed you to do that.
Yeah, and so I'm glad I chose boxing too.
And
we are too.
We are too. We are too. Hey, cannot wait to see you again.
Thank you.
Called your fights in the past. Can't wait to call your next one.
See you next week, and we'll get that news.
Can't wait to hear the big news. There's already some big fights in May. All right, we'll just leave it there. And you're going to join a magical month. Thank you. All right, the walk is moving closer and closer Keys to victory for Lester Martinez.
Something that Bomac says a lot. He likes to keep his man turning. Step around, step around, step around. You don't need to stand in front of him. Lester actually has good feet, great balance. He can step around the power puncher and Aleem. Next, up the middle. That's uppercuts on both hands. We saw that used brilliantly against Christian Mbile. There's going to be opportunities for him to use those uppercuts as well this time. And then keep the left hook tight. We've seen Aleem get KO'd by a short left hook from Centeno. Sometimes Aleem can get wide, like you mentioned, champ. There's going to be opportunities for Lester to beat him to the punch with the shorter power shots.
Those are the keys to victory for Lester Martinez. Keys to victory for the chosen one.
Immanuwel Aleem, don't overstay your welcome. You know, don't stay in the pocket too long, right, champ? I mean, you use that boxing at the same time. You know, don't stay in the pocket too long. And we know you want to throw your big shots, but don't overinvest and stay in the pocket too long. Yeah, exactly. Answer the phone, champ. We always playing that one. Keep that hand up because Lester likes to throw those tight hooks, as you mentioned, and invest in the body early. You know, I think that's a big deal for Aleem. Maybe slow down the pressure of Lester, and also maybe take some of the sting off of the big power shots of Lester Martinez.
And Aleem's an underrated body puncher. You know, he's actually a pretty good. He goes to the body real hard, real well. And I always say when you're fighting a puncher, you gotta set the gas tank a little bit.
I honestly think he's got to box a little bit as well. We've seen him box in spots. I don't know that. We know this is a dynamite fight with two guys who have dynamite power, but I think Aleem's dynamic boxing can be a little bit of a change of pace on Lester. That could maybe be a little bit confusing for Lester if Aleem does it right.
I think Aleem should box the first couple of rounds
especially
first
because jab,
look, body shots is very good and very effective, but if he tries to go for the body early, he's going to stand in front of his opponent and Lester could catch him. So I think if he boxes the first couple of rounds, especially with the jab in and out, I think he could have success. But if he tries to go early to the body, he might be in trouble and get caught.
We've seen Aleem be able to use his jab and lateral movement. When he fought Vidal, he did that very, very well early on. Looked really good, especially in the first round. Good dynamic jab, good lateral movement, and was able to shut down the offense of the power puncher Vidal.
It's been a wait indeed, but I have a feeling it will be well worth the wait. Just moments away from the walk-ins, moments away from our main event of the evening. Let the festivities begin.
Being a tough kid. Yeah, tough kid, challenging, enjoy what he did. And then I saw him on the computer one day. So what you doing, Dad? I'm watching fights, I'm watching knockouts. And then he started knockout by XP all the way up to the pros.
I'm ready to display my skills and show that I'm the best fighter in super middleweight division. I've been waiting for this moment for almost all my life.
My son is old school. Okay, now you got the new school that wants to nobody wants to fight each other, so they're going to keep those zeros, right? But they need to fight each other. My son has been fighting the best. You know, all his fighters, they were great, and he got thrown out there early. His career wasn't like, oh, let me get this easy fight for him. He has been fighting men, even in our gym back in the days when he was 11 and 12, he was fighting grown men, cracking their ribs.
I've always been preparing for the last couple of years. I've been winning a few titles, got the first DMV title, recently over DeMar Nicholson, and now this is a fight I've been looking for to get.
He's a legitimate guy. He's solid. He's tough.
This is exactly what I was looking for. He's ready to add another belt to the collection.
You want to be a champion, a world champion.
I am the best super middleweight in the world. I'm going to show that March 21st.
We want the prize. We want the belt, and we're going for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his ring walk, Immanuwel Aleem.
Mi nombre es Lester Martinez, ¿tú? Hoy te puedo asegurar que lo que empezó como un juego se ha vuelto mi vida.
Is Lester Martinez.
Mi próximo sueño es ser campeón mundial.
I remember me walking on his little town. He always, on the first time I see, watch something different in him. And now we are here, almost he become a world champion. That's crazy.
It was early on with ProBox TV, and we heard about this kid, 168-pounder from Guatemala, who was undefeated. I said, no, I got a feeling about this kid. I think he's got something. And sure enough, I mean, he was phenomenal. And we started to realize, wait a second, it looks like we found a diamond in the rough.
I think one thing about Lester's style is his relentless, constantly punching. He's constantly coming forward. He's real tricky with his punches.
I remember hearing that we were going to have him on ProBox and hearing, you know, he was this big puncher out of Guatemala. Then when I saw him, he really did live up to all the hype. Turns into must-see TV because of the punching power.
I was hearing things about him, like awesome, technical beast. Not only am I a huge fan of Lester, but he's going to be a world champion.
Yo lo digo así, un empate con sabor a victoria después de empatar con el campeón mundial.
This bout is a draw.
Pero sí, me quedé con la espinita del título mundial del CMB.
Who's in the know really like this undefeated kid.
Phenomenal fight against
two
two high-contact fighters who really just met in the center of the ring and banged it out for 10 rounds. I thought that was fight of the year last year.
Big right hand for Martinez, and now an uppercut.
We got the draw, but the last half of the fight, he looked like the clearly better fighter, so we got the public opinion as well as the draw. So overall, it was a win.
Not only was Lester able to raise up his level, raise up his game to match Mbili, but most people agree that if it was a 12-round fight, the momentum was in Lester's favor, and Lester would have pulled it out.
I think Lester has all the character for him to be a superstar. And I think very soon, once the fans really get to know him, it won't be just the Guatemalan fans, it'll be all boxing fans are going to be Lester Martinez fans.
Watch out for him. This is another legend.
Knockout for the fighter from Guatemala, Lester Martinez.
He definitely will be undisputed champion.
Y como yo, hay más chapines que se la están partiendo por representar a su país. Así que les digo, no quiero prometerles, quiero cumplirles. Así que esperen grandes cosas de Lester Martinez.
Entrando a la arena, Lester Martinez. Ladies and gentlemen, this time, if you would please remain standing for the presentation of two national anthems, honoring the heritage of both of our fighters in the main event. First, el himno de Guatemala to do the honors. Please welcome Carol Posada.
Guatemala feliz que tus alas no profane jamás el verdugo, ni haya esclavos que laman el yugo, ni tiranos que escupan tu faz. Si mañana tu suelo sagrado lo amenaza invasión extranjera, libre al viento tu hermosa bandera, a vencer o a morir llamará. Libre al viento tu hermosa bandera, a vencer o a morir llamará. Que es tan solo el honor que de la nuestros padres buscaron un día encendidos en pacto ardimiento y lograron sin choque sangriento colocarte en un trono de amor y lograron sin choque sangriento colocarte pudieron ir a aliviar redentor, y se enseña pedazo de cielo, en que prende una nube su altura, y hay aquel que con ciega locura sus colores pretende marcar. Valientes y antiguos que veneran la Pascua presea, nunca esquiva la ruda pelea, si defiende su tierra y su hogar, nunca esquiva la ruda pelea, si defiende su tierra y su hogar, que es tan solo el honor su alma idea, de la patria su altar, recostaron Andes soberbios, de los mares al río sonoro, bajo el ala de grana de oro, y adormeces el bello pesar, a vengar que vive en tu escudo, paño que protege su sueño, ojalá te remonte su vuelo, más que el cóndor y el águila real, ojalá te remonte su vuelo, más que el cóndor y el águila real, Jesús alas levante hasta el cielo. Thank you so much. God bless you. Lester, kill it tonight. Come on, let's go.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Anthem of the USA, please welcome Natalie Nash.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, where so gallantly streaming, and the still there. Oh, say that the stars fade gone, but not yet. O'er the land of the free and the home of the
Our tail of the tape for this, our main event of the evening. Martinez is 30. Aleem, 2 years his elder, 1 inch taller. Martinez, 2-inch reach advantage. 12 rounds, super middleweight. WBC interim belt is on the line. Set for the official introductions. Once again, here's Lupe.
We continue inside the National Orange Show Pavilion, San Bernardino, California. This is ProBox TV. The action being brought to you by Raptor Energy for real hard workers. Raptor, energía para dar más. Ban Rural tiene la red más grande para cobrar tu remesa. Más de 12,000 puntos en toda Guatemala. Ban Rural, el amigo que te ayuda a crecer. Bet Online. The odds today are being provided by Bet Online. Wild Casino, the most trusted online casino. Wild Casino, let's get wild. Along with White Sands Treatment Center. Ranked by Newsweek magazine as one of America's top addiction treatment centers for 6 consecutive years. Our mission is to KO the drug and alcohol epidemic. And Boxing Scene, your most trusted source for boxing news. This contest, 12 rounds on the line. The vacant WBC Interim World Super Middleweight title. Este duelo, 12 vueltas en juego. El título vacante interino supermedio del CMB. President Mauricio Sulaiman. Our supervisor is Alberto Guerra. Our judges at ringside, we have Zachary Young, along with Fernando Villarreal and Carla Caiz. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the USA and Guatemala. Veremos quién es el más macho. The ProBox main event is on now. Presenting first, our fighter standing in the blue corner, wearing black with blue and white trim. He weighed in at a ripped and ready 167.5 pounds en la esquina azul, vestido de negro con vivos blancos y azules. Esta noche, este técnico astuto entra a tierra enemiga con un récord de 22 victorias, solo 3 derrotas, 3 empates, 14 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this ring-savvy technician enters enemy territory with an outstanding record of 22 victories. He gets only 3 losses, 3 draws, 14 of those victories coming by way of KO. Here to spoil the party from Richmond, Virginia, the chosen one, Immanuwel Aleem. In the red corner, wearing blue with white trim en la esquina roja, vestido de azul con vivos blancos de toda la báscula, a un peso idéntico de 167 libras y media. Tonight, he tipped the scales at an identical 167.5 pounds. Esta noche, entra el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV en busca de hacer historia y pone en juego su récord invicto de 19 victorias. Un empate, 16 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring in search of history and puts his undefeated 19-0 record with 1 draw and 16 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of the renowned B&B Boxing. Y representando la tierra del Quetzal, orgullosamente de San Benito, Petén, Guatemala, Lester Martinez. With final instructions, referee Gerard White.
Gentlemen, we went over the rules in the dressing room. Both of you know what I expect out of you. A good, strong, solid, clean fight. This is for the WBC Interim Super Middleweight title of the world. We're going to touch them up. Let's go to work.
The wait is over. Martinez. Aleem. Lester Martinez in the blue and white. Immanuwel Aleem in the black, blue, and white trunks. Aleem goes to the body early.
A lot of sweat on Aleem. You know, he's warmed up. I figure him to come out fast here, and he already has.
Yeah, a good observation, champ. You mentioned how warmed up and sweaty he was and glossy to start. Figured it's a good testament to probably think that he wanted to start out fast, and he's come out swinging some big punches to the body.
When we talked about start on time, that not only applies to Lester Martinez, it applies to Immanuwel Aleem, who is definitely starting on time.
He's still punching he's still catching Lester on the end of his punches, so he still has a little bit of trepidation to enter the punch zone. He still has to get the timing as well. He wants to start fast, but at the same time, he is aware of Lester's punching power because he's only touching Lester on the end of the punches.
Which was different than Joshan James, who really came in and very aggressive with Lester and got into punching position right away. Aleem's being a little more deceptive.
Can he keep that rhythm going for 12 rounds like that? Maybe not.
We'll see.
Lester looks so much bigger.
Yeah, he does. But I think he wants to put Lester on the back foot. The thing is, he's got to get Lester's respect by landing one of these punches during this fast start.
And Lester looks so relaxed. Yeah. Aleem is using a lot of energy here. He set a fast pace, but Lester very relaxed.
28 bouts. Aleem has been stopped just one time. Martinez 19-0-1 with 16 finishes. Just past the midway point of round number 1. Fight scheduled for 12. Mike Goldberg, Chris Algieri, Poli Molinaggi, Robert Garcia. Nasty uppercut.
Yeah, on the counter, Aleem looking for a big overhand right. Lester pulls and counters with a little uppercut.
Lester showing great eyes and reactions. He's seeing everything coming, making Aleem just miss.
Aleem has to be relaxed enough to counter. And as I say that, Lester's countering nicely. That's the thing. Aleem wants to land so badly, but he's actually tightening his body up. He's not able to react to what Lester does. Lester, nice and relaxed, is able to react out to what Aleem is doing. And a few seconds back, that nice counter is an example of that.
You really see the power difference between these two. Lester's punches come with a lot more intensity, a lot more impact.
Well, I think they're also more accurate, right, Jim? I mean, yeah. he's landing basically at the meat of the punch.
Well, he's also controlling the range.
Final seconds of round number 1.
En el ring, la confianza lo es todo. Cada golpe cuenta, cada decisión importa. Por eso, fuera del ring, también necesito una herramienta confiable para manejar mi dinero. Con la app de Rural, todo está en mis manos, rápida, segura y siempre lista para cuando la necesito. En el boxeo y en la vida, la confianza hace la diferencia. Toma el control y descarga la app de Rural.
Rural, el amigo que te ayuda.
The corner of Martinez.
Biggest shot of the round there was landed by Lester Martinez off of a counter. Made Aleem miss and made him pay for it. One of the keys to victory for Aleem is to make sure he answered the phone, meaning keeping that right hand up.
Yeah, and that also comes from Lester being able to relax. Aleem wanted to get off to a fast start so badly, he was a little bit tight. And Lester being able to relax, was able to punch in between him at a certain point. Right?
That's what it was. Lester nice and relaxed, picked the right moment to get that counter, where Aleem was a little too excited, a little too much. I think Aleem showed more than what he should have shown in the first round.
Yeah, he wanted the opening to be there, but he needs to create it, and you got to do that being deceptive. Lester's jab now starting to play a part here.
Quick double jab landed by Lester Martinez. The ebbs and flows of Immanuwel Aleem, Paulie pointed out earlier. His last loss was 6 fights ago in 2021. So he is in a good spot here tonight, although he just got hit by a big right hand.
Aleem, too much your turn, my turn. If he doesn't start being able to punch in between Lester Martinez, he's not going to last long. He wants to land so badly, but he only throws when he initiates. He does not throw when Lester's throwing. He tried it there, but it's not enough of that.
I don't think Aleem expected Lester's defense to be this good.
And
he's having a lot of trouble finding him.
And his punches be this sharp. Lester actually using pot shots. You know, you're used to thinking about it. He's a big puncher, and he is. But Lester actually using pot shots to open Aleem up.
You know, we always talk about the IQ of Lester Martinez, which is often overlooked. He's putting it on full display here.
Yeah. Great landing there with the left, and again, nasty hooks from Martinez, uppercut.
How about some body shots from Martinez? He needs to get to the body too.
There it is, right on time.
There it is.
And Aleem,
that hurt.
And Aleem, after going to the body early, has stayed away from the body since the first few seconds of the fight.
That long jab of Lester Martinez.
I like how he's changing levels here in the second round, Lester. He's getting low, jabbing high, opening up those body shots and overhand rights.
Putting combinations together.
Oh!
Lester really showing the entire repertoire here, changing the angles of the punches nicely.
You can see even in Aleem's face, he doesn't have an answer. He's got no answer.
Yeah.
One thing I like about Lester is that he knows when to do it. He's picking the punches right. He throws one at a time, lands, or he throws 2 or 3 and lands. So he knows when to do it and when to throw those combinations.
And fighting with a lot of athleticism and timing is Lester Martinez.
Look at that.
Dominant round 2 for Lester Martinez. 15 seconds on the clock. That talk about slow starts, not tonight. What a round for Martinez.
Beautiful stuff from Lester in round number 2. Really making everything work. The hook off the jab. Later on in the round, he threw the right hand over that same combination hook. Overhand rights, body shots.
Underneath with the uppercut.
Up and under, everything. I mean, everything's working.
And
the jab high, the jab low.
Even left hook to the body we saw just for good measure in that round as well.
As soon as Robert said it, yeah, you got to go to the body. Right on cue, Lester threw a nasty left hook to the liver.
We just need to see it a little more often. More body shots more often.
I agree.
Yeah, that was the only one he threw. When you called it. You got to call it out more, Coach.
On headshots, he needs to go to the body a little bit more.
It's hard to criticize anything Lester's doing, but if that was it, I would say more body work.
And I say Aleem too. Aleem has to relax on the jab and also go back to the body. Do some hard body shots in the first 10 seconds. Yeah. The first 10 seconds, and has not thrown a body shot really since.
Part of the keys to victory for Aleem was to get to the body early.
And he did, but then
he gave it away.
And we talked about weathering the early storm. And that was a nasty, nasty storm that he had to weather in round number 2.
No lack of toughness and heart for Aleem.
Aleem has to land something big to get Lester's respect. Right now, he's not been able to do that. Lester really being very defensively responsible, both position-wise and with his gloves. Is there a little cut on inside the nose of
the outside of the nose, outside of the nose, right? Yeah.
Aleem stopped just once in his career. That was all the way back in 2017.
It was a nice uppercut in there for Aleem. One of the better punches he's landed tonight. Tricky shot.
Aleem looking to throw that big right hand, but Lester Martinez turning well with it and rolling.
You know, looks like Aleem is just giving up on thinking. He's just going to fight.
He's got to go back to the jab here. You see Aleem gets back, and he's sort of just pawing with that jab, while Lester again, trying to show the different angles of the shots. Gets a little wild there.
I think Lester needs to get back to his jab too, because look, he's looking for every punch to be power punch, knockout punch. He needs to relax and throw 3-punch combinations and then look for the hard punches.
Is he letting the crowd get to him, Coach?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it seems like he's starting too early to go in for the finish.
See, but then he's also forgetting the body.
It doesn't seem like Aleem's ready yet. You got to cook him more.
Lester looking for those uppercuts that landed in round 2. They're not landing with as much force thus far here in round number 3.
There's Aleem going back to the body there. Nice hook off the jab.
Oh, good hook there by Aleem on the inside. Lester takes it well.
Aleem with some offense and some landings here in round number 3.
Aleem going with a little bit of a cross-guard defense here, trying to work his way in.
That's the thing. Aleem is a very deep bag. He's trying different things out there, finding some success here in round 3.
But again, it's also because Lester may be looking for the finish too soon. Nice shot there from Martinez, backs up Aleem.
Also, Lester's just throwing everything hard right now.
Oh, good right hand.
Double right, but answered by Immanuwel Aleem.
Aleem is as tough as they come. Taking these shots well. Oh, good left hook.
When you're locked in, you're dangerous. That's what Immanuwel Aleem told us, and he is locked in tonight.
Both these guys are.
Yep.
A little clash of heads there. You got to be careful. Good uppercut on the inside.
Yeah, Lester got a little bit wide there. Allowed the head clash.
Lester showing a nice hook off that jab in this fight so far.
Yeah, especially going to the body first with the jab and then hooking upstairs.
En el ring, la confianza lo es todo. Cada golpe cuenta, cada decisión importa. Por eso, fuera del ring, también necesito una herramienta confiable para manejar mi dinero. Con la app de Rural, todo está en mis manos. Rápida, segura y siempre lista para cuando la necesito. En el boxeo y en la vida, la confianza hace la diferencia. Toma el control y descarga la app de Rural.
Rural, el amigo que te ayuda a crecer.
Nice work on the inside there. That uppercut and right hand from Lester, and a good body shot from Aleem. That up the middle punch there, that right uppercut, was a good weapon in round 3, as these guys spent more time inside. Man, big overhand right as well. Lester making a variety of punches work so far in the first 3 rounds.
It's well documented who Lester trains with day in and day out. But it also should be noted that Immanuwel Aleem has trained with the Charlo brothers, with Errol Spence Jr. He has been in there with some of the best in his workouts, in his training sessions, as he makes his path to tonight. Round 4 scheduled for 12.
Yeah, and that makes him durable, but can he win against Lester Martinez? And that's what we're trying to find out here. Can Aleem show the adjustments necessary? He's been tough so far, but as he's winning the rounds, Lester still showing more of a repertoire, in my opinion.
He landed a pretty decent right hand a few moments ago. There's another one.
Over the top of Lester's jab. That's what Aleem has to do. He has to start punching in between Lester Martinez to create a little bit of doubt.
It seems like Aleem's showing a little less respect and is standing his ground and trying to trade.
Yeah, Lester's still trying that jab hook. He just missed with the hook after the jab before. There's an opportunity there for Aleem to throw a shorter hook when Lester throws that jab hook. Lester's showing it a little bit too much.
A body shot from Lester Martinez, the right hand down low. Froze Aleem for a second. See him taking a little bit of a walk now.
Looks like Aleem is a little comfortable now. You know,
absolutely.
He's taking those punches. He already took Lester's best punches, and he looks comfortable.
And Robert, the crowd is mellowed out massively until that punch, of course.
Man, Aleem takes a good shot.
He does.
Yeah,
he didn't see that. That was a beautiful right hand.
Yeah, that was a rooftop shot. Jab to the stomach, right hand to the head. Landed cleanly by Martinez.
Oh.
Again, over the top, Lester Martinez.
No fat on those punches. Nice 1-2.
Oh my. Good counter by Aleem.
Everything Lester does, this crowd goes wild.
Just missed there.
Aleem rolling with that one. He couldn't afford to get with a third right hand this round.
There's that up the middle, that right uppercut.
I think Aleem should go back to that cross-guard defense, guys. He had some good success with it last round. That cross-guard defense worked his way inside and landed some good hooks last round. He's gone away from it now. Martinez.
Snapping those punches.
Oh!
Shoulder.
But look at that.
Of Aleem. Another big right hand, but Aleem answered.
Aleem comes back like
right
nothing.
There was some ticky-tack stuff there. Aleem using the forearm on the inside. Lester looked at him like, what are you doing? And then quickly threw a 1-2 and landed it. I don't think Aleem appreciated that. And he tried to land right back.
Aleem's not the kind of guy you can bully. He's going to come right back, try and hit you in the face.
Final seconds of the round. We got ourselves a fight. The corner of Lester Martinez.
Hey, listen, you gotta keep pumping that double jab on you. To keep him off balance, okay? And to keep pushing him back. You gotta push him back a little bit more up on your jab, okay? On your heavy shots, make sure you short them up, okay? And make sure your feet are set. Remember one time?
There was that beautiful overhand shot where I mentioned Aleem's got a hell of a chin because he didn't see that punch coming and came right back.
Lester mixes his punches nicely, changes the angles of them really nicely, which in really creative shot selection.
And he's accurate, very accurate.
Yeah.
Even with the variety, he's able to find the holes.
Well, why he's accurate, champ, is because he's taking some of the power off the shots to just snap on them. You know, he's been using the pot shot technique a lot tonight.
Won't be easy, but I think the best way for Aleem to go is to try to back up Lester.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That's where the cross-arm defense.
You gotta use the jab to do it. He's not jabbing enough. And when he is, he's not aggressive enough with the jab. He just kind of pulls it out there.
I've noticed watching Aleem, a lot of times when he's jabbing, he's moving laterally.
Yeah.
He doesn't come right through you.
Which is a jab that works at times, but you got to mix it with that forward jab, too.
And Aleem has thrived in his career in these close-range exchanges that Robert Garcia just talked about. The distance and where he would like to be, the physicality, the power. Can he put forward pressure on the high-tempo punches of his opponent, Lester Martinez?
Aleem, man, he's super tricky. He comes back after everything.
Got to walk through those entries, but he has thus far round number 5.
See, that's where he needs to have Lester. You know, he already took his best punches. He already took everything from Lester. He needs to back him up to be able to be successful.
He's trying now, Coach.
He is trying. And right there, that's where he goes to the body.
Aleem said he was going to need to pull everything out of his bag tonight, and you see it. He's trying everything.
His journey definitely reflects perseverance and dedication.
Lester trying to get the timing of Aleem. Aleem has to use some feints before his offense as Lester Martinez is starting to time.
Oh, what a combination!
Lester approves.
Best sequence of this fight for Immanuwel Aleem.
Even Lester acknowledged that shot and tried to come right back.
He nodded in approval.
We talked about it over and over. Aleem will not go away easily. And this has been his best round.
But did he win it, Goldie?
Not yet. Not yet. But that was his best combination and the best landings thus far in the fight, Magic Man.
Yeah, he's been getting closer and closer. His last couple rounds, he's actually landed some big shots. The best one thus far was that uppercut.
But Lester consistently lands as well, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
You're doing better, but are you winning the rounds?
Yeah, that's where you get. That's when you get into comparison round territory. I still think Lester's winning this round, but
Aleem has done a better job of backing Lester up.
Our main event is delivering.
No, Coach, you're right. This is the time Aleem has to go to the body. This is the time Aleem has to go to the body when he does back Lester Martinez to the ropes. There's an opportunity here. Nice little uppercut. And he holds off to Lester's arm. Little ticky-tack stuff there. And there's that good combination. Actually tried to double the uppercut. Missed the second one. But creative combination by Lester Martinez with some good speed.
That was a good clean shot that he deceptively set up with a couple throwaway punches and ripped a hard uppercut.
Will Aleem go to the body?
I need down the middle shot. 6 rounds. It's the 6th round. He's done after him.
Can't believe we're in round 6 already. This has been a high contact fight.
They come out swinging here at the start of round number 6.
Aleem coming out reinvigorated.
Another punch lands for Immanuwel Aleem.
And to your point, champ, we look at these power punch numbers in round 5. Aleem had a better round, but still was more than doubled by power shots landed by Lester.
But you know he's going to get hit, but he needs to back him up. That's the only success he has, if he backs him up.
Lester also has to get back on his own jab, allowing Aleem to get closer and closer.
Jab, and not forget those body shots. Oh, there it is. Again, nice body shot. He needs to do more of those often.
Lester's a hard guy to back up, though. He changes angles really well. He steps around and moves you.
Yeah. Even when you get him to the ropes, he knows how to step around and then put you on the rope. He reverses the situation on you.
I've seen him do the kind of like the Ramon Cardenas step back and throw that left.
Approaching the midway point of round number 6. Blue and white for Martinez. Black, blue, and white for Aleem. To the winner goes the WBC Interim Super Middleweight World Championship. Sneaky little uppercut from the left side, landed by Lester Martinez.
Again, the pot shots of Martinez. Martinez using the pot shot technique to his advantage.
Aleem able to duck under that overhand right. 1-1-2.
Aleem just will not be denied. He gets hit through these shots and keeps pressing forward.
This is the biggest opportunity of his life.
And he's come fully prepared.
Absolutely, Chris.
But is he smothering himself too much when he walks Lester Martinez to the ropes, guys? Aleem gets Martinez to the ropes and smothers himself.
Good body shot there from Aleem.
Nice little pot shot counter from Martinez.
But Robert, what range is actually a safe and effective range for Aleem with the reach of Lester Martinez?
Look, that's why I think, he needs to stay close, back him up, and make it an uncomfortable fight for Lester. Lester's got the reach and got the power, and is going to continue landing.
You all right? Yeah. All right. Hey, you got to stay off the rope. Okay? You get there, let your hands go, and then get off. Okay? You got to stay with your double jabs, and you got to stay with your combination. Okay? You still throwing one punch at a time. Suck it up. Okay? Suck it up. Suck it up. Come on. Woo! What you got? Invirtiendo abajo de eso. Estamos ganando. Gusta que se crezca. ¿Está bien? Give me a deep breath. Give me a deep breath. Give me a deep breath. Let it out slow. Give me another. Give me another. Trust in your condition, okay? Come on, give me another.
A lot of intensity in both corners from the coaches.
Our main event here on ProBox TV. And Aleem comes out fast to start round 7.
Aleem's got to work here. When he gets inside the punching range of the taller man, he's got to let those hands go.
Just missing with that left. Martinez now eats an uppercut. Powerful combination by Lester. Robert, when Immanuwel Aleem is locked in, and he is tonight, this is exactly the way he fights. Relentless pressure and durability beyond words.
And he needs to continue doing this for the next 5 rounds in order to be successful, because the fight is in favor of Lester, but we still got 5 rounds to go after this, so he's got a good chance.
Yeah, there's still a lot of fight to go.
There's still a lot of fight.
This one's scheduled for 12.
Oh,
body head.
He felt those punches. He felt that punch to the body.
Yeah, it's becoming a trench fight. It's becoming a phone booth fight.
Yeah, I think whoever invests in the body here is going to be able to pull away better.
Yeah, because both guys are slowing down a little bit.
Yeah,
punching getting a little wider, so the body punching could have an effect here.
And as you guys mentioned, Lester Martinez came out ultra fast, energized by this crowd.
Yeah, he's normally a slow starter.
Yep.
He needed to start fast. He did, but we're getting late in this fight.
Exactly what I'm thinking.
We're only, the start of the second half of the fight, so there's a lot of fight here left.
Conditioning is never a factor with Lester Martinez. Emotionally, he let a lot go early. Nice jab.
Aleem is still very reactive, pulling that trigger very well, answering everything.
He is well past that early storm and looking to build his own momentum.
There's that rooftop right hand again from Martinez. He's had some success with it.
Yeah, still landing those eye-catching shots. Here we see a nice little combination there from Martinez. A couple of those got through, but he took some of the power off. He didn't take the power off that one. Big left hook upstairs, which has been a consistent weapon for Martinez. That left hook to the head off the jab.
Martinez obviously went the full 10 against Christian and Billy. He averages throughout his career 4.2 rounds per fight. But we all know he was prepared to go all 12 if needed here this evening. Martinez has never lost.
I like how this ref tells you what round it is, but sometimes I will lose count.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's been nearly 5 years since Aleem has been defeated. Numbers a bit more even in round number 7, but double the output turned in thus far by Lester Martinez.
Martinez still coming out this round with a jabbing mindset. Aleem looking to force his way in.
The corner of Aleem was saying that Martinez was tired, and the corner of Martinez was saying, trust your conditioning.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Martinez now this round came out shooting sharp pot shots, sharp shooting shots, and Aleem, a little bit fatigued, is not getting out of the way of them. Martinez not trying to load up too much, just using those sharp shots, and he's had a good beginning of the round so far because of it.
Well, if this is all similar to the Billy fight, in the second half of the fight, Lester went to his boxing skills, used his boxing IQ.
Live from Guatemala City, California.
Good body shot there by Martinez. With the right hand to the body that time.
The ambassador looking to put his nation's flag amongst those who have become world champions.
The only time Aleem moves back is when he gets hit with a body shot.
Yeah, and Martinez having a good round. Aleem has not been active this round. Martinez has been active, but not at energy burning. Just sharp little shots that have continued to score and control the round.
It's similar to how we looked in round one. Super sharp, picking his spots.
Yeah.
Offense and defense.
And Aleem just not getting off, not able to close range.
Ooh, that popped his head back. That uppercut landed.
Aleem has to get back on his own jab here. He's waiting too much, just walking forward like a mummy.
Under a minute on the clock, round number 8.
I like the adjustment Martinez has made this round. He's not looking to knock him out with every shot. He's setting things up and having even more success. Good body shot there.
I think he's at peace with Aleem lasting here, knowing he's going to be durable and may last a distance. So I think he's starting to invest in controlling the rounds.
And at the end of the day, Robert Garcia, it comes down to being brilliant at the basics, and that's what we're seeing from Martinez right now.
Look, Martinez, I think he got his rhythm now. He's controlling the fight good. Aleem slowed down a little, but it was because of those body shots early in the round. And I think Martinez just got to continue doing this, fight smart, keep control with that jab, and followed by body shots, and then to the head. Nice right hand. He needs to follow up with body shots after that.
Really good round for Lester Martinez. He took some power off those shots, was very deceptive with the way he was setting things up. We saw him tap with that left hook and pop that right uppercut. Here, he used the right uppercut to try and step around and then pushed off instead. Really, really smart round from Lester Martinez there in round 8.
And he wasn't loading up in every punch, which is what made it effective.
Yeah, I think his mindset changed that round. I really feel like he decided that, okay, this guy's probably going to last a distance. Let me change the game plan a little bit, shoot some sharp shots, focus on winning the rounds and beating him clearly.
Correct.
And now it's up to Aleem to adjust back. He's got to get back on that jab. He was just walking forward, wasn't very active, allowed Martinez to control range and distance in that round.
Martinez, Aleem, round number 9.
Ooh, nice right hand.
Scorecards favor Lester Martinez.
You would have to think so.
Yep.
He's been landing the bigger, more eye-catching shots, the harder shots. As Aleem has had some good rounds in between there, but you got to be careful with comparative rounds.
But think so is a true statement in this sport of boxing, Chris. Aleem leaps into that left.
We're so used to seeing Lester knock people out. We forget, very high-level amateur. He's got boxing skills. His IQ is on display here.
Thus that 4.2 rounds per fight, the average throughout his career. But he's been pushed deeper in the last few fights. Won a victory, and of course the draw. The night that Terrence Crawford defeated Canelo Alvarez.
Lester does a nice job cutting off the ring. Takes little side steps.
Use that jab nicely here.
That's what I was going to say. He needs to throw more jabs as he walks in, jab to the head, jab to the body, and followed by 2 or 3 punch combinations, because he's landing it. He's landing that jab. But he just needs to do it more often, but followed by the combination after that.
Does he have the conditioning to throw the combinations? I think just on the fact that he used the jab, there it is right there, Coach.
That was a nice combination right there.
And a nasty uppercut.
Aleem getting sloppy, closing the gap, guys. He's got to sharpen up. He's leaving himself open for these sharp pot shots of Martinez, and Martinez taking advantage.
When Lester boxes, Aleem has a real hard time finding him, and you can see him get frustrated, and then he gets hit with more
Aleem
shots.
just tries to walk in the front door without any creativity. It's not going to work at this world-class level. He's got to be a bit more deceptive closing the gap against Martinez. If he's going to be successful, Martinez's jab, controlling range.
Ten seconds. As we head towards round number 10.
Really excellent boxing on display in the last 2 rounds from Lester Martinez. Just letting those hands go, getting the numbers, and making Aleem miss. Look at those pot shots like that.
And even when Aleem's gloves are in good position, Lester focusing on penetrating between the gloves. That's why you got to have the high guard, but you also got to move your head here and there. Got to use your reflexes.
Martinez told us he was right back in the next training camp 2 weeks after the fight against Mbili.
Yeah, that was surprising here, Goldie, because that was a very intense fight.
Yep. Round number 10. Tonight, the first time Aleem has ever been scheduled for 12. Same for Martinez. $153 to 78 total punches.
Yeah, you see those last 2 rounds where Lester was able to keep Aleem under 10 punches landed around. Oh, slapping shot there from Aleem on the inside.
Yeah, Aleem trying not to give Martinez a break on the inside. He must have got a pep talk in the corner. A little bit more motivated, but again, he's still trying to walk in the front door, guys. He's got to be a bit more deceptive. Martinez stays on the jab. Aleem a little bit more pep in his step this round, trying to close the gap, but he's still not creative enough.
Beautiful step around by Martinez there to get back to the center of the ring and back to boxing.
Aleem isn't going anywhere.
Nah, super tough. Taking these shots really well, showing a world-class chin tonight. And Martinez showing a world-class gas tank.
Yes.
Looking really good here in round 10.
Yeah.
This is where Lester needs to show a little more boxing skills. In and out, jab, step back, pivot like he did earlier, you know, stuff like that, and he shows skills, because we also appreciate 12-round fights where you show your skills, your abilities, not just a tough knockout puncher. You got to show some skills, and I think Lester needs to do this in the next 2 rounds.
Aleem trying to close the gap, put some more pressure on Lester Martinez. 45 seconds remain in round 10. In life, it's about the foundation. And in boxing, you can say the same, and Robert just alluded to it. The foundation is being brilliant at the basics, and Lester's gone back to that a few times. Robert, you'd like to see it a few times more.
No, we honestly, no, like I said, we appreciate some good skills. Oh, look at that finish.
Suck it up. Suck it up. Suck it up.
So Robert, I guess the reports were true. Aleem had a great camp.
He did
He's
have
in
a great camp,
phenomenal
I'm telling
condition.
you, and he's looking great. I don't think he's winning, but he's looking very impressive.
Championship rounds, round number 11.
They told Aleem in the corner, he's praying for you to stop, to keep that pressure on him. But can Aleem be accurate with this pressure? He smothered himself for a big part of the fight when he's gotten close.
For me, it's really the story of the jab. Aleem has not been consistent with the jab, hasn't been able to land. Good body shot there by Aleem.
Another good body shot.
Sneaky uppercut.
Both sides. Lester felt that one.
Yeah, 2 body shots there by Aleem. Good shots there. Nice body shot by Martinez as well.
Aleem landing here in round 11.
Now you see Martinez is initiating the clinch. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
Nice jab. Aleem is sticking to the body.
Life-changing opportunity for both.
Oh!
And a huge left hand.
I was about to say, Aleem was having the best round of the fight so far.
Well, they told him in the corner that Martinez is praying for him to stop. Don't stop.
And Bomac warned Lester about not stopping. Look at that flurry.
Whoa.
What a fight!
Oh! Martinez trying to play possum. Aleem has done a good job of taking it to him this round, guys.
This is Aleem's best round of the fight by far. Seemed like he hurt Lester to the body early, caught him with a big shot upstairs with the left hand.
And he is going for it.
Still throwing dangerous punches.
Just the body language of Lester Martinez. A bit different here in round 11. Due to the pressure and the accumulation landed by Aleem, and right on cue, Lester lands another big uppercut.
Oh! Good left hook by Aleem.
See those are the 2 body shots early in the round, champ, and those are the ones that got things started. Then a big hook up top by Martinez as he tried to pivot a little early.
Great job by the truck to grab those 2 body shots early.
And the big uppercut by Martinez. Aleem has to let it all hang out now. Martinez trying to get to the finish line.
Got to expect a big late charge from Aleem here. He's got to go for it.
3 minutes remain. 12th and final round. Lester Martinez and Immanuwel Aleem.
Who's going to use the jab?
Getting some chance of USA.
These guys are both throwing bombs here in the 12th. Oh!
Could not have asked for anything more than we have seen in this championship fight.
Oh! I think Aleem is a little hurt. I think he's a little hurt.
Ooh. Nice right hand stepping in.
Yeah.
Long jab. Midway point of the 12th and final round. To the winner goes the WBC Super Middleweight Interim World Championship. 1 minute.
Both men still throwing heavy, dangerous shots. Oh!
They're both trying to finish strong. An absolutely spectacular fight.
Lester showing why he's special here in round 12.
Seconds. They go the distance.
You want to give us another one? You want to give us another fight? Give us another fight. A couple months from now, when we get a championship, give us another.
It is in the hands of the judges. The chosen one chose this fight to show the world what he is all about. A proud nation awaits the official decision. As we've talked about all night, Guatemala well represented here tonight. Proud father, Aleem. for the official decision of our main event. Here is Lupe.
Damas y caballeros, después de completar la distancia, esta es la decisión oficial. Ladies and gentlemen, after going the distance, the official scorecard reads as follows. La juez Kais anotó 120 a 108. Judge Kais scores it 120 to 108. El juez Villarreal 118 a 110. Judge Villarreal scores it 118 to 110. Y el juez Young anotó 119 a 109. Judge Young scores it 119 to 109. Y ahora, el campeón interino peso supermedio del CMB, and now, the WBC Interim Super Middleweight Champion. De Guatemala para el mundo, Lester Martinez.
Let the celebration begin. Never before has a world championship belt been draped upon a fighter from Guatemala until tonight. Robert Immanuwel Aleem gained a ton of fans tonight,
100%.
even with the setback.
Yeah, with this loss, no, he actually won a big fight against any of the top super middleweights because he showed that he's ready for anybody. He'll put up a great fight against any of the top 168 pounders.
Those ebbs and flows for Aleem are a thing of the past. This bright spotlight on Martinez also was shining very proudly on Aleem. But right now, right here, and who knows for how long, the celebration is well underway for Guatemala. Chris and Paulie are in the ring. They are going to visit with both of our competitors. It was worth the wait. There can only be one first, and that first tonight, Mr. Garcia, is Lester Martinez.
Lester Martinez, he earned it, he deserves it, he's ready for the big fights. Look, all we talk about is a possibility of fighting Canelo, but the division's stacked. It's not only Canelo, there's so many other big names. There's two Mexicans fighting May 2nd in Resendiz versus Munguia. The winner of that would also be beautiful against Lester. Mexico versus Guatemala would be beautiful.
Just like it would be with Canelo, Mexico.
Exactly, just like
right?
it would be against Canelo, yes. Yeah. But yeah, there's so many big fights. And then, you know, then we also got guys like Shiraz, guys like Berlanga. You know, there's so many out there. There's the division stacked. I think this opened the door for Martinez, for Lester to accomplish big things from now on, and for the whole country to be behind him, the whole country to be supporting him. It's unbelievable.
Do we have a mic? Okay.
Los guatemaltecos, Lester Martinez. ¿Cómo te sientes? How you feel?
I feel good. Muy buenas noches, Guatemala. Me siento muy contento por el resultado. Siempre, toda la vida, la gloria y la honra para Dios. Segundo, gracias a mis padres, porque sin saber lo que iba a pasar, confiaron en mí. A mi familia, a mis seres queridos, a mi novia, a su familia, a mi bella suegra, a todo el mundo. Y también a mi equipo de trabajo, Saúl, Boma, Red, Bernie, el profe Héctor, el Kuzman, Vic, mi promotor. Me falta Ramón, de Primavera Suite. Y gracias a todos los guatemaltecos que están acá por hacer parte de esta carrera, parte de este cinturón. Guatemala tiene campeón mundial.
Okay, so first and foremost, I want to thank God. Glory to God. Without him, it wouldn't be possible. I want to thank my parents, my family, all my loved ones. I want to thank my team, Bomac, Saul, all my team, Gary. And I want to thank all of you. Gracias a ustedes. Thank you to you, Guatemala. We now have a world champion. ¡Viva Guatemala!
Lester, campeón, hablamos de la pelea. Let's talk about the fight. Did anything surprise you about that fight? The pace, his resistance. Did anything about Aleem surprise you? ¿Te sorprendió Aleem, su resistencia? ¿Cómo te peleó?
No, la verdad que Aleem, I respect you. He has he's strong. I love it. I love you, Aleem. But creo que no me sorprendió. Ya sabía la experiencia que él traía. Ya sabía lo peligroso que podía ser. Por supuesto, tiene algunas peleas perdidas, pero eso no lo hace un mal boxeador, sin duda. Pero me siento muy contento porque gracias a él también soy un boxeador que aguanta y tira y está dispuesto a ganar.
Look, it didn't surprise me. First of all respect to Aleem. I love you, man. You're a warrior. But he didn't surprise me at all because we knew his experience. We knew how good he was, and we knew he came. But we were ready for that, and we were ready for that and more.
The talk of this fight was you would fight, if you win this fight, you get Mbili versus Canelo winner. Is that what we're looking for now? What's next for Lester Martinez? ¿Qué es próximo para Lester Martinez? Se hablaba del ganador de Mbili y Canelo. Ahora, ¿qué dices de la próxima pelea?
What's next for Lester Martinez? Tenés capo el hoyo. Pero bueno, yo lo estaba buscando y que creo que ahora soy retador. Ahora soy el retador oficial. Así que prepárense porque yo me preparé muy fuerte para todos y para poder ganar.
¿Escuchaste? Un poquito.
Yeah, you guys know I'm ready. I'm sitting back. We'll enjoy it. And I'm ready to fight and do the best fights for you, por toda mi gente de Guatemala, for all of you. Whoever wins, we're ready to fight the best.
Gracias, campeón. Te vemos a la próxima.
Bueno, una vez más, gracias a todos los que están presentes. Gracias por formar parte de esta historia, por este título mundial. Arriba Guatemala, se los agradezco mucho. Algo que tenía guardado desde hace mucho. Mamá, papá, tu hijo es campeón del mundo.
We'll pass it over. Let's speak to Immanuwel. Chris Algieri's going to speak to Immanuwel Aleem.
Aleem, first of all, congratulations on a terrific performance. You showed your world class in many ways. You know, was there anything about Lester Martinez that surprised you tonight?
I mean, he had more consistency, and you know, on the little things, and I didn't capitalize on it, and I got caught up, you know, just tagged behind, and he took advantage of it. So shout out to Martinez.
No, mucho respeto para Martínez. Mostró mucha consistencia. Es tremendo peleador y se le respeta.
You know, Immanuwel, you showed you belong in this level, and that you got a lot of fight in you, and you got a very deep bag of techniques. Where do you go from here? Like, how do you feel your performance was?
Not the performance I was looking for, but I'm going to go back to the drawing board. I'm glad my team and us was able to fight on this level for the first time. So we're going to go back and tighten up some things, and you're going to work. You know, go back to another title.
Le preguntaron qué sigue para él, dónde se va después de esta pelea. Y dice, no pasa nada, perdimos con uno de los mejores, vamos a regresar, nos hablamos con el equipo, vemos qué persigue, pero vamos para adelante, vamos a seguir.
Immanuwel, you've shown a tremendous amount of respect all fight week, but you left it all in the ring. Is there anything you want to say to the fans tonight and the people at home?
Yo, I love Guatemala. Y'all fans are amazing. I heard it coming in. Man, if we can, you know, get another fight over here or something like that, I love y'all. You know, vamos Guatemala.
Pues les manda un saludo. Y amo Guatemala. Vamos Guatemala, viva.
Very classy. Very classy.
Thank you so much, guys.
Lester Martinez now holds the WBC Interim Super Middleweight World Championship. Still to come, we will have the press conference live on the ProBox TV YouTube channel, and we will break what is a historic night down for all of you. And it was, as I said before, well worth the wait, as Lester Martinez, with his 20th career victory, becomes the first world champion from his proud nation. It was all red corner tonight, a red corner sweep. Next week, we are right up the street in Long Beach, California, coming to you from Thunder Studios. Another big night of fights here on your boxing channel, ProBox TV. Much more to come. Stay with us on our YouTube channel, and we thank everyone who was with us. YouTube Espanol, Roku, Amazon Prime, Fubo, Comcast, Sling, Plex, and Google TV. That young man is for real. Contreras simply outstanding. Now 6-0. Albert Gonzalez, another rapidly rising star. Co-main event didn't go the way we had hoped, but the main event certainly did. Chop Chop continues to do his work. Lester Martinez earns the world championship. For my powerful partners, Paulie Malignaggi, Chris Algieri, and Robert Garcia, Mike Goldberg, saying so long until next time. We see you right back here on ProBox TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you all to the post-fight press conference here. Aleem Martinez. I believe we are ready to begin with our first question. We do have Team Aleem with us here after a valiant effort in tonight's performance. Do we have our first question for tonight?
Immanuwel, congratulations, big fight. You came on in the later rounds. You were able to connect with your left hands. Was it a tactical move to kind of see what you had the first 6 rounds? Or was that an adjustment you felt that you had to make to start being more aggressive midway through the fight?
¿Tuviste éxito en los últimos asaltos? ¿Fue una táctica que cambiaste? ¿Fue algo consciente? ¿O simplemente sentiste que tienes que hacer un cambio?
I felt like, in the later rounds, I started to get more of a stride, catch my stride, and started to catch them. So it wasn't something like I planned early on, but definitely started to feel like I capitalized more later on.
You faced quite a few punchers. You faced Vidal. How does Lester Martinez measure as far as power punching? How does he, as an opponent you faced with punch, was it Vidal's punches harder, Vidal's punches harder? How did you measure Lester Martinez's impact of punches?
He was pretty solid. I mean, for me being at 68 now, because before I fought at 60, so it's a little bit of a difference. But he's pretty solid for his weight. It wasn't nothing that was fearful that I didn't want to avoid or anything. But he's pretty solid.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great fight. Talk to us about what do you think about the scoring, the cards, and also about the crowd.
Oh, the crowd was amazing. I definitely loved the energy. It's one of the best places I've ever fought, to be honest. I came out here, I could feel it instantly. It was really amazing. I love the people here that fought. That came to this fight. But the scoring, I couldn't even tell what the score was, to be honest. I didn't hear it as well. But I think, how many rounds did they give me? What was it, like 2 or 3, I guess? Yeah, I can't really say so. Me taking the blows?
No, just your determination to get you through the rest of the fight and hang in there is so impressive.
I'm a fighter. I feel like I just, it comes with the sport that, you don't want to get hit, but, it's going to happen. And most people, when they get hit, things change, but I'm not saying I'm used to getting hit, but I know what to do after getting hit.
Come, Lester.
Yeah, I started to see an opening later on about it, so I would say so.
Pretty proud of yourself.
Yeah, I think I did well. I could have done a lot more, but, congrats to Lester and his team.
Thank you so much.
Next question.
Immanuwel, what does the future hold for Immanuwel Aleem right now?
Say it again.
What do you see in the future right now? What's your next fight?
Getting back in the gym, looking at this tape of this fight, seeing what I can capitalize on. Me and my team, my dad, my brother, and the people that we that's assembled with my team. This been 2 years in the making of restructuring a lot of stuff, and we look how far we got in 2 years. So we're gonna go back to the drawing board, capitalize on some things, and come back running again.
And this is not a question, but I just want to compliment you on you being such a respectable and honorable man. And
Thank you.
Thanks. That your dad probably has a lot to do with this.
Appreciate you.
Hi, Immanuwel. Thank you. Jean Mesa with Blue Phoenix International. Even though in tough moments, fighters grow, how did this fight shape you?
Fighting for a first 12-rounder, it was a dream come true to fight 12 rounds for a championship on this level at a higher weight class. But, it really showed that I can go 12. I always wanted to push and see with myself, because I fight the championship rounds, and I think I got the results of that. So it definitely makes me inspired to go back and really push and commit a lot better moving forward. because I know I got a lot more in the tank. I got a lot more things I can show. And, you know, with a guy like Lester who's very good on this level, so it's like I know I'm a world champion material again, so.
Congratulations, Immanuwel. I think you impressed everybody here. There's no great fight without a great opponent, and I think I speak for everyone here to say you were a great opponent. You were coming up in weight. Do you think that was a factor in perhaps not getting over the finish line in exactly the way you wanted? It did seem you won, at least to me, several rounds, but do you think that more either fighting at 160 or having spent more time here would have gotten you a little further tonight?
I missed the last part you said. I'm sorry. Can you speak up a little more? A little louder?
Judging whether you had stayed at 160, if you were fighting this fight,
yes,
you know, theoretically at 160, or had spent more time at 168, do you think it would have been a bit of a different fight tonight, a bit of a different outcome?
Maybe so. I believe so. You know, 160 was a class that I fought at for years, and I was dominant at. I love the middleweight and super middleweight divisions for my stars of Roy Jones and James Toney coming up. So it was an honor, you know, to fight at 68. But you know, we're gonna go to the drawing board to see where we at, and maybe, you know, we might see 60 might be more suitable.
Aleem, you told everybody at the media workouts earlier this week that you were going to win tonight. What was the most, what surprised you the most about Lester Martinez tonight?
He executed. He executed a little better than I anticipated. You know, he was on top of the things that, and a little step ahead on certain things. So, you know, hats off to him. You know,
Are you okay with your performance tonight?
Say it again.
Are you okay with your performance tonight? You gave it your all.
I mean, of course, the performance is what it was, but I'm not going to. I gotta accept the loss, but but it was decent enough. I'm gonna have to go back and watch and see how it looks, because I don't know so far how I look from the outside. You know, when I was in there, I felt okay a little bit, but I gotta go watch it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now joining us, the new WBC Interim Super Middleweight World Champion, the pride of Guatemala. He made history today. Lester Martinez, any questions? Please go ahead.
Lester, Luis Pérez de Picho Deportes. Tú el miércoles dijiste que querías ser el Arjona de Guatemala en el boxeo. Tenemos a Barrondo, tenemos al Pescadito Ruiz, ahora tenemos el Arjona en el boxeo. ¿Cómo te sientes con esos 18 millones de personas detrás de ti y haber dado esa satisfacción de un primer título en el boxeo para Guatemala?
The question was, you wanted to be the main figure as far as Guatemalan boxing is concerned. How do you feel after having 18 million people watching you back home? How did everything turn out for you?
Muy buenas noches. Te agradezco la pregunta, pero sí, en algún momento dije que me gustaría que me recuerden como de Guatemala, de donde es Ricardo Arjona, una persona. No, creo que yo llegara a todo lo que él ha hecho. Hombre, él es demasiado grande, pero gracias por la comparación, se lo agradezco bastante. Pero sí, es un sueño demasiado grande, pero creo que ningún sueño es, como hay una película ahí que ningún sueño es demasiado grande y ningún soñador es demasiado pequeño. Entonces, hombre, para mí sería un honor que conozcan a Guatemala a través de mi nombre, como lo hacen como Ricardo Arjona, pero creo que esto es el plan que traíamos desde hace mucho tiempo, la meta, el sueño, y ahora lo que se va a venir más complicado, pero estamos listos para todo lo que se venga, y gracias por la pregunta.
I appreciate the comparison. I was sort of half jokingly saying I wanted to be like Arjona. Obviously, he's completed a lot more than I'll ever do tonight. But, I'm very proud of my accomplishments tonight. What's really going to be difficult is what's to come. It's going to get much more complicated, so we'll see what's yet to come.
Lester, aquí Edward Kawich de LA Times. Lester, ¿qué tan diferente fue la pelea a como lo habías planeado? ¿Y qué tan cerca crees que estás de una pelea con Saúl Canelo Álvarez?
How different was the fight compared to what you had planned, and how close are you to a fight with Canelo Álvarez?
Bueno, sabíamos que él traía muy buena experiencia, sabíamos también lo peligroso que podía ser, pero creo que ganar esta pelea, y lo dijimos en algún momento, que teníamos que ganar, sí o sí, porque sabía lo que involucraba ganar este título, lo que representaba y lo que venía después de poder ganar este título. Entonces, esa posibilidad está más cerca, y de no solo pelear con él, sino que pelear con el número 1, número 2 y con los mejores del mundo.
We knew it was going to be a difficult fight, but we also knew that what was important is not just winning tonight, but what's to come afterwards. I think we're close. We're definitely going to face much better opposition. We're going to be fighting against number 1, number 2, number 3 in the world, and so those are some of the tough tests that are still to come.
Lester aquí, Cristian Echeverría, Diario Las Américas. Lester, luego de tu actuación el día de hoy y todo lo que has hablado durante la semana, y según lo que decía también el colega, ¿te ves listo para enfrentar a Canelo Álvarez el próximo año? ¿O fue algo simplemente casual que se habló en las esquinas durante la semana?
Do you feel ready to face someone on the level of Canelo Álvarez, or do you still have some doubts about what's to come?
Por supuesto, todos los boxeadores que estamos en esto estamos listos, y yo me siento más que listo para poder hacer una pelea con cualquiera, con él, y poder no solo hacer la pelea, sino que prepararnos para ganar. Y por supuesto que vamos a ganar, porque así es esto, porque nos vamos a preparar y estamos seguros de lo que podemos lograr con el equipo, y me siento bastante listo para todo eso.
Yeah, not only do I believe that I can compete, I believe I can actually win, and we have to win. And with my team behind me, I feel like I'm more than ready to not just compete with Canelo Álvarez, not just be present, but to definitely win the fight, and we have to win.
Mafer Vélez Keller, TV Azteca Guate, felicidades campeón, qué alegre verte así. Es una gran responsabilidad, porque ahora que muchos niños te ven, seguramente también ponen sus ojos en el boxeo. Antes eran otras disciplinas, el fútbol, pero ahora muchos van a decir, yo quiero ser como Lester Martinez. ¿Qué sientes de eso?
Obviously, you put on a great performance tonight. Congratulations on that. There are so many children that we have many examples, soccer players, other sports. What does it feel to know that you got kids watching today? They're going to say, you know what, because of Lester, I want to become a fighter.
Bueno, mira, yo en mi infancia yo era el que llevaba siempre las malas noticias a mi casa, siempre, toda la vida era Lester aquí, Lester allá. Incluso yo creo que era el mal ejemplo, ¿sabes? De niño. Y ahora niños, jóvenes, adultos, señores dicen, qué buen ejemplo eres para mi hijo, para mí, para una sociedad. Se siente bastante bonito, pero también me comprometen a seguir haciendo bien las cosas, ¿no? Pero creo que se agradece todo eso. Y gracias, Mafer, por la pregunta.
I have to say that as a kid, I was the one that always had to bring the bad news back home. As a matter of fact, I was a bit of a bad example. But I really love the fact that people will say, hey, you're such a good example now. It puts pressure on me to continue on the right path. But I really like that, and I appreciate the question.
Lester, el colato tú de radio. En el primer round cuesta, pero después estos miles de guatemaltecos que se hicieron presentes el día de hoy, ¿te dieron esa fuerza que necesitabas para ganar esta pelea?
It looked to be like a very intense first round. What did you feel having all these thousands of Guatemalans here? Did they give you the power to go on?
Creo que sí. Antes empezábamos muy fuerte, y ahora pues empezamos siempre con precaución, porque sabemos al boxeador que tenemos enfrente, y escuchar la euforia, gritar a la gente, palabras muy chapinas que de verdad lo encienden y lo motivan y lo apoyan a uno, se siente bastante genial, y eso te da un segundo aire para poder hacer las cosas.
Yeah, we went in somewhat cautiously in the first round because we knew what we had in front of us, but to hear those words, to hear the Guatemalan accent, those Guatemalan words, it really does inspire you, and it gave us the will to go on and continue strong through the fight.
Lester, buenas noches. Roberto El Canario y Canario Network.
acá. Felicidades por el triunfo. Hoy todos los guatemaltecos que viven aquí en Estados Unidos estaban pendientes de tu pelea, preguntando por dónde la podían ver. Aquí ProBox TV y la página de Festival Chapín transmitieron esa pelea a todo Estados Unidos. ¿Qué mensaje les mandas y si esperabas que este boxeador te saliera valiente y te diera pelea?
Obviously, there was a lot of people that were watching tonight. They watched you all over Guatemala. What message do you have for the people that saw you back home? ¿Qué mensaje tienes para la gente que te vio en casa?
Bueno, yo siempre estoy agradecido con toda la gente. Creo que hoy estuvo mucha gente pendiente de mi pelea y lo agradezco bastante. Agradezco siempre toda la buena intención, sobre todo la buena vibra que transmiten a través de un mensaje, un comentario o una palabra o un saludo. Se los agradezco de todo corazón. Y bueno, tenemos que seguir trabajando muy fuerte para todo lo que se viene, porque lo que se viene no es juego. Y nosotros estamos dispuestos a hacer todo eso.
I appreciate all the support, all the energy that these people gave me, especially all the good vibes. But we have to keep working, we have to keep going strong. But we appreciate the support, and that's going to make us work even harder.
Lester, Lester, buenas noches, felicitaciones. Hoy mostraste que tienes poder de convocatoria. Todo el público en este foro te vino a ver. Sabiendo que el sur de California está lleno de chapines, ¿te interesaría seguir peleando en Los Ángeles, ir creando como Triple G, que peleó varias veces en Los Ángeles, fue creando su perfil? ¿Te interesa hacer peleas, no sé, en Carson, quizás el Crypto o el Intuit?
Obviously, you showed tonight that you're a draw, especially being here in Southern California with all the Guatemalans. Do you plan to continue fighting here in the region and putting on more shows, perhaps, in Carson and Crypto Arena?
Por supuesto que me gustaría pelear acá, en Los Ángeles, en cualquier parte de Estados Unidos, y más donde se encuentre mucha comodidad chapina. Y por qué no también hacer una siguiente pelea en Guatemala. Me encantaría, pero creo que esa pregunta sería ya para el promotor que está aquí a la izquierda. Exactamente, pero por supuesto que los planes de llegar a pelear en Los Ángeles también es una posibilidad.
Yes, I would like to fight anywhere in the United States. Obviously, I would like to fight back home, and certainly we want to continue fighting here in the LA area. But that question's over here to the man to my left, the promoter. He could answer that better than I can, but certainly I would like to fight anywhere.
Lester, it seemed that there was times during the fight that you were on the brink of knocking him out. The fact that you didn't get the knockout, are you disappointed or are you satisfied on some level because you got to show all your skills over 12 rounds?
Lester, había momentos cuando estabas al punto de noquearlo. ¿Estás un poco decepcionado que no conseguiste el knockout o estás satisfecho con tu esfuerzo?
Buena pregunta. Mira, como todo boxeador, creo que el examen 100% de un boxeador es ganar por knockout. Me hubiera encantado poder ganar por knockout, pero bueno, es un boxeador resistente, como pudieron ver. Y siempre teníamos también mucha precaución cuando ya lo teníamos, porque la experiencia se dio a notar. Pero me siento muy contento con el resultado. Me siento muy contento porque fue un boxeador que también tiraba, que era peligroso, dio buenos golpes, pero ganamos, gracias a Dios.
That's actually a very good question. And yeah, the test for any fighters to win by knockout, I obviously had to be cautious going to this fight. We knew what we had in front of us. I'm a little bit disappointed, but I'm also happy with my performance tonight. And the key was just to get the victory.
Lester, buenas noches. Felicitaciones, campeón. Teófilo te saluda. Y Guatemala también. ¿Qué sentías en los primeros rounds cuando abrías la guardia, la bajabas y te recibía Aleem? ¿Qué te impulsaba?
First of all, congratulations on your victory. What did you feel when you would, open up your guard? He made some connections with you, touch you a few times. What did you feel during those exchanges? ¿Qué sentiste durante esos golpes, intercambios en la pelea?
Bueno, siempre por mi mente pasó, tengo que ganar, voy a ganar, es mi oportunidad. Y mi frase es siempre con fe, Lester, con fe, porque en los momentos más difíciles, en los golpes, cuando él iba al frente también pensaba qué tenía que hacer para poder ganar la pelea, pero siempre mantuve una mente ganadora.
You know, the whole time I was thinking, I got to keep going on. My motto is with faith, Lester, with faith. So I just kept going strong, and I knew I had to win this particular bout.
Hola, Lester. Buenas noches, te saluda Easy Deportes. Te seguimos antes de la pandemia y pues te felicitamos por esta gran victoria. Ahora se viene seguramente el Canelo. ¿Cómo hay que prepararse para poder afrontar y lógicamente ser el número 1 en el boxeo mundial?
We've been behind you this whole time. We followed you all the way through the pandemic. Obviously, Canelo's probably what's next. How does one prepare for that?
Bueno, ahora unas merecidas vacaciones, por supuesto que sí. Después de todo cómo nos preparamos, el desgaste físico, el desgaste mental. Pero estoy en el mejor equipo del mundo para poder hacer una muy buena preparación para esa pelea. Y bueno, es de esperar noticias. Esperen noticias de Lester Martinez, porque ahora el compromiso se viene más serio, más fuerte, y la expectativa de Lester Martinez se mantiene muy grande. Entonces eso nos compromete a seguir trabajando.
Well, first of all, I think I have a very well-deserved vacation coming to me. But yeah, I've got a great team behind me. They're going to prepare me for whatever is to come. But there's a lot more left from Lester Martinez, so just be waiting for news as to what's next for me.
Jean Mesa, Blue Phoenix International. This question is for Gary. Gary, how important are culturally connected audiences to the strategy for ProBox TV?
Repeat that one more time.
Yes, Jean Mesa. My question is, how important are culturally connected audiences to ProBox TV?
How do you culturally connect audiences with pro boxing when you have different fighters from different cultures?
That's a good question. Look, we've been an international channel for a long time. We've been broadcasting in Spanish and in English from day one. So I think it's just something, it's a distribution, right? We're on a lot of different channels. Some people think we're just on YouTube. We're all over the world on many different networks, many different channels. So it's distribution, and it's just, we own the product, right? We don't belong to one channel. So we can spray it out everywhere and give fighters like Lester maximum exposure. And I think people underestimate when boxing is free and it's really well distributed, it's amazing how much it can spread.
Lester, buenas noches. Primero que nada, felicitaciones por ese triunfo, tanto para ti, tu familia, tu novia y para toda Guatemala y Petén, por supuesto. Y precisamente hablando de Petén, tuve la oportunidad de entrevistar a un grupo de personas que venían desde allá, desde San Benito específicamente, con sus banners y todo. Pusiste a Petén y a Guatemala desde hace varios días a nivel mundial. ¿Qué les tienes que decir a ellos? Y ese, tu plato favorito que yo siempre te pregunto, el caldo de gallina de tu mamá, ¿a qué vas a ver esta vez? ¿Vas a ver diferente o qué vas a ver?
Obviously, there was a lot of people that came by. Some came all the way from your hometown of San Benito, but then you sent out a message to your parents. You let them know that they have a world champion in the family now. What does all this mean to you? What did everything mean to you tonight?
Mira, tienes que probar ese caldo para que sepas lo que yo siento cuando lo estoy comiendo de verdad, porque de verdad, no hombre, ya se me antojó, cabrón. Pero el saber que iba a venir más gente de mi pueblo, de mi tierra, de San Benito, de Petén, de Guatemala, y todas las personas chapinas que estaban aquí, por supuesto que me sentía motivado, un poco comprometido también porque no podíamos fallar, no teníamos que hacer mal las cosas, pero, ay no hombre, ahorita que llegue a mi casa solo quiero llegar, ver a mi papá, a mi mamá, a mi familia, y ponerle trabajo a mi mamá que me haga ese bendito caldo de gallina, porque vas a ver con todo el amor que ella lo sabe hacer. Y te agradezco, muy buena pregunta.
You know, in reference to the question, as soon as I get home, I'm going to give my mom some work. I'm going to have that delicious chicken soup that she makes. I can't describe how delicious that chicken soup is, but obviously there were a lot of people here from my area. It puts a big burden on my shoulders because I knew I had to win, but they really gave me a lot of support, and it really helped me going forward with this bout.
Lester, aquí enfrente de usted. Felicidades. Gary, congratulations. Bomac, congratulations. Bajo la guianza de Bomac, de Sao hasta de Terence Crawford, ¿cómo has mejorado su desarrollo, su trayectoria como retador, ya campeón? ¿Cómo te sientes tú mismo en que el éxito en tu carrera está bajo de estos entrenadores?
How do you feel as far as your career is progressing, especially with the team that you have alongside of you?
No mucho escuché.
¿Cómo te sientes, obviamente, desde tu lado? ¿Cómo ves tu futuro? ¿Cómo ves la carrera para atrás?
Me siento muy contento desde el primer momento en que entré en este equipo del B&B. En Guatemala estuvimos trabajando siempre con el coach Héctor, con el profe Héctor, una escuela que todo lo que construimos en Guatemala se notó, y luego el coach Saúl, pues él molestaba a los entrenadores, que había uno de Guatemala para que viniera, y coincidimos en un campamento. Desde esa vez pues ya empezamos a entrenar juntos, pero pertenecer al mejor equipo hoy por hoy y estar con ellos es saber que puedes mejorar, que se puede mejorar día con día, que el trabajo que están haciendo ellos es demasiado sufrido, pero por una buena causa, y creo que me siento muy contento de pertenecer a un gran equipo del Team B&B junto con el profe Héctor, junto con Ramón. Y teniendo esto, sé lo que me espera en el gimnasio con ellos, que no va a ser nada fácil.
Lester, buenas noches.
First of all, I have to thank my original team from Guatemala. They formed a really great base for me. And I also have to thank Coach Saúl, who was always telling these guys, hey, I've got a guy from Guatemala, let's bring him in. And when I came in to B&B, I knew that there was room to get better, room to improve. And what I have here in front of me, I know that when I get back to the gym, they're really going to make me work extra hard.
Disculpa, Lester, buenas noches. Muchísimas gracias por tu tiempo. Chicana Boxing, Bridget Lugo. Ese dicho que tú tienes de con fe, hasta tienes a Bomac, Coach Red, they're saying con fe, Saúl está diciendo con fe. ¿Eso de dónde viene? Y también se ha transformado en con fe y café de tus fanáticos. ¿Piensas un día sacar una línea de café, vamos a decir en un futuro, que yo sé que Centroamérica estaría contigo quizá, pero tienes algo así pensado? Pero la verdad, ¿de dónde viene el amor por el café, siendo guatemalteco, y el dicho de con fe?
Your motto, con fe, you've got everybody saying, you got Bomac saying, you got your whole team following that motto. Where does that come from? Also, we know you have a deep love for coffee. Do you plan on maybe coming out with your own coffee line sometime soon?
Bueno, respondiendo primero a lo del café, del confé y café, soy latino, de Guatemala, de Petén, de San Benito, nacido en Melchor, pero, entonces, el café no puede faltar en mi día, de verdad no puede faltar en mi día a día, y confé empezó a nacer ya hace un par de años. Luego también una pelea muy complicada que tuve, y leía mucho también, no leía mucho la Biblia, pero pasajes de la Biblia, con fe. Entonces ya nació, bueno, vamos a usar la frase de con fe, mi hashtag. ¿Y por qué con fe? Porque si vamos a hacer algo para bien de los demás o para bien de nosotros, vamos a hacerlo con fe, y que tu fe sea más grande que tus miedos. Y los días pueden ser muy difíciles, pero nunca pierdas la fe. Entonces, de ahí nació el confé. Ya luego dije, tomando un café, voy a poner confé y café. Y después, sí, podemos llegar a tener nuestro café, y ojalá esperen la marca de confé y café.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm Latino, so café forms a big part of my life. As far as the phrase confé, I would read a lot, not always the entire Bible, but I would read certain Bible verses, and it just kind of came to me, confé. I started making the hashtag confé, and eventually I just kind of changed that with confé y café, and it's just something I have fun with. But yeah, definitely, maybe, who knows, you might be seeing a coffee line sometime soon in the future.
Right over here. This is for Coach Silas. Coach, this is Marcus Hayes with Fight Hub TV. I'd like to ask you, Coach, I talked to Coach Bomac earlier, who was almost moved to tears after the victory, and he said he was most happiest for you, Coach Silas, because you were the one that brought in the new champ here. Tell us about your emotions and how you feel about tonight, watching a guy that you believed in before everybody else achieve such a great victory.
Hablamos con el coach Bomac, que dijo que estaba más feliz por ti porque tú les habías dicho, tenemos un peleador, Lester Martinez. ¿Qué sientes? ¿Qué emoción sientes tú después de verlo triunfar esta noche?
Antes que nada, pues quiero agradecer a Dios por esta oportunidad de estar compartiendo con Lester este gran triunfo. De verdad es un sueño hecho realidad. Quiero agradecer al profesor Héctor, a muchos entrenadores allá en Guatemala que tuvieron que ver desde su infancia porque si no es por ellos tampoco estuviera acá. Pero siempre ha sido un sueño mío ver a un campeón del mundo guatemalteco. Siempre dije que si no iba a ser posible estar en su esquina, pero quería verlo en vida. Y pues ahora no solo lo veo en vida, sino también estuve en su esquina y es como doble satisfacción para mí. Y Coach Bomac, Red, Bernie y los otros entrenadores que tenemos de fuerza fueron gran parte para este triunfo también. Y simplemente estamos muy contentos.
Yeah, first of all, I'm incredibly grateful to be here tonight. I'm incredibly grateful for this opportunity. I want to thank his original coaches in Guatemala. I always said to myself, I don't know if I'll be part of a team, but at least I want to be present when we have a Guatemalan world champion. Not only am I present, I'm part of the team. Obviously, I want to thank Bomac and everybody at B&B for all the effort they put into it, and I want to thank them. I'm just incredibly grateful for this opportunity tonight.
Lester, aunque soy guatemalteco, yo nunca he estado en Petén, pero la temperatura de aquí te afectó en algo, número uno. Y número dos es, en una ocasión te oí decir que era bonito escuchar que cuando preguntaban por guatemaltecos decían la tierra de Ricardo Arjona. ¿Vos crees que con esta gran pelea que diste la gente ahora va a decir es la tierra de Lester Martinez?
You know, obviously, do you think that tonight the conditions inside the arena was very high? Do you think that affected you? And you heard those phrases being shouted out by your fellow Guatemaltecos. Do you think from now on, not only going to say that this is the land of El Quetzal, but they're also going to say this is the land of Lester Martinez?
Bueno, cuando vayas a Guatemala, ve a Petén porque es un departamento bastante bonito, ¿no? Y por supuesto que tienes que ir a las ruinas mayas, de allá donde es mi tío, el Tecumumán. Pero creo que si eso pasa, me voy a sentir bastante feliz. Si eso pasa de que a través de mi persona identifiquen a Guatemala o a Guatemala a través de mi persona, pero creo que todavía falta. Con este resultado habrán personas y ojalá que así sea y me voy a sentir muy contento de que eso pase, pero todavía nos falta para poder llegar a ser como ese gran personaje, esa gran persona como lo es Ricardo Arjona, todo lo que él representa, todos los años que vino, que hizo, todo lo que pasó, creo que todavía nos falta, pero si es así, bienvenidos sean los comentarios, los buenos comentarios a través de mi persona hacia Guatemala.
I know you mentioned you said you've never been to my hometown, but you definitely have to go there. It's a fantastic place. What I do have to say is, you know, I appreciate some of the comparisons that they've made. Obviously, I have not reached the levels of a Ricardo Arjona. If one day they start, you know, uttering my name alongside of him, I would be more than happy, but I think I still have a long way to go before I can reach those levels, but I'd be very happy if one day they would include my name amongst his as well.
Un aplauso para Lester Martinez y el equipo.
Ladies and gentlemen, one final applause. The new WBC Interim Super Middleweight World Champion, the pride of Guatemala. He made history tonight. Round of applause for Lester Martinez.
Always.